Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence all mobile devices. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
TechCrunch Disrupt.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Editor-in-Chief Matthew Panzarino.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you to the people that are paid to clap for me. I appreciate it. We've got a wonderful show for you. It's day 3. The Extra Crunch stage and main stage are both packed with interesting topics. Everything from the future of cities to cannabis tech to our beginning panel with Ellen Pao and Tracy Chu about ethical tech. This is going to be a wonderful third day. There's great programming teams that have worked hard all year to bring you this show, and I'm really happy about the response so far. Yesterday and the day before had amazing responses from attendees and everybody involved, and of course, great panels. And then one of our highlights, of course, of the show is our Battlefield Finals. The companies were announced last night, and those companies will compete today to win our grand prize. And all of them are excellent and represent a variety of different spaces, including farming and robotics and health and the cloud. So prepare for some intellectual whiplash as you make your way through that battlefield. It's excellent. It's always nice to be intrigued and entertained by their pitches and then see the winner come through. So thank you all very much for being here. We'll get right into the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Managing Editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
What's up, guys? How are we feeling? Just so good and bright-eyed. You guys look amazing today. Thank you. A couple housekeeping notes before we get into it. There's tons to see on the Extra Crunch stage. The first thing this morning is actually how to iterate your product. My buddy Richard hates the name of that panel, but it's exactly specific and to the point. It's going to be with Manik Gupta from Uber. He's the CPO there. Dia Jolly, who's the CPO at Okta. Ravi Mehta, the CPO at Tinder. And Robbie Stein, the CPO at Instagram. So you definitely want to check that out at 10 o'clock. It's going to be fun. We also are still using that same old hashtag TCDisrupt, so join the conversation on social media. And I just wanted to mention as well that if you haven't checked it out yet, Extra Crunch, our premium product, there's a huge deal going on right now. $12 for the first year. It's normally $150 for a year. So definitely do check that out. It's an easy one to go and join there. Okay, let's get started with the first panel of the day. I'd like you all to give a very warm welcome to founder and CEO of Block Party, Tracy Chu, and the co-founder and CEO of Project Include, Ellen Pao, as well as your moderator, Megan Rose Dickey. Warm welcome, please.
Good morning. Thanks for being here with me today. So the last couple of years in tech have been filled with workers speaking out against their employers for contracts with ICE and other government agencies. On Twitter and Facebook, abuse and harassment is still prevalent. Meanwhile, gig workers have protested low wages, and in the midst of all of this, diversity and inclusion is still moving at a glacial pace in the in the industry. So there's a lot going on. But Ellen, what's the most pressing issue that's on your mind right now?
I think it's tech values, and that's why I'm glad we're talking a little bit about ethics today. It's the idea that people are running these companies, they're thinking about, I think it seems like they're just focused on wealth generation for themselves, and they're not thinking about what's happening to the people around them and what's happening to all the people that they're kind of responsible for. And like there's no corporate governance, there's just this failure of all these tech companies to take into account the consequences of their products, of their actions, of their lack of values.
Tracy, what about for you? What's on your mind right now?
Great question. I'm worried a lot about the impact of technology on society, where tech is now so pervasive everywhere, and yet a lot of people still don't understand what technology actually is and what the impacts of it are on things like our democracy, how we communicate with each other. Technology is woven into the fabric of economics, society, and I don't think we fully contextualize the technology industry. Where for a long time, it was just a small part of society. And I think there was a bit of this attitude that we're the renegades or we're the underdogs. And now tech is very dominant and needs to be much more accountable to what it's doing.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess even just looking back over the last year, I mean, Ellen, in your mind, I mean, what's one of the most like egregious examples of just a blatant lack of ethics in tech?
I think the easiest one right now is Joule, right? So if you look at, Tracy and I were talking about, like, you have to look at all the stakeholders, and you look at your customers, and what are you doing to your customers, and how are you thinking about them? And all of a sudden, you're going to bring in kids and get them addicted, and they're your customer base to grow, and you're going to target them through advertising, through having kids try to reel other kids in, and then you're going to tell people that you're actually this ethical company that's trying to help prevent people from smoking, right? So that, I think Joule is the easiest one to think about right now.
Tracy, what about for you?
I would say Theranos is pretty bad as well.
Well, it's kind of wild. I totally forgot about them. It just shows how much has happened that I'm like already past Theranos, but
Like,
go on.
if you're trying to help people in the medical capacity and actually misleading them, potentially even causing death if you're recommending the wrong things, like that's pretty bad.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, so those are definitely examples of it has more intent with it. And so like, what about the scenarios where it's more like unintended consequences? Maybe like Facebook potentially, though you could argue at this point they know what's happening on their platform.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say there isn't intent at this stage, right? It's like unconscious bias. Is it really unconscious anymore? It's, the use of this data to manipulate elections just for the sake of bringing in more ad dollars and more eyeballs is, I think it's egregious. I think it's like, at this point, it's hard to say that they can't control it. I do think there's like a place for regulation because they have had the ability and they have chosen not to do anything about it. And I think that goes to, data collection, like what kind of data are they collecting? How are they using it? How are they selling it? And what controls are they putting on other people who use it? And then where is this data, where do users generating content lead them to? So it's like the path into white supremacy, the path into fake news. All of it is on these platforms, and Facebook isn't the only one. It's on YouTube, it's on Reddit, it's on Twitter. Like, they have to start being held accountable, as Tracy said earlier. Like, these are your actions, and it's not just intent. Like, it's the impact of your actions as well.
Yeah, and I mean, so yeah, you mentioned Reddit, and I mean, yeah, you were the former CEO of Reddit. How long were you CEO at Reddit again?
Under a year.
Under a year, and so
I distanced myself from it. Not even a year.
Let me get out of here as fast as possible. But so I mean, obviously, like Reddit, there's a lot going on Reddit, good and bad. I mean, as CEO of Reddit for less than a year, I mean, how did you kind of grapple with Reddit's role in society and just the ethics or maybe lack of ethics that kind of emerge through some of those
I think it's easy to kind of say, all right, we're going to be this free speech platform, and it just kind of keeps your hands, at a superficial level clean, right? I'm allowing anything to be on my platform, and that was the way that the founders had created it, and that was what had happened for a long time. But then you started to see more and more bad stuff happening as it scaled. And as it scaled, the bad stuff happening got much worse. All of a sudden, you had like much bigger hordes of people coming after individuals on the platform. And I think like there were a few things that happened on the platform that really gave employees pause. And one of them was Sunil Tripathi became targeted by the platform as a Boston Marathon bomber. And you have this random innocent kid who all of a sudden these hordes of people are saying that he's the bomber with absolutely no evidence. And that was something that was very, it was just disturbing. It was, to be part of a platform that enabled people to do that without consequence. And then the second one was the I forget, like Celebgate, where people stole nude photos off of the iCloud and then started posting them of celebrities. And we said, we're just posting links. We're not responsible for content. We allow whatever people want to go out there, and that's free speech. So for me, it was really like, hey, we need to protect our users' privacy. That's been one of our core values from starting Reddit. And as employees, nobody was comfortable being the platform with these nude photos. And we're the only ones after a certain point who were linking or the pathway to get to these nude photos. So that became all we were. And in the beginning, it was like, okay, we've got these patches of bad stuff, but overall, we're a good site. And when it came to Celebgate, we were just bad stuff because you couldn't get to the good stuff because we couldn't keep the servers running to serve the bad stuff. So we started taking stuff down. So the idea that you could actually be responsible for the consequences of the speech on your platform was somewhat new to us. And the idea that, hey, if you want to have free speech, everybody has to be able to have a voice. And when you're allowing people to run people off the platform, that's not really free speech for everyone.
Yeah, and so Tracy, I mean, your startup Block Party actually aims to tackle abuse and harassment on platforms like Reddit, like Facebook, like Twitter. Could you talk a little bit about how you aim to do that through Block Party?
Yeah, so with Block Party, we are very focused on the end user, so the people who end up as the targets of abuse and harassment. We're thinking about what are the tools that would be helpful to these people. So there's better controls over what they're seeing, being able to have other people help out, being able to collect evidence better. So there's a set of things that I think platforms need to do and be more responsible to. At the same time, I think for the individuals, there's just more choice and more tools needed. So I think there's, if we're talking about like the freedom of speech thing on like a bigger platforms, we're trying to help users have the freedom to not hear the abusive content and just have more control over that experience.
And would you ever consider, I know it's early days for the company, but would you ever consider working more closely with the likes of Facebook and Twitter and Reddit to enable them to offer those tools to their users or like form some type of partnership? Or do you envision yourself kind of?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a very big ecosystem here, and we need to work together to solve these problems because they're multifaceted. The bad actors are extremely sophisticated. Some of them, you have some garden variety trolls, but you also have very sophisticated bad actors, and I think we need to be coordinated in the response to this.
Yeah. And okay, so I think it was, within the last month, Build Tech We Trust, an organization that you're both part of, kind of launched or announced itself, and then you're also both co-founding members of Project Include. Ellen, of course, you're at the helm. And how do you see those two organizations working together or sort of like complementing each other?
I think we have different focuses. So Project Include is very much focused on like how do we change tech startups so that they become healthy, diverse, and inclusive big companies. So it's focused on making sure that companies have diversity internally and have inclusion internally, and there's equity and representation at all levels and in all functions. And we use data and convenings of CEOs to push that forward, and heavy advocacy. Build Tech We Trust is focused on deplatforming hate and really focused on working to call attention to these issues, to get platforms to pay more attention and to bring different voices to the conversation. I don't know.
Yeah, so Build Tech We Trust started with a letter that we co-wrote after a series of 3 mass shootings in a row. There was one nearby as well, like in Gilroy. And in these cases, and in many other cases, there are links back to radicalization of the white nationalists online. And so there is accountability, there's culpability in the platforms that are enabling people to connect in these ways and become radicalized. And it's no longer just online. The online abuse and harassment is bad enough, but it's translating into real world harm, like very big harm at the scale of mass shootings. And it started off with this letter. We were just thinking about like, how do we take a stand that this is not okay and start organizing? So there's part of it which is putting out that stance. There's some of it which is convening all the players in the ecosystem. So we're looking at who are all the people who are already doing a lot of hard work in different communities. How do we bring people together? How do we galvanize more people to take part, from tech workers to the CEOs, leaders, investors? Also thinking about what is our interaction with politics, and what sorts of platforms might we want to encourage like, political candidates to be running on.
And Ellen, you had mentioned earlier that kind of the number one thing on your mind right now is values. And so through your work with Project Include and like working with startups, like how do you get them to think about values, like as it relates to like D&I, as it relates to ethics, as it relates to even the potential unintended consequences of these platforms that then Build Tech We Trust is kind of focused on right now?
I think it's hard to instill values in people from the outside, right? For a lot of people, their values are formed through decades of experience, through companies that they first started working at and role models. So to come in from the outside as this nonprofit and try to say, these are your values, you need to be diverse and inclusive, and you need to think about all of your employees and all of your customers, and you need to think about the world at large. Sometimes it's an uphill battle. So we focus on working with companies where the CEOs are already oriented towards diversity and inclusion, and we can help them. We can help them by bringing them a group of peer CEOs to talk with and figure out ways to experiment to solve the problem. We can help them by giving them data on what their employee base looks like and what the sentiment levels of different groups are. And we can help them by providing like all sorts of information and other data and recommendations to help them move forward. But this idea that you can change somebody's values easily through like short interactions, I think that's really hard. I think that's like when we started Project Include, we're like, oh, this unconscious bias training for 45 minutes, that was like the solution to diversity and inclusion du jour 5 years ago. Like I think everybody's realized that actually does not work at all, and you need these like ongoing trainings, you need ongoing interaction, and you need to measure and hold people accountable. So I think a big part of it is like teaching people, and it's through like conversations like this, it's through people's books, it's through people telling their stories. And I think what's changed the environment and is starting to change people's values, and you see more and more people putting inclusion as one of their company values, is because people are starting to talk about like all of the problems that they've had that have made them less likely to talk, that have made them quit their companies, that have made them quit tech, and people are starting to listen.
Yeah, and yeah, so I mean, people have definitely been speaking out more against their companies. They've been sharing their stories, and also even just more like employee activism. So, in light of employees at software startup Chef speaking out against the company's contract with ICE, the company actually ended up deciding not to renew its contract. And what do you think it will take for other tech companies to follow suit?
Do you have an answer?
I mean, I think it's like, I'm not sure that it's fully taken hold yet, right? I think if you look at Google, like they ended up like pushing out a bunch of employees who had organized,
Right,
the walkouts. And if you look at Amazon, they haven't done very much. Kickstarter kind of blocking the union efforts. But I think the kind of people really starting to think about like these long-term pushes and just continuing and not giving up. Google did change some of its policies, I think, around forced arbitration, mandatory arbitration. So there are little things that are happening. I think it's continuing to do things. I think it's a lot of it is the press, right? It's the press paying attention. It's having things made visible to the world stage that get companies to change. I don't think they're going to change on their own. I think their values are set, and I think their founders are still there, and it makes it very hard to change internally. So it's got to be external pressure. So it's the press, it's the employees creating internal pressure through external forces, and then potentially regulation.
fundamentally we are still living in a capitalist system, so I think the economic incentives are still overriding. That being said, other things can play into that. So really bad press can hurt companies economically, and so then they'll start to address it. The delete Uber hashtag was a really interesting case of kind of like organizing around a lot of unhappiness about various Uber practices, but it actually had a measurable impact on installs and usage. Obviously, many other things are going on with Uber, but I think that kind of consumer broad-based like bad press did push Uber to think a little bit harder about what they were doing.
Yeah, so just more bad press essentially can kind of help move it along, and of course employees speaking out and protesting, and I mean, because that's the thing. I mean, we do see some change happening, but it's not like speaking out doesn't necessarily lead to change. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So I guess I'm wondering what else can be done to push companies in the direction of ethical decision making.
Litigation, right? People get sued. And that is a big wake-up call, because then all of a sudden, I mean, there's a reason why people want arbitration. It's to keep things outside of the press, to keep things outside of the public's mind, and then also to not have any outside forces making any kinds of decisions. So when you have actual litigation, that's public, and then you have, you know, a judge or a jury making decisions, and also you have another public forum where people outside your company have information that can help them make decisions. There's a transparency to it.
I think one other thing for tech companies especially is like recruiting is so important, and being able to retain good people. And this again ties into the economic arguments for companies to care. If there's enough employees or candidates who make a strong stand saying, I'm not going to stand for this, I will actually leave the company and protest, or I will no longer work at a company that does these things, then there's sort of like recruiting pressure that companies may respond to.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and so Ellen, you've long called for Trump to be kicked off of Twitter, and he's still there. Do you think it's unethical for Twitter to keep him on its platform?
So Laura Gomez and I wrote a piece over, I guess it's in January of 2017, I think, or February 2017, saying that Trump was violating all the rules and he was causing the online and real-life harassment that Tracy mentioned. I do think it's a question of values, and I think it's a question of ethics to create these exceptions because you want to drive this growth that you want to use to fuel your stock price and to fuel recruiting and to fuel this capitalism that's driving all sorts of decisions without thinking about the long-term direction of where your platform is going. Jack talks about this public square and where you have like this digital version of the public square, but you know, people aren't screaming at you on the public square. Like they're not calling you racist things. They're not throwing pictures of like horrible things, and they're not. I don't want to be in a public square like that, right? And I don't want to have a public square that's digital create these horrible events in real life. And if you're part of a platform that is pushing all sorts of mass shootings or hate or these ideas that are really just based on hate and turning them into action, I don't think that's an ethical decision. I don't think that's a values-driven decision. I don't think that's creating a good public square. I don't think that's doing a service for your users who are from the groups that are being hated on. I think you really have to think about like your whole community. You have to think about the types of conversations you want to have, and it's not this, oh, we can't take, conflict on the site, but it's what kind of conflict are you willing to take? Where is the line between meaningful conversation and just, outright harassment? Like using the F word and the C word and the N word, that's not a conversation, right? That's not an exchange of ideas. And I don't think people think enough about like what do they want their platforms to be? What do they want their platforms to encourage?
I don't think any of us would say that there are very easy decisions here. Like there's no bright lines that we can point to, and we've already seen some platforms actually take a stance on this sort of thing. So Pinterest just stopped serving any results for anti-vax search queries. And we get some criticism, like, well, where do you draw the line? How do you determine what things you're going to block the search results for? And Pinterest's response was just, we know that this is causing harm to our community health. We know that the science is there, that vaccines work, and we're just not going to allow this sort of misinformation to proliferate on our platform. That doesn't necessarily give us the blueprint for every decision in the future. But in this case, there's a pretty clear decision that Pinterest could make. Cloudflare took down was it Daily Stormer.
Right.
Like, well, this shouldn't be our responsibility as like a provider of like basic internet infrastructure. But if nobody else is going to act, then we are going to act because we don't want to enable this. And in the statement that they posted, they said, we don't want to be making these kinds of decisions, but sometimes you just have to make these calls, even if they're not perfectly generalizable. I think some of the inaction from platforms like Twitter is this attempt to design the perfect system of rules. And they're hamstrung by trying to come up with this perfect system of rules. And in the meantime, there is a lot of harm being done.
Yeah, and as you're in the earlier days of running your own startup, I mean, how do you think about some of these issues? And I guess I'm wondering, are you ready to draw the line around certain issues when necessary?
Yeah, we've spoken actually about things like which service providers we want to
Right.
use. So there are some companies that we were looking at using, but knowing the stories of the founders, what they've done in previous companies, we chose to not work with them. Not that it's a very big statement, but just like as people in a company, we want to feel good about all the choices we're making, where we're spending money. We still have to be practical. So if there's only one service provider for something that we really need and we need to run our business, then we'll use it. But if there's any alternatives, we'll go for those.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's always a practicality, especially with startups. You have to make so many hard trade-offs. But whenever we can, we're trying to bias towards doing things that we feel like we can stand by ethically.
Yeah, and I mean, also even just when it comes to deciding who to accept funding from.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, Ellen, I mean, I guess, yeah, I mean, you obviously advise your startups around funding, and I mean, do you encourage them to look at like the LPs in the fund? Like, how do you advise them around those topics and making sure that they're not taking money from the wrong people?
Yeah, I think it's hard, to know you want to have your values aligned with your funders. It's, it's getting harder because a lot of the funders that have a lot of money actually don't have great values, right? You're looking at the money from, what is it, MBS, the Saudi Arabian giant fund that's been investing in a lot of companies, thinking about taking money from Russia. Where's that money going? And it's, are your values aligned? Are they predictable in what they're going to have you do? Or are you just taking money from wherever you can get it, in which case, like, you've already had really high valuation because, you don't want to give up that much dilution to an entity that you don't agree with, and that might have you do things or might be doing things that you're not in agreement with.
Yeah.
And also, who do you want to be making money for?
Yeah.
If you're successful, do you want to be putting that back towards the Saudi fund? Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely a lot of decisions to be made. And just, yeah, thinking about how those decisions are going to, like, have a greater impact on your company and our society. So, yeah, lots to think about. So, yeah, we're unfortunately out of time, but thank you for being up here with me and
Thanks so much,
exploring all
Megan.
that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right, on the Q&A stage at 10:30, there's going to be a panel on investing in Africa. So if you want to check that out, make sure to make your way over to the Q&A stage, get your questions in on the Slido app. It's going to be a great time. For now, we're going to talk a little bit about pot. Who here is familiar with pot? Nobody wants to raise their hand? As long as you guys don't tell my mom, I'll admit that I too am interested in the pot. And our next guests have made it easier than ever to consume and enjoy. So please welcome to the stage founder and CEO of Wave, Keith McCarty, an entrepreneur and investor at Yellow Lab Ventures and former CEO of Pax Labs, Bharat Vasant, as well as your moderator, Connie Loizos.
Hi, guys. Good morning. Well, thank you for joining us. This is sort of a very, I think, a topic of great interest to many people, and there's so much going on between this wave of vaping-related illnesses, potentially pending legislation that would make it easier for financial services to cater to cannabis companies. So lots to explore today. Thank you both, Keith and Bharat, for joining us. Bharat, I have to start with you because, as people in the audience just heard, we had invited you here as the CEO of Pax Labs, the very popular cannabis vaporizer company, a company that you joined last year. You're no longer there.
Yep.
What happened?
Well, companies scale, leaderships change. I'd say I got into the space because I was excited about the potential of technology to deal with a complicated, messy, interesting space. And, the space grows up, leadership changes happen, and I don't know, I'm really excited about what comes next. I've been fortunate to be in 3 different categories, right? Emerging categories where consumers are still grappling with what does fitness tracking mean, what does smart home mean, and cannabis was the 3rd thing. So it felt like a natural transition for me. And that's about it.
That's great. Right. You were at August Lock.
I was at August Home. I was a founder at Basis, which did fitness tracking before. So I've built this little thing around connected devices where you're applying technology on hardware and software to help people take what's a complex experience. And with cannabis, people have all these questions about what's right for me, like how much, what does Blue Dream mean, what does Cherry Fizz mean?
Right.
And you can apply technology to solve some of those problems. It's what technology does really, really well.
But I did want to ask, so I don't cover this industry particularly closely, but I have noticed that there seems to be a lot of sort of turnover. This summer, Bruce Linton, a co-founder of Canopy Growth, was asked to resign. There's been a change at MedMen. Am I reading too much into too few data points, or is this an industry where there is sort of a lot of upheaval?
It's hard to tell. It's like the phase after prohibition, right? And it's ending, but it's ending state by state by state for cannabis. Mm-hmm. And I just feel like as spaces grow, companies scale, leadership changes are just part and parcel of that. And I feel like it's very similar to most startups, where the internet comes along and there's a great stage for each of those that level of leadership. Mm-hmm. And then the space grows up and you need different skill sets. I feel like that's pretty normal.
Right.
I think it's happening in cannabis quickly and it's happening around the same time, so it feels like that, but it's actually pretty, in my mind at least, pretty normal.
Okay. Well, Keith, so you started a cannabis company that's very popular, the on-demand cannabis delivery company Ease. You left to start another company, Wave. Why?
Yeah, look, my background's been in tech for the past 10 years, starting with Yammer in 2008. We launched that. We scaled that for 3.5 years, sold to Microsoft for $1.2 billion. So I've been in tech for the past decade. Before Wave, we launched Ease in July 2014. So that's, the media coined it as Uber for cannabis, essentially with the click of a button getting delivery in about 15 minutes. But when we were growing that company, as we know in the cannabis space, it is more difficult to find venture capital firms that are able to invest into cannabis, right? So your selection is much more limited because of restrictions like the vice clause and different aspects like that. And so, at Ease, that was one aspect is that you don't have your complete selection around venture capital firms to choose from, but also because as Ease started to grow, it became a supply-constrained growth model, just like Uber, where they basically, their growth is dependent on how many cars they can get to sign up or drivers to sign up with cars and vehicles. And the leading on-demand consumer service companies, they typically have that model. So as you start to realize that, and you realize that the supply chain really needs to be streamlined, and the best way to streamline it is through technology, in some ways, that seems like the best opportunity. So for me, it was kind of multiple things. One, we're lucky to have a lead investor at Wave, Craft Ventures, led by David Sachs, who was CEO at Yammer, to kind of connect the dots back there. But I think it's really important for founders to choose your investors, wisely, and choose ones that are founder centric. I think the ones that are founder centric really understand what it's like to run a company and how difficult it is. The cannabis space is riddled with a lot of friction, a lot of different things that are hard to understand and hard to navigate, such as regulatory or the things that really we're solving through technology today, but still exist and it still happens to be the fastest growing industry in the world. So, I think just going back to the question and answering that directly, there was a bigger opportunity on the supply chain side of the cannabis industry, and the company was in a really good spot, and we're super enthusiastic about the continued growth of Ease. But there was another opportunity that really complements what we built from 2014 to 2017 when we were at the helm. And then the next thing, and partly a message, is to choose investors that are founder centric. I think that's just extremely important. If they're going to add additional value to the company, it's important that they're able to relate.
And I want to talk about who is investing in cannabis for those in the audience who are want to know. But I have to mention too, I think it's interesting. We talked ahead of the call, and you said that you didn't use cannabis. So I'm just wondering, why did you gravitate to this space?
Yeah, I built a lot of ethos around, one, let me back up. My background's in tech, as you know, and so after we got acquired by Microsoft, I was there for about a year during the transition, but my mind was on the next thing. And around that time, that's when Uber and Lyft were really kind of evolving, and there was other startups that were servicing different needs, such as the home category or food and drink for on-demand. And I started to break this down in terms of okay, I want to go after on-demand, but what category makes the most sense? Is it food and drink that's perishable? Is it the home category that requires a lot of trust before you get in? And analyze kind of all these different categories, and cannabis kept popping up as a natural fit. So I started there. But then as I started to really understand the category and really understand the product, I was pulled in, and we find this a lot within this category, that people get pulled in for multiple reasons, but usually it's because they themselves or somebody close to them or something that they value highly is able to derive so much value in their life every day from this, and in some cases becomes life-saving. So for me personally, it was children. I sponsor an organization called Canna Kids, and this organization helps little kids that suffer from ailments all the way from grand mal seizures or epilepsy, all the way to having cancer and brain tumors and quality of life. And when these little kids are running up to you and they're telling you how cannabis saved their life, or that it's really helped their quality of life in some cases, that really hit my sort of my internal ethos and drove me to want to be in this space. But it really did start with tech. Then it moved into, this is a good thing, not using cannabis. I also didn't know a lot about it, and I think that there's a lot of stigmatization that we're trying to course correct through education. I just think that it's partly our mission as technologists to explore and make these opportunities for the world as good as what they can be. And certainly the market and really the population is through sentiment is saying, we want this, we see value in this, and we need to go after this. And I think that technology really needs to step up, like companies like PAX or Wave, Ease, and all the rest of them are to help deliver the experience and really the safety that consumers need and want and deserve. Because I think there's enough evidence out there that this is a good thing.
Sure.
Can I just add to that? Like one of the highlights for me over the last year and a half has just been how many people in Silicon Valley, who can work on self-driving cars or robotics, are saying, hey, cannabis does a lot of good for a lot of people, but it's a very complex, messy experience. How do we take some of these skills we've built at Tesla or Uber or wherever it is and apply to the cannabis space? How do we make that a good consumer experience? And I feel like after so much, time spent around what does your, SaaS revenue trajectory or something look like, it really renewed my optimism and hope that people are willing to dive into a complex, messy space and put their careers on the line and build something that is a better experience. And I feel like that's something that's unique to the Valley. And that was pretty exciting for me.
Well, so Bharat, you're also a serial entrepreneur. You've been in tech for a long time. To go all tech on you, did you dog food your own product at PAX?
You know, I feel like Jordan asked me the same question when I joined. I feel like it's the same question in the end. I think I feel I have to, and so the answer is, I feel like I have to.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay.
So I do consume, and you know, if you're in consumer, I think that's part of the ethos of like, hey, we're putting out a consumer product. We should be able to, you know, learn more about it, test it, see what that experience is like, and whether you work at LinkedIn or worked at any place in the cannabis space, the same rules apply.
You know, you guys were talking about, you were talking specifically about investors, there not being many of them. DCM is one, Kraft, David Sachs is one. How important is it, do you think, to these investors that they're backing somebody who does come from the tech industry or has that sort of background? I mean, how hard is it to break into cannabis and get venture backing?
I mean, go ahead.
It's hard to do institutional capital, right? I think that's the hard part, especially with laws where they are right now. And Congress has just, you know, passed a bill. It's at the Senate right now that will open up institutional capital. But until it's legal at the federal level, I think it is difficult for any entrepreneur, whether you're from tech or not, to be in the space.
Well, so
and
you
scale.
say that as if it's like inevitable, but you're talking about the, what is it called, the Safe Banking Act,
Yeah.
which just went through the House of Representatives, and this would sort of protect financial institutions from punishment if they cater to cannabis companies.
Right.
So now it's, like, as you said, there's a sort of a similar piece of legislation with the Senate. How optimistic are you both that this is going to turn into something? Keith, what do you think?
I'm really optimistic. I think that it's going to take time, though, and this is just the beginning. I mean, I think that when we look at, we're living in this environment that this is the fastest growing industry in the world, and it's a fragmented industry. It's one where there's no Starbucks, there's no Coca-Cola, there's no bank accounts, right? In some cases, for people to even put their money that they're capturing, paying the excise taxes in some of these territories are paid via cash, right? Transporting cash literally to the capital to pay these things. So despite all that friction, it still continues to be the fastest growing industry. And I think that that's what I call the opportunity. And that's really where technology comes in. Now, getting into finance and payments specifically, one, I think that banking is just the beginning. I think that really, when you're dealing with the fastest growing industry in the world, really what you're looking for is, how do I get investment? How do I streamline investment? How do I have more streamlined cash flow at a reasonable rate, and then be able to use that financial vehicle that makes the most sense instead of diluting my company, for example. So I think that, you know, banking is just the beginning. I think that, you know, the payments aspect of it, or fintech even, you know, could be huge. But I think it absolutely, from my perspective, and it may be a little bit biased, but continue to be right, that this industry continues to move in the right direction, up and to the right, whether it's through regulatory, whether it's through continued growth, whether it's through continued health and wellness. It
It's a
continues to move in
generational
that.
opportunity.
Who's fighting for cannabis in Washington? Does PAX have lobbyists out there?
I think it's a broad coalition, right? I think if you look at the support for, you know, medical marijuana, it's well over 85%. I think it's at the 90s right now. I think recreational is almost 56, 60%. So I think that swell of the demographic change that's happening and people being more favorably disposed towards cannabis has grown. And I'd say that's probably the primary driver of it. I don't know that there's one big voice in Washington that's pushing it. And I don't know what I don't know what, Keith, you think about the horizon for legalization, but I feel like it'll take a while. It's not like we've got Medicare, we've got all
not a
these other
priority.
priorities for the
Right,
country,
right.
and it just feels like if you're going to be in cannabis, you should be in it for the long run. It's like the days after Prohibition. It takes a while to stabilize, and it's going to happen state by state by state. And you've got large countries like Canada opening up. So there's growth, but it's patchy, it's less predictable, and it's not a place to build a quick and easy startup, I'd say.
Right.
And I think that our government should be looking at voter sentiment, right, and the population. So, you know, one, it's overwhelmingly in support of cannabis, super majority, well beyond that for medical, and even for recreational is well over the majority. So, it's probably one of the only items on the agenda that is bipartisan, like truly supported from a bipartisan standpoint. And I think that
there's jobs, there's taxes on the red states, and
additional jobs, additional taxes. I mean, health and wellness. We're talking about putting money towards schools, books, education, as opposed to all the illicit things that we're trying to break away from, like the illicit sale of things that that may be harming people from a health and wellness perspective, or being used that money being used for other things that are bad. And I think this should really be the number one priority for our government, and for multiple reasons. And it's probably the easiest.
That's pretty ambitious.
It's probably the easiest win.
with all
It's
the
probably
rancor
easiest
at
win.
the kind of the political level and like Brexit happening, I really think the world could use more cannabis. So
It should be a priority if it's not. So you talked about it not being just banking. I saw the news that Square is going to sort of start working with CBD retailers after this sort of invite-only beta period, which is sort of an interesting kind of, I guess, step toward potentially working with cannabis companies. But are there any other sort of like financial services, alternative financial services that you're seeing pop up that are interesting or helpful?
Go ahead.
I think the biggest level of innovations is at the banks and the credit union level, right, where people are developing more and more ways to be able to track cannabis dollars, get taxes paid on it, run payroll, those types of things. And I think you're seeing more action at kind of those state institution levels versus the federal institution, the big federal banks.
Okay.
Yeah, we certainly know that there's a big issue in the industry, despite being the fastest growing industry around banking and finance and really payments. There's the net terms that are being offered, to retailers throughout supply chain are always delinquent, and it's because it's cash and trying to align the stars and have two people show up, but only this person can have access to the safe to be able to make that payment, and this person can't say when they're exactly going to be there because they're not a logistics driven by technology-enabled logistics. We're talking about Wave solving half of that, but the other half is still exists, which is that person needs to handle cash, and it's actually a physical handoff. And I just think that there's still a lot to be solved in this industry, and that to me means opportunity. And I think that technology in a lot of ways is the best to solve it because it enables transparency, enables predictability, it enables compliance and scalability, and all the things that are like the perfect recipe for this pre-prohibition type environment that we're at the cusp of moving into what would become, the post-prohibition type environment, and but we're living in a technology era, and we can leverage all those tools, and I think that that's super exciting for companies like like Wave, of course, but PAX and everyone else that's in the industry.
Yeah, cannabis should be legalized, it should be regulated, it should be for adults only. I feel like those are the three key things that should happen in this space for it to be normalized.
But now you have a new issue, which is this cannabis, this wave of cannabis-related, vaping-related illnesses, which I think more than 1,000 cases have been reported, and almost 600 of those have been tied to people who said they were vaping THC. How big a setback is that going to potentially be for the industry? I mean, I'm sure that's sort of very nervous-making for a lot of people in Washington and elsewhere.
I mean, I'll take the lead. I think, of course, Barack can comment, from his experience. But, from my perspective, I've been pushing for, and part of the reason why I got into this was about, and what the voters voted in was safe access. To me, as a voter, and what I've heard from other voters, is that safe access is about access points and being able to receive and consume cannabis based on the permissions and the laws and the regulations. The safety part of it means that it needs to go through the testing process, which the state mandates for the legal environment. Now, we have 3 times as many illicit dispensaries or retailers still within the state of California than we do legal. And there's multiple reasons why. One is it's certainly not because more people, not many people want to become compliant and legal retailers. It's because the state is taking so long to kind of approve these, and there's so much regulation and so much friction, kind of in getting those popped up. But I think when you look at this is why we need more regulation to some degree, but we need frictionless regulation, and I think technology also helps solve that in a lot of ways. And I think until you get rid of the illicit market, there's still going to be this this question of like, how can you say that this happened when there's like products that's not been tested? These guys are not incentivized to stay within compliance, and they're just looking at kind of this quick win without any oversight or responsibility that they have to take. And I think that's that's a shame for the for the compliant and legal market, because one, they're paying higher taxes, they have to pay for the licensing, they have to wait. It's a costly and timely process to get legal and compliant from a retail perspective. To even go live, or from a manufacturing perspective for vaporizers and oil, as you say. But I think it really comes down to what is the right balance between the frictionless environment, the proper amount of regulation, and then how do we get into at least a consistent and constant environment so that we can just say that, start to pinpoint what this is actually caused by. I'm not sure of the latest news, but I would assume that there's not safe materials being put into the illegal products as opposed to the legal products, which I think that this industry, at least on the compliance side, really takes that stance that only using what they consider to be safe products and natural products, they take that very seriously. In fact, they actually exceed the requirements of what the state requires.
We're running out of time, but Bharat, I know that you aren't at PAX, but based on what you know about the product, I guess how confident are you that none of these cases are ever going to be traced back to a PAX vaporizer?
I think that's a good question for the company, but also I want to defer that to people are sick out there, and I want the CDC and the regulatory bodies that are actually looking into the case to kind of investigate those causes and come back. I don't know that I have a whole lot to speak about directly about the company or the space outside of that. One of the things I was going to add on to what you were saying was legalization also helps with research. And one of the things that's hampered in the cannabis space is just more education, more research, more transparency around standards is something that is kept back right now because we don't have that. So in addition to the illicit market, that's the other thing that would help.
Right. Guys, you have to come back next year because there's so many opportunities that I wanted to talk to you about.
This is my mom's dream, right? Your kid is up on stage and he's talking about weed instead of, this is every Indian mom's dream, just so you guys know. Software engineer, lawyer, doctor, and weed expert.
Guys, thank you so much. It was really a treat.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to let you guys know on the Extra Crunch stage at 10:55, we're going to be talking to Eric Friedman and James Park. They are the founders of Fitbit, and that one's kind of close to our hearts because it was 10 years ago that Fitbit launched on our stage. So they're going to be talking about how to take a hardware company public at 10:55 if you want to check that out on the Extra Crunch stage. And we're going to be taking a very short break. We'll be back at 10:40. See you then.
As companies transition to using microservices in their architectures, more APIs are created across the organization. With this increase, it can become more challenging for developers to find these internal APIs and reuse them when they're developing new software. That's where Rapid API for Teams can help. Rapid API for Teams enables development teams to publish their internal APIs into a private workspace. Developers can find any internal API, view its documentation, test it, and connect directly. Or collaborate and share information about the API right in Rapid API. Team members can also subscribe to any public API available on the Rapid API Marketplace, and the entire team can see and use that subscription. This way, you only pay once for any API your team uses. Rapid API for Teams makes it easier to share and collaborate on APIs. Get started today on rapidapi.com/teams.
Our teams love building companies that create value and make a difference. As well as our investments in companies such as Tencent and Mail.ru, we're building meaningful global businesses in online classifieds, food delivery, and payments and fintech.
Bob and the team have great experience in operating and investing in large companies in India, be it fintech, be it commerce.
Because they are global and they understand consumer business, they have a very helpful and specific advice that they can give to us.
They think like entrepreneurs. They're a fantastic partner.
Our big vision at Movely is to make life better for 1 billion people, and I believe Prosus is the perfect partner to help us achieve our dreams.
Why did you come to this workshop? To learn. But quickly I realized I started unlearning some things which I've been doing very incorrectly in the past and which didn't really give me the results that they're supposed to get.
I want to be where we ask questions like why? And the big question I ask is what if? You know, it's a different way of thinking at Stanford than it is at any other university in the world.
I realized I was getting stale, so I said, you know what, it's time for me to move on and look for greater things and have more impact.
At Lockheed Martin, we're on a mission. Your mission. When millions of people are counting on you, you can count on us. To build the impossible, to invent the inconceivable, and solve every problem with speed and reliability. Every mission is an expedition of the greatest importance, both to you and to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back TechCrunch Managing Editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
And they went wild. They were so excited to see me. Hey. Thank you. Single person in the front row. Appreciate it. Are you guys having a good time still? Yes? Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm having a great time as well. I'm definitely not exhausted. Venture capital and securing it for your startup can be one of the most difficult things about starting a company if you're not equipped with the right information. And our next guests are here to make that a little bit easier for folks looking to secure venture capital. So with that, I'd like to welcome to the stage our next guest, the founding partner at Accrue Capital, Teresa Gao, and the co-founder and partner at Floodgate, Ann Mira Ko, and your moderator, Connie Loizos. Please welcome them.
Hi again, everyone. I always love this sort of discussion that I get to have with top VCs because there's always something new to talk about. I think this year the sort of defining trends are maybe direct listings, dual shares, and probably the future of SoftBank, which I'm hoping we can kind of get into. But, Teresa, let's start with you. You, a few years ago, started a venture fund, Aspect Ventures, one of the few female-founded venture funds out there. It was a very big deal. But you're here representing a new firm suddenly, Accrue Capital. So tell us what happened.
Yeah, so we had two funds for Aspect Fund 1 and 2, and that was 5 years ago. It's been a great run and on sort of great women-founded firms in addition to Ann's.
Yes.
There are many other awesome ones like Kirsten Green and Forerunner and more every day, which is exciting to see. We were actually talking a little bit backstage about the name. So really, when it was, as is always the case, when it's time to do the next set of funds, the partners sit around and talk about what strategies and what we want to do. Mm-hmm. And the Accrue team wanted to continue on with early stage, sort of Series A collaborative strategy in software areas like cybersecurity, fintech, and future of work. We thought about whether we would just, as many larger firms do when they do multiple funds, fund name X and fund name Y. Mm-hmm. But I thought that it would be awesome to choose a name that represented what's core to us, which is we're about teamwork, and we are a truly multi-generational team. We have Gen X, Y, and Z represented on the founding team between Lauren, Vishal, Mark, myself, and Assad. And so that seemed like a really great opportunity. And I was like, okay, if you guys can come up with a name that kind of encapsulates all that and is better, then we'll do it. So then everybody can be like a founder of new brand name, right? Like startups rebrand when there's a good reason. And I frankly was like, okay, this is going to be really hard. But when they came up with Accrue Capital, which we thought had a nice double meaning.
I love it.
Crew, team, but Accrue Capital. I was like, it's a no-brainer. We're going to go with that one.
So, and I am a big fan of the team that you put together. I know numerous members of your team. But I did want to spend one more second on this. Jennifer Fonset, who you founded Aspect with, told the Wall Street Journal that part of it was you had different management styles. Could you sort of elaborate on what she meant?
Yeah, I think that, I'll just speak to my management style. So I have 4 co-founders in Accrue Capital, so there's 5 of us, and we operate as a team, and we all have equal say in investment decisions, and that's my management style. I've had the good fortune to be in the venture business a long time, since I was really young. But I've always found that particularly in the early stage, having a tight group of partners that are all in it and working together as equals, that's when I've had the good fortune to have some of the best results and some of the best investments that teams that I've been a part of have made. So that's my style. I'm all about sort of team first. And also it reflects back on sort of, because this is about like how do you raise capital, like we're very much, people always say, are you market or team or technology? Everybody cares about all of those things. And clearly with our name, like we're all about backing the best teams in the sectors where, we feel like we've got some expertise from an investing perspective. So we're all about team, both for ourselves and also in partnership with the companies that we work with and with our co-investors, because that's another big part of it for us.
Yeah, I'll just add to that just because, when I first came into the venture industry, Teresa was actually one of the first meetings that I had. And just to add a little bit of flavor to what kind of person Teresa is, I'm like a nobody. And I walk into like Excel and I'm like meeting Teresa for the first time. And she's made incredible investments in consumer as well as cybersecurity, which is an area that was of interest to me. And she was the person who gave me the most real advice, not just pandering to me as like this nobody VC, but like, hey, you have to make great investments in the first few years of your life as a VC. And don't just think of them as investments, invest in great companies. And she was so tangible about the things that she said. And then beyond that, we made our first investment together. And she was a coach, mentor, but also just a team player. And so I've seen that just from my perspective as a co-investor in companies, but also as someone who's just, you hear all these horror stories of like people being mean to each other in the VC industry. And Teresa's always stood out to me as one of those people who welcomed me with open arms and also taught me so much about the industry.
That is really lovely. Well, it's interesting too. So you mentioned Teresa was with Excel for many years. You worked for CRV before co-founding Floodgate with Mike Maples. It's interesting. There's so many people, and probably including in this audience, who either have started venture firms or would like to start venture firms or break into the industry. And it seems like there's been 2 paths. There's sort of the traditional path where you work for a firm, you gain some experience, you either get elevated through the ranks or you leave to start your own fund. But more newly, we're seeing more people who are just saying, forget it. I'm just going to skip all that. I'm going to start writing checks, build up a portfolio, and hopefully attract an institutional or investment that way. Is one sort of far better than the other, or do you think both of these can work longer term?
You want to start?
I didn't go CRV directly into founding my own firm. I had like a 7-year stint doing a PhD, which was completely
in cybersecurity.
Not the path I would recommend if you're really interested in venture capital. But I think, what's different over the last 10 years is when I was starting in 2008, people were like, no one starts a venture capital firm, man. Do you realize that? And it's like, this sounds like a really bad idea. It's 2008. No one does that. Go be an associate at a big firm. And today, there are so many different paths into the market. Mm-hmm. So I think that's both an opportunity, but it's also a huge challenge. Because when I got started, you just planted your stake in the ground. Mike Maples and I didn't even have a sign on the door. We were subleasing space from Roxrow Pharmaceuticals, and it was like a intelligence test as to whether or not the entrepreneurs could find us. But now, you are amidst huge noise amongst a lot of venture firms and a lot of very talented individuals. And the question is, how do you stand out? And so, for the person who wants to found their own firm or who is now an associate, climbing their way through the ranks, you have to figure out, what's your shtick? What is going to make you stand out in this crowd of investors?
And I think just to add to that, obviously Ann and I had more sort of the first path that you talked about, Connie, but increasingly today, I think there's some great investors who went out, started building their own individual track records as either advisors or angels, and moved into that. There's obviously a lot of great entrepreneurs who then go and start venture funds.
Right.
So I think there are many great entry paths into it now. And I would say, building on what Ann said specifically, in terms of carving out what makes you stand out. Remember, what makes you stand out as an investor is investing in great people and great companies, right? So especially if you're doing it, whether you're doing it on your own or in the construct of a bigger fund, it's thinking about that perspective, like these people, they're going to be the references for you when you want to raise your first fund or your second or your third.
Right.
So it's really about investing in great people who are trying to do great things.
Right.
And everyone knows that, especially the early stage, the seed or the Series A part of the venture business, not everything works out. So it's not necessarily about being so concerned that every single one needs to be correct, but everyone has to hold together and have a rationale. Like, I'm trying to build expertise in area XYZ, right? And so here's the body of my work, thinking about it from that perspective. And they kind of, they help one another, and it's also, they're going to help you get the next deal. So make sure it's also a great team, but also an area where you feel like you have a unique perspective and you can build expertise, whether that's in cybersecurity because you have a PhD, which very few people do, by the way. She is a real badass. Or in consumer, or in fintech, or SaaS, whatever it is.
Right. Well, that's great advice. So, Ann, speaking of your areas of expertise, you are on the board of Lyft, and as such, I know that we can't really talk specifically about Lyft. But I did want to ask you what your thoughts were about the California law that passed recently, AB 5, which classifies, or reclassifies, I should say, many independent contractors as full-time employees.
Sure. And I can't speak on behalf of Lyft. This is my own personal opinion. What I'm seeing is the companies that are involved with this legislation, they are trying to find the right solution. And what it looks like within legal standards, working with Gavin Newsom to try to come up with what is the right answer here. And I think we'll see continued evolution over the next 6, 12, 18 months. On the investor side of things, though, I do think that there's incredible opportunity in the fact that people think about work very differently now. And I've been talking a lot with my team as well as founders out there about the concept that there's a new social contract between employees and people who are working and their relationship with work. And that's something really profound and new over the last 10 years. And I don't think that we have a world right now that really reflects that. And so we need to figure out solutions for everyone, whether you're a tech worker or not, on how do you now create a new social contract between the person who's working and how they're working.
Right. Well, certainly it's not clear. I mean, I think even a lot of independent contractors are sort of confused about whether or not to sort of feel good or bad about this particular law. But in terms of investments, I guess, how does it impact? So are you talking about, would it impact whether you fund more on-demand companies? Do you think that this sort of could hamper their chances, or
so
what are
we're
there some
early
models?
stage? I think we're well beyond, entrepreneurs coming in saying we are the Lyft of or Uber of so and so, right? That was probably 4 or 5 years ago, to be honest. Right now, the types of companies that I'm seeing are really around how do we create new environments for the solopreneur. So as an example, one of the theses that we're working on is we call it the Iron Man suit for the solopreneur. And so if you think about, workers who are on these service marketplaces, for the most part, you have to, as a consumer, have a very standardized service delivered to you. If you're ordering groceries on Instacart, you want the groceries that you ordered to come to you at a certain particular time. And it's not about a relationship with a person. On the other hand, we've invested in a company called Dumpling, which now creates an app for a person who wants to be a grocery shopper and provides them with working capital so that they're able to actually shop and not just put it on their own personal card, but they actually are able to develop a clientele of 10, 20 people. And those people will have a very similar experience to Instacart, except now they have a personal relationship with this person. Maybe that person gets a key to your house and is a sous chef for you. Maybe they also figure out that you need a couple of additional items and they bring those things proactively for you. So we think that there's new opportunities that are getting unlocked because of the consumer mindset, but also because of the way people view this type of work.
I talked to those guys actually recently, and I think that is a really interesting company and theme. Okay, not talking about Lyft specifically again, but a broad number of companies have seen their valuations soar very high before getting onto the public markets, and we're seeing in some cases that hasn't gone so well. Public market shareholders don't think these companies are worth what their private market investors did. Are companies staying private too long?
I think in some cases they are, but it's not even so much that they're staying private too long. So to me, what you talked about with the valuation mismatch, I'll touch on that second. Okay. Why I think some companies are staying private too long has really been what you see is the types of transparency, governance, and visibility that you get when the company is public and has to respond and report to public shareholders. When you stay private too long, sometimes we've seen cases in some companies, like Uber, for example, where that lack of governance and oversight, because they've been private and don't have that same kind of reporting, actually causes problems with the company's core ability to grow and offer, a good environment for their employees and for their service for their customers. I think what you're talking about with some of the recent, WeWork pulling their IPO or other people who are going public at below the last market valuation, that I think just frankly speaks to, and it's happened a couple of times before, in '99 I remember too, but certainly right now, is there's a huge amount of late stage capital that's coming in, and they are funding companies with amounts that are larger than what IPOs used to be.
Sure.
And when that happens, they set the valuation. It's not the public market that's setting it. It's usually one large mega fund at the late stage. And sometimes they're right, and the companies go public up above that last private round, and sometimes they're wrong. And that's what you see when the companies have to go public at less than the last round valuation. And there have been quite a few of those. So I think that's really what's driving it. It's not even just about the time that they stay private, but it's the amount of late stage capital that sometimes is causing. Used to be you would talk about a 25 to 40% private market discount to public, and now in some cases you're seeing the reverse, right?
But I guess why? But the founders are still choosing to take that last round rather than to go public. So, I guess, are you trying to advise? I mean, you're both earlier stage investors, but are you trying to sort of counsel them to maybe not do that?
Well, so I'll just start and then hand over to Anne. But yes, we are earlier stage, but I mean, both of us have been with companies that have kind of gone through to IPO and beyond, right? So we're still on the board at the table when those decisions are being made. Whether it's the last private round or the Series B, my counsel to the companies is the same, is you should raise money that you can, at an amount where you can see how that money is going to either help you get to your goals faster or increase your chances of getting to that goals. And that's how you think about the amount. And then as to the valuation, obviously, you want to get kind of a fair valuation, but you want to think about, okay, I'm going to need to raise money usually every 12 to 18 months as a private company. Will you be able to raise your next round, if that's an IPO or Series C, at a higher valuation? Will I be able to show enough progress in the next 12 months to whatever the post money is on this round, the next round, the pre-money's got to be higher than that, because you want to build that steady value. Frankly, most importantly for your employees, it impacts them the most.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I think about, I teach this class at Stanford. We call it intelligent growth, because we do believe that there is non-intelligent growth out there. And one of the people who comes in to speak to the class is Ryan Smith from Qualtrics. And I love that case study, right? Because he was at, $50 million in revenues before he even raises his first round of financing. And guess what that gets you? That gets you an $8 billion plus exit. It also gets you basically 50% of that company at exit. And founders don't think about that, right? When you're indulging yourself in what we like to call the foie gras rounds, and you're stuffing that duck so that you can get this gigantic liver and someone else can eat it, like, what's the point of that? That's not for you. That's spoiling your own company. It's ruining things for your employees. Like, we like to think about how to make the best for the early stage businesses. What's the groundwork to do that? And so I take a lot of responsibility for the early stage businesses and the foundational elements that we think about that allows for these companies to then grow and have the right amount of capital for the right time. I think the massive influx of capital at the later stages has created problems.
So speaking about the foie gras round, SoftBank has been involved in some of these deals. Sometimes that last investment that's being decided on, the valuation that's being decided, is being done by SoftBank. I think there's a little bit of schadenfreude in Silicon Valley. SoftBank seems to be struggling a little bit. At least it looks to have potentially overpaid for Uber. Definitely, I think, probably for WeWork. Has SoftBank changed the playing field? If SoftBank doesn't raise a second vision fund, do we go back to more reasonable rounds? I mean, it seemed like a lot of firms were sort of escalating their fund sizes in reaction. People were coming down. I'm just wondering, is this a permanent state of affairs now?
Well, SoftBank's clearly the largest by capital player in that space. I think it will have some impact if, for whatever reason, they're not doing what they're doing. But the reality is there are multi-billion-dollar late-stage pre-IPO investors, many others besides SoftBank. I think the others have proven to be, because the capital, though large, is not like mega large. I think there will still be later rounds. Therefore, companies will still take longer to go public. But I think that there might be a little bit of a market correction in terms of trying to find that right point where the last private round isn't going to be significantly higher than what an IPO would be.
Right. One other thing we've seen, because founders have sort of been in control, I think probably for maybe like the last decade. And so, I think to some extent VCs have a little bit lost control over what they're doing, how long they're deciding to stay private. But another thing that we've seen more and more of is dual class shares. And I think now we're seeing sort of in a broad way some pushback against these companies that have so much control that the government's sort of worried that they've run away with things. I'm just wondering, as investors, do you have a feeling about do you mind dual class shares? Do you think dual class shares in perpetuity make sense, where founders have them for their lifetimes, sort of no matter how much of the company they own once the company goes public?
So again, this is sort of my own personal opinion. We come in so early stage that we don't see that at the early stage, and most of these decisions are happening right before the IPO, from what we've seen. I had about 5 years ago, a founder asked for dual class shares at the seed stage.
Oh, wow.
And I remember thinking to myself, this is so like prescient. This is like what we're seeing now is like what's going to be happening for the next 5-10 years. It was the only founder that ever asked me for that at the seed stage, and I wonder how much that's pushed forward. But that founder, and I remember I told this person, like, it doesn't mean anything at this stage, right? And ultimately, that's going to come back to bite you if this is what you ask for. And sure enough, the company folded. And so, to me, the best protection for a company is for the company to be a great company. At the same time, I also think that you always want to protect the interest of that founder vision. And so I think what you're seeing with dual class shares or different types of provisions is that attempt to make sure that founder-led businesses are able to run that way. And I continue to appreciate that, because you look at companies that are founder-led and they tend to maintain their value much better than companies that are not. And I think ultimately looking out for shareholder interests, whether you're a public company or a private company, that's something that you should look out for as an investor.
We're almost out of time. Actually, we are out of time, but I have to ask quickly. Direct listings. A lot of your peers think they're the wave of the future. Yes, no, maybe?
I think for large companies meaning they've shown they're at significant scale, I think it can be a great thing for them. I mean, clearly both the Slack and Spotify direct listings have done very well. I know nobody likes paying banker fees. No offense to investment bankers.
Guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
What technology do you think will help us best deal with natural disasters? Go to the IBM booth number BF1 to pick your favorite from the Call for Code finalists. Over 5,000 people have already voted.
Yeah. Is anybody else chilly? Just me? Okay, got it. I want to take a quick poll. If you could edit your genes to change one thing right now, today, raise your hand if you would do it. Okay, interesting. Well, our next guest is going to enlighten us with more on gene editing. The title of this used to be The Ethics of Snipping Baby DNA, and I felt like we had to tone it down a little bit. And then I said it on stage, so best of both worlds, really. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder, president, and CEO of Caribou Biosciences, Rachel Horwitz, and Sarah Burr is your moderator. Warm welcome.
All right, thanks for coming back with us again.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, so I just want to talk about 2 years ago, you were with us on TechCrunch Disrupt, and it was all about CRISPRing animals, but you've since moved on to CRISPRing humans. Why is that?
Yeah, so I think like many startup companies, we've gone through a couple of different versions and pivots as we ultimately figure out the best way we can use gene editing to make an impact on our communities. So when we first founded the company, it was really a broad platform technology play. We actually weren't working on developing any of our own products, and instead partnered with other companies like a livestock company who's working on solving animal health and well-being issues. But over the years, as we've developed better versions of CRISPR and have really advanced the ball in terms of the technology, we realized it was the right time to make a bet ourselves and actually invest in developing our own products. And so today we're taking all the capabilities that we built over the past many years, and we're developing new cancer therapies using CRISPR gene editing.
Okay, and it also probably helped that the patent was cleared up a little bit to go into human editing, right?
Well, at this point, a lot of that is still ongoing. There's still what's called an interference proceeding happening between the University of California and their collaborators, the Broad Institute and their collaborators. So this is a story that will keep being told over years to come.
All right, well, so I do want to get into what you're actually doing right now, and that has to do with CAR T cells. Can you explain how CRISPR works with CAR T cells and what that is and what it all means?
Sure, so maybe I'll start with what is a CAR T cell. So CAR T is a pretty new technology. There are only 2 approved products here in the United States where doctors are actually able to take a cancer patient's own T cells, these are specialized immune cells, take them into the laboratory and give them a little thing called a CAR, which is basically a molecule that can specifically recognize a protein sitting on the outside of cancer cells. So it's basically a way to engineer the immune system to find and fight cancer. But today, these CAR T products are patient-specific. Physicians actually have to take T cells from the sick individual, make a product just for them, and deliver it back to them. It's very expensive, it's time-consuming. Some of these people are so ill, they actually don't even live long enough for their product to be made and delivered to them. And so gene editing holds incredible potential for this field. Instead of having to take a patient's own cells, we can now go to healthy donors, healthy people, and healthy T cells, and use gene editing to make enough changes that we can make what's called an off-the-shelf product. And really, one of the critical changes is making sure that you don't cause graft versus host disease, right? If you would just take an organ from you and give it to me, my body would reject it. It would know that it's not me,
and it would use the immune system to try to kill off that organ, even if it's trying to save my life. So we can use gene editing to basically trick these things to make it no longer look like it's foreign, so that they can survive long enough in the cancer patient to find and fight the cancer.
And so just to clear that up, you're basically saying that you can mass produce medicine for cancer patients no matter what kind of a cancer they have.
So it's all very specific to not only certain kinds of cancer, but what proteins sit on the outside of that cancer. So for example, the first program that we're working on is to treat certain kinds of non-Hodgkin's lymphomas. And many of those have a little protein that sits on the outside of the cancer cell called CD19. And so our product is able to specifically recognize that protein and kill the cancer cells that have it on the outside. So to go after a different kind of cancer, we'd have to re-engineer a new product to recognize a new protein for that kind of cancer.
Do you think you'll get into anything beyond cancer, like Alzheimer's disease?
It's a great question. At Caribou, we're laser focused on cancer today, but if you look at the broader gene editing field, people are doing some pretty cool stuff. People are trying to advance therapies for various genetic disorders, and I'm aware of some research projects on Huntington's right now as well.
Okay. Is there any company specifically you can mention, or anyone that's working on something you think is kind of interesting?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the other companies in our space is aptly named CRISPR Therapeutics, and they're advancing using CRISPR to try to treat beta thalassemia and sickle cell disease, which are both disorders of the blood system, and I think it holds quite a lot of promise and potential.
It's kind of a small community, right? Like you're talking about CRISPR Therapeutics, which was co-founded by the same woman who helped co-create the CRISPR-Cas9 system along with Jennifer Doudna, who is your co-founder. Yeah, so I think that's kind of interesting how it's a lot of women and it's a very small space.
It's pretty cool, absolutely. And of the 4 original CRISPR companies, 2 of them are led by women, which I think is remarkable.
Yeah, that is pretty remarkable. There is a lot of confusion around CRISPR, and there is some fear that we're playing God by editing our genes. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I think they're really important ethical and moral questions that have to be asked as part of figuring out where to use the technology and probably more importantly, where not to use the technology. At Caribou, we actually have a company policy, no human embryo editing, full stop.
No embryo editing.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. So no editing of early embryos, no editing of sperm, no editing of eggs. And that's for a multitude of reasons. I think for many of us, it's part an ethical component. And I think it's also a question of what is the technology ready for? Often CRISPR is described as kind of the Microsoft Word for the genome. You can just go in and make some changes and, boom, you're done. But it's nowhere near as easy as Microsoft Word. And the system is imperfect. You might want to make a change just in this one place, but sometimes other changes happen elsewhere. And so we think it's really important to wrestle with when those, what we call off-target effects, might be acceptable and when they're not. So if you're thinking about a cancer patient who's very ill, has no further treatment options, their risk tolerance is going to be very different than if you're thinking about a baby who's not even born yet, and what the risk tolerance should be for that individual. And so that's a big part of what informs our decision.
And doesn't that get into also the germline editing, which is something that could affect all of humanity?
Exactly. So if you just edit a person's T cells or their blood stem cells, those edits stay with them and die with them. They're not passed on to next generations. But the germline, so embryos, eggs, or sperm, those edits not only impact the person born from those materials, but all of their children as well. And that's a huge implication that has to be thought about appropriately and is a big part of why we don't think it's appropriate.
Okay, so there are other people who are working on human embryo editing, specifically in China. We've seen that happen before, and we don't actually know the results of those experiments, right? So what can you explain what's going on with regulation here to make sure that we don't do something completely reckless with the future of humanity?
Absolutely. Regulation and rules vary dramatically around the world on this topic right now. Some of that is because regulations were written decades ago, a long time before any of these technologies existed. And so sometimes they're imperfect for the challenges that we face right now. In the United States, the FDA has made it clear that they will not review any applications for products that rely on editing human embryos or human germline materials. So from a therapeutic perspective, that's not going to happen here. People are doing basic research here in the United States, editing embryos to try to better understand early development, but that's not in the context of then trying to create a pregnancy and create a person out of it. In other countries, it appears it might be easier to try to do these types of experiments. And as you said, allegedly there are multiple edited babies in China that we really don't know a lot about what happened there.
Yeah. It seems like it's a tough call to say to someone who really wants a baby but has a genetic disorder to say, sorry, you're out of luck. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. And I've certainly spoken with many people who have themselves rare genetic diseases and would desperately love to ensure that future generations don't. I'm incredibly sympathetic to that. And I think it has to come in the context of knowing that we're not solving one problem and creating many, many more, which at this stage we have no confidence in.
Okay, let's talk about what people are actually doing in the US right now without much regulation, which is these DIY in your basement or even live streaming, injecting themselves with CRISPR. Seems like it's Wild West out there. I mean, what do you have to say about people who get online and buy a kit and then want to CRISPR themselves?
Yeah, I think that's incredibly dangerous. And I would break the DIY community into two very different buckets. I think there are a lot of people who are science curious, science enthusiastic. They buy these kits to teach themselves or their friends or their children about science. They're maybe editing bacteria or yeast or something like that. I think that's awesome. I think any chance that people have access to science to better understand it is fabulous. When people instead try to take those materials and self-administer them, and I'm aware of one case where that has happened in the United States, I think it's terribly irresponsible, both for how that individual is treating him or herself, as well as the potential impact that it has on the community and the field. That's not how we do drug development. That's not how we should do drug development.
I agree with you, but it does seem like it's sort of open and available for anyone. In fact, there was a law recently passed in California that said you can't buy these kits, you can't sell these kits unless they say not for human use. But I mean, that seems sort of like a Band-Aid on the problem.
Yeah, it's a unique approach. You know, I think many stakeholders have different ways to try to approach this and influence it. California took a legislative approach. Obviously, there's all kinds of regulations that pre-exist for how we're supposed to test and evaluate first safety and later efficacy of new therapies, and none of this fits that paradigm.
There's a guy here in California, actually, IT consultant, I think it's Malakar Isaac, we were just talking backstage about him, who has a rare skin disorder and he is begging scientists to CRISPR him to save him from these skin lesions he gets from the sun. Do you think he should be allowed to CRISPR himself?
Yeah, it's a really tough case. So I've read probably the same news article that you have about this. And I think it's a great example of some of the misconceptions of where the CRISPR technology is today. You know, maybe going back to the Microsoft Word analogy, we don't have all the tools in the toolbox for all the changes we might want to make. In fact, we're pretty good at deleting things and only just learning as a field how to do a good job of inserting new genes. But it all relies on having a really sophisticated understanding of what's wrong in a given genome and how to correct it. And my understanding is he has some pretty out-of-the-box ideas for how to take a gene from a very different species, a little tardigrade, to put in his own genome to try to impact his biology. Again, I think that's completely outside the context of how we do drug development. and doesn't seem like a safe or fair approach for him.
Yeah, I can see that. What's the worst case scenario? Like, scare the audience a little bit. What's the worst thing that can happen with CRISPR?
I mean, I'll be honest, I was in Hong Kong last year for the meeting where the announcement came out that allegedly multiple babies had been edited with CRISPR. And I think that already was what many people would have thought of as the worst case outcome. I think people are very concerned. I'm very concerned that misuse of the technology will hurt someone and will also slow down its application in places where people are following the rules and there is tremendous potential and people are working inside of the regulated environment that we have here in the United States to test new therapies that could impact a huge number of patients positively. And so I really worry about both sides of that.
Yeah, and from my understanding, people could also make biological weapons. There's a lot of other directions they could go with CRISPR right now that we mainly need better regulation on.
I think that gets a lot of attention. I think if you were trying to be devious and develop biological weapons, there are probably a lot of other technologies you'd go to first. CRISPR really works kind of one cell at a time, one organism at a time. It's not a great way to attack a lot of things simultaneously. I don't think that takes away, though, from the importance of really thinking about the seriousness of both the potential and the consequences and the ethical implications.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so, but CRISPR also, you were saying, isn't exactly 100% of the time. We have a long ways to go. Should we be worried about that since we're doing human DNA editing right now?
Yeah, so I think that's a big part of why we believe it's acceptable at this stage to work on developing cancer therapies or therapies for other patients who have no other options. And the field is doing a lot of work, our team is doing a lot of work on trying to improve the specificity of the technology and improve our ability to measure it. And we actually even have a consortium of many of the companies and some of the academics who are leaders in this field who are all working together in a pre-competitive way, led by NIST, actually, to help us develop standards as an industry to solve some of these problems.
Where are you at in the process right now? Are you actually doing clinical trials with humans right now, or where are you at?
Soon. So we're still in preclinical research, and we expect to be in our first phase 1 trial next year.
Next year. And do you know how many people you'll be using, or not using, that's not the right word, but bringing into the trial?
Yeah, that's a great question. Typically, these trials are pretty small, and it's maybe 20 to 30 patients who would be part of a phase 1 trial.
Okay. How do you handle not knowing the consequences for editing human DNA maybe 300 years from now?
Wow, that's a great question. I think that we try to inform and influence what can be done, what should be done, and what can't be done today. You know, as a small company with not a lot of resources, we don't often have the opportunity to think 300 or 500 years from now. When my board of directors asks me about 3 or 5 years from now, I think that's an eternity. But I do think we have an opportunity as scientists in this community to be part of some of these larger conversations about the role that these therapies can play. And I think in far fewer than 300 years, we're going to have an entire new wave of medicines that are really genetically based, whether they're gene therapies or cell therapies using gene editing. We'll be able to treat disease in a much more defined and genetic way than we have thus far. And I think that's incredibly cool.
Okay. Last question, what are we looking at maybe in the near future? Like you mentioned, 3 to 5 years out, what are we looking at in the near future?
Yeah, I think we are looking at clinical data. So there are already multiple clinical trials happening in the United States and elsewhere testing CRISPR in either the cancer context or genetic diseases. And over the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to start to see a lot of evidence for how and if that's working, and maybe even the first drug approval in that time.
All right. Well, thank you so much for getting on stage with us and talking us through CRISPR.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
They finished a bit early. I was rushed out here, but everything's going to be okay. On the Extra Crunch stage right now, my shoe's untied. Wow, okay. On the Extra Crunch stage at 11:35, we're going to be talking about how to build a brand that gets attention. That'll be featuring Brooke Hammerling, who's the founder of Brew PR, Chelsea Macklin, who is the VP of Marketing at Bumble, and Ben Pham, who is the co-founder and creative director at Character. It's going to be really good. You should definitely check it out if that's something that is of interest. And with that, we're going to bring out our next guest. I covered Snapchat right when it first launched, and it's actually been a real pleasure to watch the company grow up. It's a big adult company now. So with that, please welcome to the stage co-founder and CEO of Snap Inc., Evan Spiegel, and your moderator, Josh Constine.
So I've been trying to get us on stage together for years now, but Snap was going through. Hello?
You want the mic?
So I was saying that I've been trying to get you on stage with me for years now. Things were a little tumultuous at Snap in the meantime, so I understand why, but things have gotten a lot better. Now suddenly Snap share price has gone from $5 to $15 in the last year. And, entrepreneurship can be a struggle, but maybe you could tell the founders in our crowd, what was it like to be at your lowest moments? Maybe both in the early days of Snap and in the last year when the share price wasn't doing so well. And how did you persevere so that they know that they can stick through it no matter what happens?
Yeah, so I think it's definitely way easier now. We've got an amazing team. Obviously, I think we just celebrated our 8th birthday. So, I think our business is much more capable today than when we just started. And Bobby and I, actually, our first project together was called Future Freshman, which was a website to help people apply to college that absolutely nobody used, except for my mom. And this was a bit painful because both of our younger siblings were applying to college at the time, so we figured at least they'd use it and try it out, and they weren't interested either. So I think some of the harder moments, were really in the beginning when Bobby and I, we just loved working together and, really enjoyed building stuff, but the stuff we were building, no one really cared about. So I think that those are sort of the harder moments. And
could you guys give us the first slide up on the screen, just to show you what it was really like for Snapchat this year? It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, so I definitely think being a public company with a big team is a lot easier than working out of my dad's house. So definitely excited about the progress that we've made.
But at the share price lowest, when employees are distracted, press is going against you, what do you do to make sure you get up every morning with the same passion and optimism?
We just love what we do. We don't do it for the share price. We do it because we're really excited to build a product that we think makes a difference in people's lives. And I think that is just a huge privilege for our team. And that's what inspires us. And there are some people, when the going gets tough, you really have to sit there and think about what you're doing, if this is something that you really believe in. And so I think that was actually a really great thing for our team to go through, because the people that are at Snap today have been through that, and they know that they're at Snap for the right reasons. They really want to build a business that makes a difference.
All right, if we can get the next slide up. So Spectacles 3, the new version, they're more expensive. You're making fewer of them. It kind of seems like you're biding your time until augmented reality technology is really ready for the mainstream. What is the strategy here?
Well, Spectacles represent really a long-term investment in augmented reality hardware. So I think it'll be roughly, let's call it 10 years before there's a consumer product with a display that could be really widely adopted. But in the meantime, we've built a relationship with our community and all these people who love building experiences in augmented reality, and we're sort of working our way towards that future. And rather than sort of go in a hole or in an R&D center or something and try to make something that people like and then show them 10 years later, we've sort of created a relationship with our community where we build that future together. So I think what's really cool about Spectacles 3 is that for the first time we have depth capability, and if you're using Lens Studio, which are our tools for building augmented reality experiences, you can build AR directly for that Spectacles content in 3D using our depth technology. And so that's sort of an iterative step towards this AR future, and what's exciting is that we get to do that together with our community.
So building for 10 years before you can really sell anything sounds super expensive. how do you outspend companies like Apple that are trying to build their way there as well?
Well, I don't necessarily think outspending is a strategy that works over a long period of time. So we've taken a little bit of a different approach when it comes to augmented reality. And that's by starting today with the tools that we have. So today, we have an application that opens right into the camera. We've got, 200 some million people using our camera every day. And as part of that, we have all these AR tools and ways to express yourself. And we have this platform with Lens Studio, so anyone in the world can build an AR experience and deploy it immediately to our community. So I think to date, there have been 500,000 plus lenses created by our community. And so by seeding that experience, even though today AR is experienced this tiny little screen on your phone, seeding that today and getting that community going means that by the time the hardware gets there 10 years from now, we'll have a thriving ecosystem of experiences that people can enjoy.
So maybe it's not necessarily about outspending them, but just being able to iterate your way there. And as much money as Apple has, it doesn't have a social app that's successful.
Well, they've got iMessage, which I think is a pretty big hit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you consider that, but it seems so utilitarian compared to the kind of messaging products you build. So speaking of truly social products, TikTok's remixable, storyboarded social entertainment is increasingly competing attention with more biographical, spontaneous content like Snapchat Stories. Why didn't you invent that remix feature?
Well, I think at a high level, if you look at TikTok and other products that focus more on what I think we would call premium user-generated content, they do represent sort of a shift towards evolving consumer tastes. So as you mentioned, a lot of UGC today really revolves around content that your friends make, people who you really care about make, and that's why it's good. That's why it's important, not because it looks really beautiful or it has a perfect storyline. The reason why the content from your friends resonates with you is because they're your friends. And we're sort of on this, I think, journey as consumer tastes evolve. And that content created by your friends is always going to be really important. But as content gets better and better on mobile, consumers are going to want experiences that have a better narrative or more high quality, have maybe better actors or things like that. And so if you look at where Snap is investing, we're investing on making great experiences for your friends to express themselves and for you to enjoy that content. And also on the premium side, we have things like shows that are starting to elevate mobile storytelling. We're investing a lot in producing content that's really compelling and is full screen and vertical. And so I think what you're describing with TikTok sort of sits somewhere in the middle. It's that it's on that evolution from content created by your friends to really premium content.
So you're saying that the user taste is shifting in this direction. If you guys could put up the TikTok slide, but between Snapchat Stories, which is really on that biographical friend side, and the shows, which is really more like publishers and very premium, or maybe celebrities and big public figures, how do you guys compete in the middle, which is that more storyboarded, user-generated content? If you guys could show that TikTok slide.
Well, I think at a high level, we don't need to compete there to be successful. So today, because the content from your friends is so compelling and because talking to your friends makes you feel good, people come into our service. And then we can show other great premium content from our publishers or shows or things like that. So I do think this area around influencer content or premium UGC content like TikTok is an area where we haven't invested as much. It's something that we'd consider in the future. But for us, we've focused primarily on building experiences for the people who are your real friends and also premium publishers.
Okay, so let's talk about another big social app you guys might be friends with, Instagram. So yesterday, Instagram launched Threads. Maybe we could show that slide. And they're basically trying to steal messaging from Snapchat. What do you think about Threads and this whole idea of auto status, where they show that you're at your home or you're at a cafe, but they don't show the exact location like you guys do with SnapMap?
Honestly, I haven't had a chance to test drive it yet, so I'm not sure about the status feature. But we just continue to innovate for our community, build products that we think really resonate with them, and I think that'll continue to be our strategy going forward.
why do you guys build with a focus on location in SnapMap? I think location can feel a little bit creepy at times, and I personally don't always want everybody to know where I am. And over time, while Snapchat started as being really just for my closest friends, it's grown increasingly a wider social graph with people that maybe aren't my closest people. And sharing my location with them feels a little bit extreme.
Yeah, I agree with you. I personally don't like sharing my location with everyone. I don't think I'd do that. But I think what's really exciting about Snapchat is that, of course, location sharing is off by default. And if you want to opt into location sharing, you can pick exactly who you share your location with. And for me and my wife, this is extremely useful because she can see how far I am on my way home. And I think that saves us some of the friction around communicating, which is like, where are you? When are you going to be home? Which is not necessarily fulfilling. And so I think that sort of utility can be provided by Maps. But I think beyond that, as you look at sort of the future of Maps and where they're going, this idea of a more personal map experience seems very obvious to us. And I think when you look at Maps today, if you and I both open Apple Maps or Google Maps, for example, we both have the same map. And that's weird because we live different lives, we live in different places, we have different friends. And so we imagine a future where the map is more personal for you. And I think that starts with having your friends, because that's part of your personal life.
Are we going to see Snapchat and Google Maps team up?
I never say never.
Okay, so you guys have continued to be copied by things like Instagram. Can you show that Threads and Spectacles slide? So this is the new logo for Threads. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, what do you say to things like this?
I hadn't actually seen them side by side before. That's nice. I'd say nice logo.
Okay. Very dignified. Golf clap. So one strategy with competing with Facebook for you guys has been the developer ecosystem, and that's something that's gone pretty well. Can you tell us what's been up with Snapchat or Snapchat SnapKit? It's a platform for letting you log in with Snapchat and to other apps and send content back to Snapchat.
Yeah, so actually I was walking around a little bit earlier outside, and I bumped into someone who'd made some geo-filters for Snapchat, way back in the day, and their geo-filters, I guess, over time had amassed over 10 million views, so I got to hear that story. And I think if you look at the way that Snapchat has evolved over time, we've sort of increased the opportunities for people to partner with us and to express themselves and to grow their businesses using Snapchat. So it started with things like geo-filters, and now today, we're integrated, I think, with more than 450 applications, and I think last month, 100 million Snapchatters interacted with SnapKit content, or like Bitmoji, or things like Creative Kit. So I think that that platform has grown pretty significantly. And as you mentioned, we also have a gaming platform, we have an augmented reality platform, we have a content platform. And so I think what we've seen is that by providing tools to really creative people and by helping people grow their business, we can create these win-win-win partnerships that also help Snap grow.
And so how's the platform doing quantifiably? Like, how many apps do you guys have? How many users are using SnapKit?
So we're integrated with over 450 applications, and over 100 million Snapchatters last month have interacted with our SnapKit partners, their content, things like that.
That's pretty impressive. That's like half of the Snapchat users, or half of the daily users at least, even though that's over a monthly time period.
Yep.
So one of the things that I think is really fascinating about SnapKit is it focuses really deeply on privacy, which is so different than the other developer ecosystems out there. Given the Cambridge Analytica scandal and Facebook now saying they have to remove hundreds of apps that were violating their rules, how do you exploit the creepiness of other platforms through your own sort of sense of privacy?
Well, I think for us, from the beginning, privacy is something that we cared a lot about, right? We pioneered things like ephemeral messaging. I remember, when we told people, hey, we're not going to collect data like your ethnicity or something to target ads. I was pretty radical at the time, and people were worried if we'd be able to build a business, right? And instead, I think, because we viewed privacy as a real advantage for us, we invested a lot in innovating there. And so I think, one example is SnapKit. Another example is the way that we can do distributed machine learning without basically huge amounts of personal user data being uploaded to the cloud. And so I think as you look over time, we always are finding more opportunities to innovate and provide better, higher quality and privacy protective experiences to our community. And I think now what's really great is that our partners are seeing how valuable that can be. And so they're also looking for partnered solutions that protect user privacy. So I think now, given how much the industry has evolved over the last 8 years, it really works for everybody.
Okay, so we've seen that there's a much bigger emphasis on well-being in social media recently, and I think that's very positive, this concept of time well spent. And while you guys have never had likes, Facebook and Instagram are now hiding their like counts, but you guys still have streaks. And so you've made streaks a little bit less prominent, less easy to filter to see them, but you still reward people for constant interaction, messaging back and forth with a friend every single day. You reward them with this little emoji. Can you guys show the streaks image? So tell me, are streaks healthy?
Well, taking a step back, one of the things is we look at mental health, right? The number one predictor of enduring a depressive event is having close friendships. So if you have real friendships with people that are close to you that can support you, it's much easier to bounce back from something bad happening in your life. And so I think...
I hear that, but at the same time, what's going on in streaks is not always true deep connection. These are people sending an image that's just like a random photo with the word streak ? To their friend, hoping they'll send one back so they can keep that streak going. You've seen these images before. Is that really healthy?
Well, we've studied this obviously extensively, and we talk to our community about the way that they use streaks. And actually, I very frequently get letters from people who will tell stories like, we just hit 1,000 days snapping back and forth. We've been through a divorce. My friend had a kid. One of us graduated from college. And actually, this represents the fact that through all of that, we talk to each other every day. And so I'm sure you're going to be able to find examples of when someone sends a message just to maintain their streak. But I think for a lot of people, this idea of rewarding that deep friendship, rewarding this idea of communicating back and forth every day is actually very enriching. And it's very different than this idea of competing with friends to look cooler, look prettier, be more popular. So I definitely think that streaks are constructed in a way to reward the behaviors that really make Snap special.
Do you think like counts really are just people competing to be more popular and look prettier?
I think at a really high level, looking back at the evolution of social media, the idea was that providing positive feedback for users posting content and creating a competition would incentivize people to make more content, which therefore would create more advertising and inventory for feed-based social media products. So in that sense, I think likes have worked quite well. I think they play to people's desire to want to be appreciated. And so I think the challenge has become, right, when people have confused their social media friends for real friends. Actually, I'm sure you've seen this, but the Merriam-Webster dictionary is now updated so that when you look up friend in the dictionary, it says social media connection as one of the definitions. And I think that, to me, represents the challenge we face in our society because, look, there are always going to be networking connections, people we don't know very well but still add value to our lives. But I think it's those deep relationships with the people that you really care about that can make a difference.
And so I want to talk a little bit more about health and wellness. We talked about it in the form of social media, but your wife, Miranda Kerr, recently said in an interview that we have stickers that we put on the back of our phones for radiation, and I have an EMF detector that picks up waves in the air. The World Health Organization has said that there's no evidence of harm from normal EMF exposure. So do you think that typical EMF exposure is harmful?
You're trying to shade my wife in an interview?
No, I'm just asking your opinion because that's what she told us, or that's what she told the magazine. So just want to ask, what do you think about EMF?
I haven't had an opportunity to look into it, but if you're married, which I think you are, you probably understand how you want to support your partner and everything that they believe.
Do you have it? I feel that. My wife is somewhere in the front row here, so I feel that. But do you have a sticker on the back of your phone?
No sticker.
Okay, cool. All right. So maybe not believing in it wholeheartedly.
Why don't we make a deal? I won't make fun of your wife on stage, and you won't make fun of mine.
Well, good luck with that. My wife is super cool, way cooler than me. Okay, so let's talk about a lighter topic. Do you think breaking up Facebook would benefit society?
It's really hard to say. I think the things that would benefit society are real product changes that they would make to their platform. And I think, the thing that everyone's concerned about is that they've seen that competition has been what has motivated Facebook to make those changes over time. So if you look at, Snapchat, the inventions that we created around ephemerality, around privacy, those have really motivated Facebook to dramatically change their product offering in order to compete. And so I think what everyone is concerned about when they talk about antitrust is not competition. They want to promote positive competition. But I think what everyone is concerned about is what they would characterize as anti-competitive practices. So for example, people upload snaps they create on Snapchat to Instagram all the time. And then Instagram suppresses, the Snapchat hashtag, or, they suppress people's ability to post snap codes as their profile picture, or suppress their ability to link to Snapchat on their profile. And that's an example of anti-competitive behavior. So I think the challenge is, finding the right balance, encouraging competition, encouraging people like Facebook to compete by, maybe even copying our products, because that's better for consumers. But I think as we look at antitrust, what we're talking about is not competition. We're talking specifically about anti-competitive behaviors.
And do you think breaking them up would, making Facebook compete against Instagram would help in that respect?
It's really hard to say. I mean, the history of antitrust would basically say that, these investigations last 7 to 10 years or something like that, and that basically nothing happens. So I'm not totally sure. I'm not a regulator, but I think a lot can change in the 7 to 10 years that this process will take.
So you guys had this dossier, this Project Voldemort, which was talking about all the ways that Facebook had made anti-competitive behaviors. I'm not going to ask about exactly what was in it, but why did you make that?
I didn't make it. Our legal team put it together. I think just because they kept hearing from our partners all of these things that Facebook was doing, and it was actually so many that people couldn't actually remember them all, so they started writing them down. That was many years ago, so it's hard to say specifically.
Do you think that they continue to suppress your guys' content?
It's hard to say, and I'd probably be stupid to talk about it here.
I'm waiting. Okay. So finally, let's just talk a little bit about, Snapchat has done a lot better recently, and that means you've grown a lot as well. And you've given some advice to other entrepreneurs. Recently, your advice was don't go public. What did you mean by that?
I thought that was pretty straightforward.
Do you guys think you went to public too early, or what?
Look, I think the process of going public is actually an incredibly important process for a business. And I think it brings a lot of discipline, but it's really challenging. And I think one of the things that you're seeing today is that given, I guess what I would call the risk-free rate of capital, given the fact that it's been suppressed for so long, I think businesses have been built taking advantage of the fact that money is fairly inexpensive. And I think it can be challenging to grow a business with capital that's not very expensive and transition into a public market that has a very different set of metrics, frankly, and that is looking for a business that can scale really durably over time. And so I think we had to prove that to the market. And I don't think there's any shortcuts. You have to build trust through execution and by explaining to people what you're trying to do and then doing it. So for example, last year we launched a redesign that we thought was really important for our community. And we talked about what we were going to do. We said there's going to be a short-term negative impact, we think. And sure enough, there was. But now, I guess fast forward a year or so, it's really clear that that has a positive impact on our business. And so I think just going through events like that help build trust with the investors that really are counting on you to grow your business and grow their investment.
But why say don't go public if you say it's so good for companies to learn that transition?
I was trying to make a joke.
Okay. So lastly, you make a lot of mistakes when you're a public company, when you're doing your first time in this kind of seat, but you've obviously grown so much, and at least the share price has. So what's the biggest mistake that you used to make that you don't make anymore?
I think the biggest thing that's changed as a business is really the way that we run the different areas of our business. And what I mean by that is before, I think our organization was a little more hierarchical. So the company was really small and that worked pretty well. And I could meet with like one of our team members and they could sort of like pass on the message and collaborate with the team. And I think what I noticed over time is as the company got bigger, that sort of game of telephone is extremely inefficient and you actually don't benefit from all the amazing perspectives on the team. So now today, like if we have a meeting with our comms team or our marketing team or something like that, we just bring the whole team together and hash out the issues. And I think that's been a lot more effective at running the business efficiently and also getting everyone's perspective.
That's awesome. So to quickly recap some of the great insights from Evan, he thinks that it might be 10 years till we have a consumer AR glasses product, but by building iteratively for with the screen that we have now, Snapchat might be able to defeat the big spenders like Apple. And that as the content in our world shifts from being purely biographical to this more social entertainment, there's opportunities for you guys to invest there, and I hope to see more of that and Discover. And on terms of being copied, at least, it might be the same thing that Facebook has built for 10 years running since Poke. At least you think they have a nice logo, right? And as you guys look forward with Snapkit, you guys now have 100 million users on Snapkit. But with Streaks, you're not necessarily just trying to gamify friendship. You're trying to reward friendship and make sure people have those close connections. But I think we all need to look a little bit deeper about what's growth hacking and what's actually good for people. Because as you said, people confuse their social media friends for real friends. And I hope people don't confuse their streak friends for real friends. And while you might not be sure about whether these EMF waves are really dangerous, the fact is that there's still a lot of things that are harming people in social media, and suppressing other people's content like you think Facebook has done to you guys in the past, and creating competition or lacking competition that spurs that kind of change is really important. So we need more of that competition, whether that's a breakup or not. It just matters about, is there better competition to force better features for users? And as you've said about the late stage market, the risk-free capital makes it really tough to grow a sustainable business, and you need to learn how to transition. So hopefully those markets will come back into focus, and people will be a little bit more disciplined about handing out their money. But really, when it comes down to it for entrepreneurs, if you're going to get through those struggles and you're going to go from $5 to $15 or from nothing to this stage, you just got to build what you love. Thanks a lot, Evan.
Hit it. There we go. Okay, that was tense there for a minute, right? The eye contact got me. Whew. I was like, this is dead air. Okay, our next guest is not only one of the more charming people that I've met this week, but she also makes me a little bit insecure because she's just fucking cool. So with that, please welcome to the stage Simone Yetch and your moderator, Brian Heater.
Yo.
I'm really glad that Jordan said fucking before we came out, because we had a conversation before about whether or not it was okay to swear.
Oh, I didn't even notice that part because I feel like, oh no, don't like raise people's expectations. Like I want the bar to be as low as possible so you can impress and not be like, wow, this person's cool.
Well, I think we've actually got some great videos to sort of like showcase your general coolness. And the nice thing about this is like, usually when I sit on stage, I give a little bit of a preamble, sort of explain to the audience what this person does. But we've got some videos to do the heavy lifting here. So let's roll video number 1. And I think this will give you, for those of you in the audience who aren't super familiar with what it is Simone does, this is kind of the thing that you're known for. So what are we watching?
We are watching me in my old room on Valencia Street. I just programmed a robot arm to serve me breakfast. And it was kind of the shtick. Like I started making shitty robots, and it kind of just grew on the internet, and Reddit took me under its wings in this very, very sweet way. And I have been a full-time inventor of more or less useless things for 4 years now.
Did you set out to make useful things and then they just didn't really work out as anticipated, or?
No, it was definitely, I mean, I planned exactly how I wanted things to go wrong. And it was mostly like, it was this backwards way of taking the pressure off of myself, because I really wanted to learn about electronics. I really wanted to learn about hardware and robotics. I didn't want to go back to school, and I'm also somebody who struggles a lot with performance anxiety. So I was like, how can I approach these really daunting topics without having my performance anxiety get in the way? And this almost like hack that I did on myself was like, I'm just going to build useless things that are funny. And it helped a lot because it was just like no pressure.
So I'm sensing a theme here, which is setting the bar as low as humanly possible.
Yeah.
When we first came out, and once people kind of know you for making things that are purposely malfunctioning, then like, what's the worst that can possibly happen? It will work as anticipated?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really, I mean, to me, it was, you kind of shift the definition of shitty, though, like, because my definition of shitty wasn't something that didn't work very well. My definition of shitty became something that maybe wasn't as fun as I wanted it to be. But yeah, it's really like, I just wanted to create these environments where I could play and explore and be curious. And I think that goes for so many different contexts. And the way to do that, or like one approach, is to really lower the bar and be like, anything goes, you can do anything, everything is okay, and then you kind of can't fail.
So let's take the example of that first video then. Was that shitty the way that you expected it to be? Like how much wiggle room do you have in shittiness, as it were?
That's such a good question. How much wiggle room do you have
Yeah,
in shittiness?
mean, did you, like maybe a better way of like framing it is like how choreographed was that specific video?
Oh, it's completely I mean, I plan exactly how I want it to be shitty.
Okay.
Like it's very thought through shittiness. But I mean, that's also something I haven't. So the problem though was kind of that I was like, oh shit, I've like set out this, like people on the internet have started calling me the queen of shitty robots. Yeah. How do you branch out from that and kind of broaden what you do? And how do you do things that take themselves seriously when that's the platform and the messaging that you built?
So do you feel like you've kind of painted yourself into a corner by being the aforementioned queen of shitty robots?
I was worried about it at a point because I was like, I can't get out of this pigeonhole, or like put myself in a pigeonhole. And that's something that's really good in many ways because it's an easy story to tell. People are like, oh, that's the girl who builds shitty robots. And then as soon as you kind of broaden and make your messaging a little bit more complex, it's like, yeah, it's a tricky transition to make, but I feel like, I don't know, I just have the best people following me and who are super understanding and always like, I think most people who do work in hardware or electronics or robotics, they understand that like these things are hard to do and that there's thought and time that goes into it. And like making something shitty is surprisingly hard.
So like, so again, getting back to that first video, like how many takes does something like that take?
The breakfast machine,
Yeah.
I think I did 20 takes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is there's an art to getting shittiness just as shitty as you want it
Oh
to
yeah,
shitty.
no, totally.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
There's a lot of thought that goes into it.
So it must be life affirming then, or it must be sort of like affirming of this project that you've been doing when somebody like WetaWorks reaches out to you.
What a workshop?
Yeah, Weta Workshop, and the New Zealand special effects crew that did like Lord of the Rings. This like huge. I think we had they were involved in Gemini Man. We had Will Smith on stage earlier this week. When somebody like that approaches you, it must feel pretty good. It must feel like you're on the right track.
I mean, it's mostly, it's just fun. I mean, I just want to explore and do things and find the context in which I'm most comfortable and like on what scale you want to work. Because it's kind of when you're doing YouTube, it's like, oh, either you could stick with like just being yourself in your living room, or you could, like as you grow, you could expand and have a bunch of people have like this whole studio that you're working in. And there are people who run YouTube channels and they have like 100 employees, which is just crazy. So it's all just about finding the level on which you're most comfortable and where you feel at your best. But it's really fun to have companies that I respect and that I look up to want to work with me, like Weta Workshop. But then you're also like, because they're like, what do you want to do? What do you want to build? We can do anything. And it's still hard to, I feel like people are more down with doing silly stuff than they were in the beginning. I used to work at an electronics company, and I remember my job was to just find different fun ways or fun things to build with their product. And I remember that I wanted to build a popcorn catapult. And one of the engineers was like, but why? And I was like, okay, maybe not then. And I still get that really, I just get nervous pitching these ridiculous ideas. But with Weta Workshop, who make props, movie props. And
They said we can make you anything you want to do.
anything.
Anything.
And I want it to be a mantis shrimp.
All right, let's roll video number 2.
Yeah.
So it sounds like they asked you and you kind of panicked a little bit.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, they were just, it was too intimidating, and I just wanted to, yeah, so this is me on a beach in New Zealand dancing in a mantis shrimp costume that we made. But yeah, but they were super good about it. I mean, also, like, people who are in the movie industry are accustomed to weirdness more than other ones, maybe. So, yeah.
Is this something, not business managed shrimp necessarily, but is this kind of this costume world something that you're interested in pursuing further?
I mean, it's not where I'm going for. It's fun, and it's like kind of, I just want to use the platforms that I have as an excuse to explore these different topics that I'm really interested in. And that's really it. It all just becomes this excuse to spend time on things, and also to kind of use it as a way to explore and do stuff that you want to do. And I mean, this was really one of the best examples of that, because ever since growing up, I wanted to make things and actually like be a real inventor of actual things. And I had this YouTube channel and these platforms, and I was like, oh, I can actually do that now and have a little bit of a lead, because I have a lot of people already looking and being interested in what I'm doing. But it was really hard to be like, okay, so I'm known for doing silly things and shitty robots and all of these and like really lighthearted YouTube content, and now I want to do this product that is something that takes itself so seriously. And it was just so hard to mesh those messages.
Do you feel like you're at a sort of a crossroads now? Are you at a point where you're kind of making a sort of a transition into the next phase of your career, that being product design?
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly, it's hard only doing YouTube. I think I would go crazy if all I did was social media, because I think we all feel the toll that social media is taking on us and on our well-being. And being somebody who's like, I think honestly, if I didn't work with social media, I would have deleted my Instagram by now, because it just makes you feel like shit. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, am I a part of that? And am I making other people feel bad? Or, it's just like, there's just this something where I'm like, I can't do only this. I need other stuff to do. And also business-wise, like, you need to have more legs to stand on, because who knows? Like, the environment of social media or of YouTube or Patreon, which are all these like cores in our business, or in the business that I'm currently running, like anything can change. And it can change on such a short notice, and they might just like change the algorithm and suddenly it fucks up your entire business. So I just want to make sure to diversify and put all of my eggs in more baskets, and doing products is like, that's something I can like imagine doing until I'm 80 years old.
So as of this morning, when I checked, you have 1.93 million YouTube subscribers. Mm-hmm. How has that platform been as far as kind of getting out there and getting your brand out in front of people?
It's been good. Like, it's great. I'm so grateful for the opportunities it's given me. And also, like, we ran a Kickstarter campaign for this, and it's really like any eyes you can get helps on your product. So, and people were just it's also just people are curious about what it's like to manufacture a product and what it is to go through developing a hardware product. So it actually like meshed really nicely. And I think that's something you see a lot on YouTube, is people becoming increasingly entrepreneurial and run these big companies that are kind of playing with YouTube or playing nice with YouTube. And there's a lot of synergies, to use the TechCrunch word.
We didn't invent it, but if you ever need to disrupt anything, you come to us.
Okay. To disrupt the social media platform and find other businesses that have a lot of synergies in it. So, it helped. It definitely gave a kick to our Kickstarter campaign.
So you feel that, again, as you're kind of transitioning to this world of product design and, you're hoping that people are taking you seriously in that world, are these two parts that can operate concurrently? I mean, can you continue to be the YouTube shitty robot person and be in charge of a design firm?
I think so. It's working out so far. And this was like, I mean, in some way, this is one of the products that I can do that was the biggest, like the most stark contrast to what I was doing otherwise. So this is a calendar for tracking your habits. And I still do not know how to talk about this without sounding like a motivational poster. But it's kind of like this gold star system. And I built the first version because I wanted to meditate every day. And I was just always making these little grids and notebooks and crossing out boxes. And I was thinking, oh, could I make something that I could hang on my wall that actually looks pretty and that feels like a little treat that has like a more fun action than crossing out a box. So every time when I meditate, I get to do that. So I don't know if you can see, but these LEDs are lit up. So today is October 4th. So when I meditate, I just get to tap that day and that's it. And it was super hard to talk about this because I'm like, oh, I do shitty robots and I cuss a lot, and suddenly you have something like this. This is just so serious, and it's about self-improvement, and it was hard to kind of mesh those two. But people are so good, and they understand that you're a person with a wider spectrum of capabilities or of thoughts than maybe you see in your YouTube videos.
So walk me through that process a little bit. How do you go from the workshop? I assume that from a certain standpoint, this kind of starts off in a similar way to other things. You're working on this alone. So how do you make the transition into actually, creating a product for people in the world to use?
I mean, it's so because usually when I make projects for a video, I only make one prototype. Like I just make one, and that's like my favorite part of the process is making the initial prototypes. But then prototyping for manufacturing is, it's like they're not even cousins. Like they're so unrelated. Just how different of a process it was. So I put together a team to kind of go through this, but we, did it all through Kickstarter, who should, by the way, totally acknowledge the unionization effort. Yeah. Thank you.
John agrees with you.
Yeah.
How was the Kickstarter process? I assume it's good from the standpoint of, really kind of being able to gauge the temperature, being able to really kind of understand what people are interested in, getting that instantaneous feedback.
What do you?
The Kickstarter project.
Mm-hmm.
How was that as a tool for launching the product?
It was great. I mean, it was really the way to go for us, I think. Because we could have raised capital and stuff like that, but it's also, I just wanted to test and see if people were interested in it, and it's such a good way of doing that and just testing the market. And then we're obviously, the long game is hoping to be able to launch outside of that.
So this product is something that is going to hopefully continue to exist beyond that initial round.
Yeah, it's what we're working towards. Kickstarters, it's like, I think ours is break even, which is fairly remarkable, surprisingly enough, for a Kickstarter. But it's definitely, I want to keep on selling it outside and to have it exist in the world without my face necessarily. So not just spam my followers about it, but kind of go outside and sell it to other people.
I get the feeling that this took on a little bit of a different meaning. I know you've had some health struggles over the past couple of years. So this idea of having this sort of like daily thing that you go back to, this daily reminder, it took on a little more gravity, it sounds like.
Yeah, so I had brain surgery last year and found out that I had a brain tumor, and it's definitely had a long way to recovery, but I'm doing okay. And it's like going through something of that just really helps reinsure how important it is to take care of yourself and anything you can do to help. And I was really grateful going through that for the time that I spent taking care of my body and trying to support it and what it wants, trying to eat well and exercise and sleep. And going through something like that, I felt like I got to reap some of the benefits of that. And it's just like, it's so important. I think we all go through the world thinking that it wouldn't happen to us. And then suddenly it does. And then you just got to make sure you have a good relationship to your body.
Did that make it even more important to get this out there? Did you focus on this even more as you were going through that?
I mean, more so, it was just such a good break point for me and kind of reconsidering everything that I was doing, because I love making silly things and I love making shitty robots and all of that. But it's also, you're like, oh, I also want to do other things. So it kind of just, you just reconsider and you're like, oh, I have all these things I want to do, and pushed me in my commitment, like, oh, I've always dreamt about having a product design company. Of course I should do that. Like, I shouldn't wait with doing that.
Are you at a point now where you're thinking about the next product?
I've forbidden myself from thinking about more products until we ship these out to backers. So we're still fulfilling our Kickstarter orders or our Kickstarter backers, and I'm just like, I can't think of other things until we take in this over the line. So, but yes, of course, it's hard not to.
Is there any like big lesson that you've learned in creating this, you know, again, from making that transition in a product that you would like to like impart on people? Any mistake that you made that perhaps you would like to send up a flag on?
It's just transparency is the way to go. I think, in communication with everybody and with backers, it's like, we're not trying to make it seem like we're something that we're not, or that we're at a place that we're not. And there's definitely been times where we're like, oh, how do we, like, this just happened, how do we communicate this? And I've just always been like, I just want to be honest with people. And I think that even though that's sometimes the harder thing to say, it definitely makes for the better relationship and just feel better about yourself as well.
Would you do crowdfunding again for a future project?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think so.
All right, so we've got one final video to show you, and as most people I think are aware, there's a Tesla truck coming. We expect it to be announced probably towards the end of this year. I think timeline maybe like.
I think it got pushed back to November.
Okay.
Yeah.
2020 or 2020, probably 2021. I think is probably about when this thing is actually going to come to market. But you couldn't wait, so let's roll video number 3.
Yeah.
It's here. The truck the world didn't know it was waiting for. It's the dawn of a new beginning. Some trucks rely on roads already paved. Some choose to pave their own. Push past convention. Empower yourself beyond what's possible. And if the thing you want doesn't exist yet, you step up and make your own.
So that's kind of the big takeaway here, right? If the thing that if the thing you want doesn't exist in the world, go ahead and make it yourself.
You make your own, and you put an angle grinder to it, which is one of the most painful moments of my life. Yeah.
How long did this project take?
I mean, a year to plan. We had an idea for this for a year, and but the building to get it to this point, it's still not done. Like we're still working on it, on weatherproofing it, but to get it to this point was probably a month and some change of work with a bunch of people. Like it's probably the biggest project I've ever taken on.
Do you think your projects are just going to continue to keep getting bigger as you go on?
I mean, just to some extent, but you got to do all the big stuff and the small stuff. It's a combination. But this was, definitely a more ambitious one. Oh, thank you,
Simone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Do you guys see what I mean? It's just cool. Okay, at 12:30, getting a hardware company off the ground on the Q&A stage. If that is of interest, don't forget that if you want to read all the curse words that we're saying out loud, that you can find that on otter.ai. And I will see you after lunch at 1:10 in these seats. I can't wait.
As companies transition to using microservices in their architectures, more APIs are created across the organization. With this increase, it can become more challenging for developers to find these internal APIs and reuse them when they're developing new software. That's where Rapid API for Teams can help. Rapid API for Teams enables development teams to publish their internal APIs into a private workspace. Developers can find any internal API, view its documentation, test it, and connect directly, or collaborate and share information about the API right in Rapid API. Team members can also subscribe to any public API available on the Rapid API Marketplace, and the entire team can see and use that subscription. This way, you only pay once for any API your team uses. Rapid API for Teams makes it easier to share and collaborate on APIs. Get started today on rapidapi.com/teams.
Our teams love building companies that create value and make a difference. As well as our investments in companies such as Tencent and Mail.ru, we're building meaningful global businesses in online classifieds, food delivery, and payments and fintech.
Bob and the team have great experience in operating and investing in large companies in India, be it fintech, be it commerce.
Because they are global and they understand consumer business, they have a very helpful and specific advice that they can give to us.
They think like entrepreneurs. They're a fantastic partner.
Our big vision at Movely is to make life better for 1 billion people, and I believe Prosus is the perfect partner to help us achieve our dreams.
Why did you come to this workshop? To learn. But quickly I realized I started unlearning some things which I've been doing very incorrectly in the past and which didn't really give me the results that they're supposed to give.
I want to be where we ask questions like why? And the big question I ask is what if? You know, it's a different way of thinking at Stanford than it is at any other university in the world.
I realized I was getting stale, so I said, you know what, it's time for me to move on and look for greater things and have more impact.
At Lockheed Martin, we're on a mission. Your mission. When millions of people are counting on you, you can count on us. To build the impossible, to invent the inconceivable, and solve every problem with speed and reliability. Every mission is an expedition of the greatest importance, both to you and to us.
Months before the hard-fought battle for its second global headquarters in Queens, Amazon planted a massive 855,000 square foot flag in Staten Island. The $100 million JFK Fulfillment Center opened last fall after an on-the-spot hiring spree aimed at employing an eventual 2,250 people. The space offers a compelling glimpse into the factories of the future, where humans and robots work hand in hand, so to speak. The company currently has around 100,000 robotic systems deployed across more than 25 fulfillment centers, a number it says will help it store an additional 40% of inventory in its warehouses. Up a few flights, robots zoom across the floor in a tightly controlled space like giant Roombas. The mobile robots were the heart of the company's $775 million 2012 acquisition of Kiva, a Massachusetts-based startup it would later name Amazon Robotics. The army of robots are walled in by fences that bring to mind nothing more than indoor batting cages. Around the edges, Amazon employees work at pick-and-sew stations, working alongside the robots to determine how to best store inventory on the shelving pods and how items will be shipped out together. The fencing around the robots is designed specifically to keep associates out of harm's way. Humans are generally not allowed in this enclosed space for reasons of safety and efficiency, but an imperfect system requires the occasional interaction. Things fall out of pods, robots break down. It's for this reason that the company has introduced the Robotic Safety Vest. The mesh vest includes a belt containing a variety of sensors that add a few pounds to the employee's getup. As more people buy products online, these army of robots will no doubt play an increasingly central role in meeting that demand.
Factory Berlin is the largest European community for creative artists, but as well like startup and entrepreneurs.
So you use the word community instead of co-working.
It sounds like you don't think of factory as a regular co-working space. I mean, talk about the difference.
What we try to do is that we bring like different type of people together, different type of mindset. They are not like only working and then going out. They get in, they connect, they exchange with people. Maybe like there are like some ideas popping up, maybe like some new business, and then they go out like with a new mindset and a new learning curve.
Being part of a community to us means not isolating ourselves from the outer world, or especially here in Berlin, from the great startup ecosystem we have, but instead like really deeply integrating into it. We are a state-accredited university here in Berlin, educating the digital pioneers of tomorrow. We are focusing very much on projects, meaning that our students don't have a fixed curriculum that stays like the same over the years, but instead we partner with companies, also a lot of companies in factory, that we create these projects with, that our students then can learn on these projects and acquire new skills that are up to date all the time.
We are a business that helps people allocate portfolios in digital assets, be it fungible or non-fungible tokens. In our sector in blockchain, they organize a lot of events. They often have, showcases where we get the opportunity to meet some of the other community members where we can collaborate. So I think for us, there's a lot more benefits than the straight, go in, here's a desk and here's a Wi-Fi connection.
New School is project-based. Learning happens through projects with the goal that kids are happy and that they're doing the learning themselves.
How do you interact with Factory, and what does it offer to your community?
We have found several experts that work with our kids now through the Factory. There's actually a messaging app specific to the Factory where if we are in need of somebody who's got music training, somebody who's done production, one of the projects, a kid wants to film a documentary, so I put out a message to Factory saying, hey, who of you is working on an amazing project that you want a documentary for? And I got several responses back, which was great because now this kid who's 12 gets to choose from he gets to be the one to kind of button up and say, no, yes, I'm gonna do you.
And in return, do you have to siphon at least 15% of the children into Factory programs? Is that the deal?
There's no formal contract that we have to really do anything for the Factory besides not destroy their space while we're here.
Pipe is a data transport layer for connecting IoT devices in a way that's secure, private, and simple. So we've basically figured out a new way of rewiring the internet. We've been members here for just over 2 years, from the summer of 2016. It's been very useful and encouraging for us. We've met investors through this network. We've met advisors, lawyers, accountants, technical people when we've needed technical expertise. We've been able to call on people, so web designers and things like that. It's the fact that although you're maybe a stranger or a foreigner in a new city, there's always a group of people, like-minded, smart, intelligent individuals around you who are always there to help and encourage. Also, when things are difficult, to console you and keep you going.
Right now, there are 2 Factory Berlin locations. When you think about sort of what's next, does that mean opening new locations either in Berlin or other cities?
Just to give you like an overview, more than 60% of our community, they are international. It's like something that we could consider, but at the moment, like the focus will be like here to expand and to shine further here in Berlin and in Germany as well.
Today in the US, there are only 500 infertility clinics and only 2,000 reproductive endocrinologists. What has happened historically, it's women are having issues and then they have to go in and then and only then is this type of testing done. And so we're switching that model up. We're opening up this type of testing to half the population. And so we're able to get economies of scale with that and pass all of those savings down to our customers.
So tell us how modern fertility works exactly.
So the way modern fertility works is women come to our website, they request a test. They can either test at home through a simple finger prick or go to a local lab. They get their results back in a few days and they get access to the modern fertility experience.
I started thinking about fertility testing probably about a year ago. I'm in my mid-30s. That's when you start to hear about something you should consider. The test comes in the mail and there's an instruction sheet and it's just a simple finger prick and then you put this droplet of blood onto a card and mail it back in.
You're testing for 8 different hormones, including anti-Müllerian hormone. What does that mean?
Anti-Müllerian hormone, AMH, is a hormone secreted by the cells that surround the follicles in the ovaries. And so by measuring the amount of AMH in your blood, it's a proxy of how many eggs you have in your ovaries at that time.
One concern I've read is that your ovarian reserves aren't directly correlated to conception, that it's really the quality of the eggs versus the quantity. How do you sort of respond to that criticism?
When you think about any woman today, there are many more important things in thinking about your overall reproductive health beyond your ability to get pregnant right now. And so AMH is not an indicator of your ability to get pregnant right now in this moment, but it has so many other helpful benefits in thinking about your reproductive health in a much broader sense. And so when we started Modern Fertility, we were really focused on starting it as this fertility education company and helping women understand the role that hormones play in your overall reproductive health.
Initially, I just wanted to know about my AMH levels, but the results told me much more than that. They told me about my, estrogen and prolactin levels. There was a webinar with a nurse, and she was there to explain what the results meant, why they tested for the hormones that they tested. Just to be around other women who had different questions than me, I just learned so much.
So to be clear, Modern Fertility itself is not running the tests. You partner with certified labs, is that correct?
Yeah, so we partner with CLIA and CAP accredited labs, and what we've done is gone above and beyond the traditional laboratory standards in the space. So what we did is we conducted our own study and showed that a finger prick could be used interchangeably with a traditional blood draw. We are proud to announce that we are published in the top OBGYN medical journal, the Green Journal, and just a few weeks ago, we're reviewed in the New England Journal of Medicine. We're really showing that we believe in our science. We invest so much in our clinical strategy to just stand behind every single result that we're putting in front of customers.
Anamorphic lenses remind me of epic kung fu fight scenes. To get CinemaScope perspective on a phone with this little thing, I had to get my hands on one. This little lens brings big screen CinemaScope perspective to mobile phones via a phone case for either the iPhone, Google Pixel, or Galaxy. This is great news for filmmakers on a budget chasing that highly sought after film look. Can you shoot a narrative film with this lens? Yes, of course. Given that your writing is on point and you understand the limitations of the lens and your phone's camera. I see two types of people using this lens. First would be the casual image maker who wants a variety of looks and focal lengths while on trips or out with friends to post on social media. And the other being filmmakers on a limited budget. So after using the lens casually, I'd have to say it's easy to twist on and start shooting. It can work for documentary-style run-and-gun shooting, but it's likely best at controlled narrative shooting environments. I love Moment's overall design approach and aesthetic. The lens is simple, it's elegant, and functional. It comes with the same aerospace-grade metal and high-end glass as the other lenses, but the anamorphic comes with an anti-reflective coating to achieve that Michael Bay-esque lens flare. It feels hefty in the hand, is very solid, doesn't feel or look cheap, and it's certainly durable enough for rigorous mobile filmmaking shoots. I would have liked a back cap for the lens, but I suppose it'd be too difficult to keep track of this tiny little thing back here. Now the lens is awesome. It's very easy to use, just twist it on and shoot. So the hardware is great, but the software, however, is another issue. While shooting at 4K at 240 frames per second, I experienced stuttering while recording. Also, when I went in to edit the video files, I noticed that the frame rates varied and weren't recorded at their intended frame rates. When shooting photos with the anamorphic, photos wouldn't de-squeeze even though the option was turned on. I've contacted Moment about the issues and they've investigated further and were able to replicate the issues I was having and are hoping to resolve the problems with the next update. The lens flare. Not much to say about the lens flare other than it looks freaking awesome. You do have to shine quite a bit of light directly into the lens to get the flare to happen though. There's a great Moment versus Moondog comparison video out by iPhoneographers on YouTube where they go over the flare quality, so make sure to check them out. For mobile filmmakers, the ability to shoot widescreen CinemaScope style on a mobile device brings tremendous value. It'll definitely keep costs low so you can just worry about feeding your cast and crew and not about getting geared up. Team the anamorphic lens with an audio recording solution and light kit and you'll be set for your next shoot. Now, despite all the bugs with the app, the lens itself is well made, easy to use, and produces nice images for photo and video. Will the Moment lens replace my DSLR kit or a proper video camera setup? No, of course not. Is it adequate enough to shoot a film? Yes. The lens is on pre-order for $119 at the making of this video and will start shipping late November 2018. It'll be $149 thereafter. To check out more reviews, please visit TechCrunch.com. Whoops. It's pretty easy to just twist on and just yeah.
The design of these products is all about like a singular goal, and that's just make the best thing.
This is a product that's very near and dear to my heart. This is like my original go find yourself Pete in the wilderness and on the road trip occurred in 2008. And one of the ideas I came up with was capture, the original mechanism. But another thing was I was looking at my tripod and it's this circle here and a circle here, a circle, like it's these 4 circles that don't play into each other at all. And they got a bunch of knobs everywhere. And the resultant product is like this really thick, kind of wide diameter mechanism, almost all of which is negative space. As like one of the principal accessories, camera accessories for any photographer being the tripod, I've been obsessed with this idea of removing all that negative space for years. I was in Darjeeling, India, like sitting at this cafe, looking at my tripod, and I drew the sketch of a circle, and I drew a triangular center column in the middle of it, and then I just drew these almost like pie wedges. And everything just folds into each other beautifully. So that's the tripod that we dreamed about a long, long time ago, and that's the one that we've got today.
This thing is a product of engineering first and foremost. In order to get everything to nest and to be as absolutely compact as possible, anything you see on this that looks like something that's beautiful or is like nested has been kind of fought for tooth and nail because there just isn't room for it, frankly. I think that's very, evident in things like the, how the ball head nests within the kind of clevises on these legs here. The ball head only adds about 1 inch above the tripod hub. And what that means is it also helps you to increase the stiffness, the overall structural stiffness. So the ultimate stiffness of this tripod is very high in the compressed mode because the distance between your camera and the point where the legs meet. And then the controls, we've got these concentric rings, everything is concentric on the ball head, so it's all right here in just a single hand access point. You're not kind of switching around between different knobs. We've developed our own plate kind of securing mechanism that is unique to this tripod, and that basically allows you to tow in to the tripod, and that right there is stable. There's also a lock that really cinches everything down. It's kind of like a double cinch. We opted for cam levers on this versus the twist locks because you're able to get all 4 at once and you're able to get them all up and then cinch them down all at once. In the bottom, stowed in this little secret compartment here, is a universal smartphone mount. And that just clicks into the tripod like that. You lock it down and you've got your phone in there like so, and you're shooting. We're really trying to be a absolute top tier premium product, but come in at sort of like a low mid price point range that is accessible to people who aren't just, flush with cash. So.
I guess the fact that interest becomes gauged on it is kind of a knock-on effect of what Kickstarter is for us. It has just always served as this launch vehicle for our products. And yeah, it becomes this gauge mechanism because you'll clearly indicate how important they are to people based upon the number of backers that you get and the amount of money that comes in the door. In my mind, we have been a tripod company since like 2012. It's just that this is our first offering now in 2019.
Hello and welcome to the 2019 edition of Will Smart Glasses Actually Be a Thing? Today, we are looking at the Focals by North, which is a Canadian company that, like the rest of us, didn't want to live in a future where Google Glass might be a real thing. The folks at North prioritized making a great pair of glasses over making a cool gadget. Now, that's not to say that it's not a cool gadget, but these things really do look and feel like a pair of regular old glasses, except for the fact that they're a little bit heavier on the front side than a pair of Warbies, let's say. In fact, the average onlooker probably wouldn't even know that you're wearing smart glasses at all. However, folks wearing the glasses will notice that they aren't so regular. Focals act a bit like an Apple Watch on your face, relaying notifications and messages from your phone. On the right lens, just above your sight line, you'll see incoming notifications from Messages, Calendar, Reminders, Email, Slack, and Uber. And Focals also offer a variety of other content to be consumed discreetly, like sports scores and language lessons, as well as the time and date. To navigate the UI, the user wears a ring with a little joystick attached to scroll through the various functions of the device. One of those functions is to respond to text. You can do that by choosing from a list of smartly generated responses to the text you've been sent, or you can use the built-in Alexa integration and speak your responses. One caveat to this is that since iMessage is a closed platform, Focals has to generate a dummy number to send responses to text messages. So how does one go about actually getting a pair? Well, it starts with a sizing consultation at one of North's stores. They have one in Cobble Hill, Brooklyn, where we went. There's also one in Toronto. And there, North has a booth outfitted with 11 cameras. Now, those cameras generate a 3D model of your head, ensuring you end up with the one of 100 sizes that North offers that might fit you best. From there, you can choose from 3 color offerings, and then you go through a demo of the product. A few weeks later, after your glasses have been built, you head back to the store for a final fitting and to pick up your pair of smart glasses. Focals start at $600.
We're in the mechanical engineering lab at our headquarters in Santa Cruz, California. And in here we do a lot of prototyping and development of new products, and we also design and build test fixtures and manufacturing equipment that ends up getting transferred to our San Jose facility. The original concept for One Wheel went back to something I was tinkering on in my garage around 2008, actually. And I worked on it for about 5 years, trying to create the feeling of snowboarding on powder and trying to combine some of these emerging technologies that I thought could build a really cool way to move through the world. We ended up launching on Kickstarter in 2014. Ever since then, it's been a nonstop ride, really, of expanding and introducing new products and kind of spreading it around the world. People have taken on one-wheeling as a sport and really pushed the progression the way that all board sports kind of have. And I think when we came out with Pint, part of it was to say, like, hey, some people are going to be really into pushing all the limits and dropping an 8-stair and riding super aggressive terrain. And that's kind of what our existing products have been optimized for. Pint's a little bit more casual. It's grab it, take it with you, ride through town, zoom around a parking lot, and just have fun with it. We raised a couple of rounds of investment early on, a seed and a Series A round, and that was really to expand the team and take on some new product development. Since then, we've actually become a profitable company, which is a little rare in the Silicon Valley universe by really focusing on building great product and being really hands-on on the manufacturing. And that's opened up some cool freedom to build what we want to build and expand in the ways that we want to expand.
This is the first one wheel of all time ever built. We call this Old Ironsides right here. This is like a later iteration. You know, back then you had like an actual button on the pad. This is how the board sensed you, knew you were there. This was the board that we actually launched the company with. Way less duct tape today. So this is the original one wheel. Now we have pressure sensitive pads. We shipped in like 9 months, which was pretty impressive. And this is the Plus. This is what happened right after. So this was the introduction of a hypercore motor. This is the XR. So this is our flagship right here. It's like the Lamborghini mixed with like the Jeep Renegade. This is the Pint. This is smaller, it's lighter. You know, this has got a mag handle, so you carry it completely differently. Super convenient for, yeah, just like life on the go. You know, it's got the LED strip. It's just on the whole, it's more refined, I think. This thing goes 6 to 8 miles in about 16 miles an hour. Although, you get it up to speed and you feel like you're cooking. It's kind of like the Subaru WRX of the one wheel line. This is like the Ford F-250. Quiet on set.
Pint has a bunch of cool features, and one of them is, of course, that it's a lower price. It's under $1,000. Part of the way that we did that is we've been able to take everything we've learned about manufacturing over the last 5 years and kind of use it to build a new factory specifically to manufacture Pint, and to be able to keep that in California, which we're really excited about. I think there's a lot of advantages to building domestically. Intellectual property is one. Another big one is just retaining the knowledge. You learn a lot making your product, and if you outsource it, someone else learns a lot about making your product. We're really more on the owned personal mobility side of things. One thing that's super important to one-wheel riders is personalizing their boards. So it's kind of the opposite, right? If a shared vehicle is like generic, they're all kind of the same and you have like no ownership of it, versus, you know, an owned thing that's got your stickers and your custom colors and like it's sort of your pride and joy, right? And from the very beginning, I said, I want to make something that people have this like emotional connection to. They want to get it for themselves. With things that we've been doing recently, like introducing new colorways and stuff like that, are just ways for people to like express themselves in their sort of owned personal mobility space. We have now the manufacturing capacity, and we have really some of the leading technology in light electric vehicles across the various subsystems. Now we're talking to some partners about what else we can do with that core technology.
Here we're actually introducing the brand new Galaxy Note 10 and Note 10 Plus. So there's a lot of new innovations with the Note lineup, and with the Note 10 we're actually bringing out a new innovation to our DeX platform as well. So you simply take your phone, plug it in with the USB-C cable into your Windows computer or Mac, and you can simply run DeX in a separate window or full screen to seamlessly share files back and forth between the two and continue that workflow. What has always separated the Note from other big screen devices is the S Pen. So the S Pen delivers a lot of solutions for customers, whether it be productivity or creative. So when we really think about the customer that wants to buy a Note versus an S, it really comes down to not only wanting the best performance and the best innovation technologies, but wanting to utilize the S Pen to its maximum capabilities as well. AR Doodle harnesses the power of augmented reality, and you can either do an everywhere or face, and you can actually have it track the face, whether it be yours with a selfie or someone else's with the rear camera. And anything that you draw on them, whether it be a beard, pair of glasses, just for fun, right, will actually follow them through the frame. So if you ever move off of them and move back, it appears right there. The Galaxy Note 10 will come with 3 cameras on the back, ultra wide, your traditional wide angle, and a telephoto, and then a front-facing 10 megapixel camera. On the Note 10 Plus and the 5G model, they get all those cameras, as well as our time of flight camera we introduced on the S10 5G. So time of flight actually measures distance, so I can quickly and easily measure that chair or table that I want to put in my house and make sure it fits before I take it home. The headphone jack being removed was a design element that we really thought about when it comes to maximizing every single millimeter inside the device. The headphone jack, while it seems small, allowed us to add a 100 milliamp hour battery and make this the most narrow Note yet, and really make all the room for that big screen and the performance they expect. Pre-orders start on August 8th for all 3 devices. They'll launch at the same time. The Note 10 is $949. The Note 10 Plus starts at $1099, and the Note 10 5G will be available on Verizon Wireless exclusively for a limited time, and that's $1299.
We're really really going here for the luxury market, and so we're literally bringing the future in today's platform and really looking, in a sense, to change that industry with our Galaxy Fold device, and we're just bringing so much pack into one unified body. We're able to give a two-in-one experience that we couldn't do beforehand. So now not only do you have one-handed use, but we optimize it to now you get two-handed, larger screens, which really our customers want, and a nice sleek package. From a premium standpoint, we even have gears, like when you open it up, like it's very clicks, you know, like you have that very premium feel when it opens up and you have that 180 degree where it looks like a flat screen. And then also what we wanted to make sure that we could do is give, yes, in the front you have that 4.6 inch display. When you open up, you get almost like a tablet experience. And so the multi-window, this is why we packed it out with 12 gigs of RAM and then gave you 512 gigs right outside of the box for you to put all your content on. You see a total of 6 cameras on the device. When the Galaxy Fold is shut, you've got your main camera there that you can use for video chat, take selfie photos, this sort of thing. And then when you open it up, now you get 2 cameras inside. So when you're using it, when it's wide open, you have the 2 cameras where you can get bokeh effects, you can do selfies and video calls. And the idea is, if it's, let's say it's shut and you receive a call, you can open it and that continuity continues it. And you can shut it and it be reversed as well. And then in the back of the device, just like the Galaxy S10, we have our 3 main cameras there as well. So it really is giving to make sure that option, that experience is continuous no matter how you just choose to use your Galaxy Fold. So I'm not really fully aware of exactly what our competitors are really doing at this point, but we wanted to take the best of what we do, which is bringing that forefront technology from the future to today, and make sure that it just truly feels premium and it's going to set the standard, just like we've done, let's say, with the Note devices, where we're going on uncharted waters and we're really setting the standard of how smartphones are going to evolve in the future. For pricing, I know we're at $19.80 for availability. Stay tuned there. So different carriers may have differences amongst them. So just stay tuned to our website for the pricing, and you'll hear more announcements from our partners in the near future.
So May Mobility is a company that's focused on reimagining transportation.
You consider yourself more of a transit company than an autonomous vehicle company.
It's the business of providing service. It's the business of moving people, and autonomy is our killer feature to help us do that even better.
Right now we are standing outside our Bricktown parking garage on Beaubien, just north of Fort Street. And this is one of the 2 start and stop points for our May Mobility autonomous shuttle. We did have on this route a 25-passenger diesel vehicle, and there were a number of hours in the day where there's 2 or 3 people on the vehicle. It chews up a lot of curb space, and so we knew this was a route that we could address with a smaller footprint vehicle, and we were seeking to have something electric, and autonomous made it even better.
One of the things, or one of the promised futures that oftentimes centers on autonomous robotaxis that can go anywhere, is that has that timeline, in your view, shortened at all? No.
I think the timeline of anything has gotten longer. Since we last talked about this a year ago, you've seen more and more companies back off of these grand claims that they're going to have robotaxis covering whole cities. You see more and more of them focusing either on single cities or single use cases, because it's a really hard engineering challenge, and that's okay. Even with the subset of engineering challenge, there's still a lot of opportunity, and I think it's best that we as an industry focus how we think about this rollout on safety and how we can improve more people's transportation safely than just trying to go for robotaxi and assuming that that's the best thing.
Detroit does not have a deep and expansive public transit system. We have all 4 seasons, different weather. The roads are not always in perfect condition, and so it really lets us get a sense of what the vehicle can do and how it responds to multiple arrays of circumstances.
Do you envision continuing to focus on like the Midwest and East Coast, some of these areas that have more inclement weather, or do you foresee May Mobility moving out west at all?
In the next year, our focus is definitely on states with strong regulatory environments and then fast-growing cities within those states to make sure that there's a lot of opportunity. And so I can't tell you exactly which places, but we're exploring other climates. Great.
This is the Portal TV. It's an $149 device that connects to your normal television through HDMI and lets you do video calling, augmented reality effects, play games, and even watch things like Amazon Video. But this isn't about media. You're not watching HBO and Netflix on this device. Instead, it's about connecting you with the people you care about most through the biggest screen in your life. Unlike a Roku or Chromecast, the Portal TV actually has a 12 megapixel camera and a privacy shutter, as well as 12 microphones, so it can listen and see you, and it uses its smart camera vision to be able to pan around the room and automatically detect faces, so you always stay in frame even if you move around the room while video calling. You can use the integrated Portal TV stand to place your Portal TV right in front of your television, or it doubles as a clip and you can clip it right on top of the television instead. Facebook has packed all of its Portal technology into smaller devices at a cheaper price point. You've got the $129 Portal Mini, the $149 Portal TV, the $179 Portal, and the $279 Portal Plus. The most interesting feature of Portal TV is Watch Together. That uses Facebook's Watch Party to let you select a video and then actually watch it at the same time as your friends on another Portal or Facebook device. So that means you have a little picture-in-picture with your friends watching at the same time as you are. And if they want to talk or comment, the Facebook Portal TV will actually duck down the audio from the video so that you can hear them over the top. And this basically makes it like you're hanging out together watching TV at home, even though you're in separate buildings. For now, the Watch Together feature on Portal TV only works for Facebook Watch Party videos, but considering it has Amazon Prime Video and a bunch of other TV video apps, you're likely to start being able to watch professional content with your friends pretty soon. So as you can see, there's augmented reality face filters involved with Portal TV and the rest of the Portal gang. And that means that people can play around, especially great if you're playing with little kids who probably aren't gonna have that much to say to you, but would love to make some silly faces together. With the smart camera technology, Facebook actually detects where people are in the frame. So if everybody moves over to the side, you'll see that the camera actually pans out and pans and zooms in to keep everybody in frame all the time as close as possible. And it even ducks out that picture-in-picture view of yourself if a face goes behind the screen. The big question when you're deciding if you want a Portal is, do you trust Facebook to be inside your house? It's done a lot of work with these electronic and physical shutters that cover the microphones and disconnect the camera to make you feel safe. But a company which has had so many scandals in the past is going to be hard to trust, and a lot of people will just find it too creepy. But if you're willing to put Facebook in your home, it's one of the cheapest ways to get a video calling device on a big screen. If you just want to lay back and watch TV, these are not the devices for you because they don't have HBO, Netflix, or a lot of the video entertainment features. But if you're looking for a cheap way to be able to video call with people on a really nice or a really big screen, Portal makes it extremely cheap, and it's connected with all of Messenger and WhatsApp to make video calling super easy. The new Portal devices and Portal TV don't do everything. They're great for video calling, but more exciting than that is how this is the start of Facebook's hub in the living room. You can imagine it getting more into gaming, video entertainment, and everything you want to do in the smart home because it's connected to the biggest screen in your life.
Seismic is a unique company that's introducing a new product called Powered Clothing, which is the fusion of apparel and robotics. Our first product is integrating what we call intelligent wearable strength focused on the core. And what that does is it symbiotically provides assistance to the hips and the lower back to support mobility and posture. So there are many people that can use that product, but we're really going where the need is the greatest and focusing on the broad consumer wellness market. Exoskeletons are really what the public understands, what people understand in terms of wearable robotics, but we are absolutely not an exoskeleton. And part of our insight is that we understand and saw that like everybody is wearing clothing, no one's wearing robots. So our company is a fusion of apparel and robotics and also informed quite a bit by biomechanics.
When we think about what kind of influences are going to directly drive the design of the apparel, it tends to come much of it from the sport performance world. So those tend to be experiences or products that are built for experiences where you need to have tremendous comfort, you need to have a great range of mobility, you need to be cool, you need to be dry, you need to be comfortable, and you need to look great at the same time.
I came to SRI about 10 years ago to be the director of robotics, and one program in particular was the DARPA Warrior Web program. And under that development work, we created a set of lightweight, efficient electric muscles that were aligned with the objective of that program. And that was a program really focused on wearable robotic applications that were more targeted towards fatigue reduction and injury mitigation. The key thing was this lightweight electric muscle is just a very different component than had ever been available in robotics before.
The Lumo acquisition was a really smart acquisition because of the focus that they had on movement science and movement analysis, especially around the core and posture. And we have such a focus on core wellness at Seismic that the understanding the algorithms, understanding the Lumo use cases really helped us to integrate both missions and align them as we acquired them within Seismic.
The key part of Lumo's capability was actually its ability to use a sensor to monitor the body and track posture. And our suit makes use of that same kind of capability, but then goes one step further and allows us to interact with the person and provide active support as well.
We have several hundred people right now using the suits, and they are absolutely loving it. So they're using it in their everyday to help augment their strength and their endurance, really to help with their performance. We're seeing them play tennis in it. We're seeing them hike in it and hike further than they have before.
We actually have on staff PhD biomechanists, PhD physical therapists, occupational therapists. My background actually before coming to SRI was in developing rehabilitation technology based on robotics. So all of that background actually helped us understand that we wanted to focus on a consumer wellness experience to start, as opposed to any kind of medical or industrial approach.
And when we're at our best, what we're doing is taking all those points of view and melding it into one singular formula where all those voices become the best approach. And at the end of the day, what that is a user-centered design approach. It starts and ends with the user. We have almost an altruistic sense of wanting to be not only helpful in driving value into our users' lives, but also having them just love the product and appreciate it for what it is.
For this product, we have explored all of the safety requirements and certifications. So there's absolutely consumer safety around battery, around there's a wireless communications integrated into the suit. So the current product focused on the wellness market does not require FDA approval. It's not a medical product. So future parts of our roadmap may go there, but this doesn't require FDA approval. So we are a venture-backed early stage company. We've raised over $22 million so far from a variety of investors. Our current plan is to begin limited placement of product around the end of this year and ramping up with those placements during next year, and then beginning to expand after that. We see ourselves being in a price point that will be very similar to a high-end premium apparel. So it is something that we see as being accessible and actually fitting well into the fashion experience for pricing. I've been in robotics for a while, over 25 years.
What technology do you think will help us best deal with natural disasters? Go to the IBM booth number BF1 to pick your favorite from the Call for Code finalists. Over 5,000 people have already voted.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence all mobile devices. The program is about to begin.
TechCrunch Disrupt.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back TechCrunch Managing Editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
Thank you, Daryl. Appreciate it. What's your name? Robert? Thank you so much, Robert. I really appreciate it. Do you want to come and take a selfie? Yeah? Come on. Let's do it. I'll have people backstage real mad at me. Can you get up here? There's stairs right there. Oh, shit. He's like, I am skilled. Let's face the crowd. We can get them in it. We can do both.
Yeah,
you want to?
let's do both, yeah.
Okay. Okay, one with the crowd. Everyone smile.
I'll tweet it.
Thanks, man. Have a good one. That's what happens when you're enthusiastic. You guys see that? They're like, we don't want a fucking selfie with you. Oh, hi. I love you. She's at every Disrupt. She's my fave. Okay. We are going to catch up with some of our Battlefield winners. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but not only do we do the Battlefield here on the Disrupt stage, but we do Battlefields all over the world. And so we're going to hear from some of our winners from past Battlefield. So with that, please welcome to the stage the winner of the Battlefield in Lagos, Nigeria, the founder of M-Scan. Warm welcome, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chomhendo Phyllis, and I am from M-Scan, Uganda. We are the TechCrunch Battlefield winners for Africa in 2018, and we're proud to be on this stage. I'll tell you briefly about the M-Scan story. We began our story in medical school. I am a medical radiographer by profession, and that means I do CT scans, MRIs, ultrasounds, and X-rays for a living. While in medical school, they often posted us to different villages across Uganda. And the sad part was that most of these villages had no electricity. I want you to imagine me with a group of dentists, doctors doing their work, and me sitting back watching several women die due to conditions I knew I could have scanned and prevented. For me, there's nothing worse than feeling like a useless health worker. And that's when M-Scan was born. In Uganda today, 16 mothers die every day due to pregnancy complications. And as much as that seems like a statistic for just Uganda, I would like to tell you that today, next slide please, that today, 830 women die due to pregnancy complications. I find this unacceptable. Next slide. And that's when we came up with M-Scan, a low-cost mobile ultrasound device that connects to a tablet, a laptop, or phone and enables frontline health workers to carry out ultrasounds that are much needed by pregnant women in low-resource settings. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So far, we have carried out 411 scans on pregnant women and detected over 42 complications. Let that sink in that that's over a 10% rate of complications. We do this through medical camps that are 3-phased, and the first phase is the needs assessment where we find out, do you really need our services, and how can we help you? We then ask for permission from different stakeholders in the area, and we come and do the scan, and the last part is the follow-up, and that's my favorite part. Next slide. My team and I have had the pleasure of meeting the mothers and the babies that we managed to save with our innovation. Next slide. And for me, as you can see, there's nothing more satisfying than that. Next slide. We are planning to expand our services to the rest of Africa and other low-resource settings across the world. We have so far gotten distributors in Kenya and Burundi, and we hope to go to the rest of the places in the world. Next slide. We hope to launch in January of 2020, and we'll do this using a direct sale model, rental model, and cost-sharing model. We are grateful for TechCrunch and the global stage that they gave us, because right now we have big partners across the globe like Johnson & Johnson and Microsoft for Africa. I stand here representing a group of 4 co-founders, and I call upon you to join us and make sure that no mother, and I mean no mother, dies while giving life. M-Scan, save a mother, save a life.
Great job. Next up, we are going to bring up our winner of the Battlefield in Lebanon. Please welcome to the stage the founder of BuildLink. Warm welcome.
Hello, guys. With more than 400 yearly natural disasters worldwide, millions of families are losing their houses. It takes at least 3 months to build a single house with significant resources. At BuildLink, we are solving a social and economical problem by disrupting the construction industry, using our scalable and mobile and modular 3D printer that can build houses at less cost, 90% less time, and at the same time, at high construction standards. We automate heavy labor and reduce the increasing shortage of workers and reduce the amount of man-workforce enslavement. Our engineering team have developed a special type of concrete mixture that is eco-friendly. It is developed from fly ash, which we got from incinerators and treated to turn it into concrete. Our engineering team is growing, and we have reached to Singapore, where we are operating and start to operate in the region. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, we've got another Battlefield winner, this time from Brazil. Please welcome to the stage the founder of Ojo de Dono.
As the old saying goes, it's the eye of the master that fattens the cattle. In Portuguese, we say olho do dono. When managing a livestock farm, weight of the cattle is crucial to monitor. Weight indicates the cow's health, genetic evolution, right time to sell, and the financial value of livestock. To summarize it, more weight, more money. Currently, obtaining weight information is time-consuming and labor-intensive, so it's rarely obtained. Worse, weighing the cow is stressful for the animal, can lead to injuries, and it loses weight. Less weight, less money. Olho do Dono provides farmers with unprecedented insight into livestock management, allowing them to monitor weight variation frequently at a stress-free manner for the animal, at a pace that is 10 times faster than the traditional process. Using our solution is simple. You just place the 3D camera where the animals naturally pass, and it starts to record automatically. Farmers access our dashboards with recommendations on how to optimize weight gain and profitability. With access to this data, farmers know when to sell the animals, treat cow as soon as they get sick, change feed and supplement whenever they need, plan the next purchase based on the best genetics. We help farmers to grow their bottom line. Our tech has been developed over a 5-year time frame by an incredible team. We use all the 3D images of the more than 20,000 animals whose weight we measured using a traditional scale. Our solution is the only portable in the world that doesn't require human interaction and doesn't require the animal to stand still. After winning the first TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in Latin America, which was great, we also won as the best Brazilian AgTech. And just a quick update, this morning we were considered for the second year in a row the best Brazilian AgTech. With all the press we got, we've been contacted by farmers from more than 20 countries, showing this is a worldwide solution that we solve in a very easy way. The world cattle inventory is 1 billion heads of cow. Our TAM is $3 billion. This TAM is for our initial solution. Our vision is to be the world platform for livestock, using big data and benchmarking for recommendations. With all the attention we got, we sold to our early adopters. We achieved our goal in less than 4 months with 0 churn. These early adopters are using just our backpack to weigh the cattle where it's more convenient to them. These farmers, just as the majority of the Brazilian farmers, preserves the forest and worries about the well-being of the cattle, which is totally aligned to our purpose, which is let's increase beef cattle productivity and profitability, demanding less space for creation, so helping the environment, maintaining the well-being of the cattle, helping to feed the world of a growth population. Let's do it together. If you are an investor in the AgTech space, if you could be a global partner, or if you are a farmer, contact us. Use Olho do Dono. Thank you very much.
Oh, your mic's off. I'm sorry. What do you want to say?
I'd like just to thank all the TechCrunch team, Ned, Nisha, you guys, you're amazing. Thank you for having us. You do an incredible job, and you help to change our lives. Thank you very much.
Yeah. It's always nice to get a thank you, especially Nisha, man. All right. Our final update is going to come from last year's Disrupt San Francisco Battlefield winner. So with that, I'd like you to please welcome to the stage Dean Nicholas, who's the founder of Forethought.
What's up, Disrupt? How are we doing today? Yeah. Exactly a year ago, on the TechCrunch Disrupt stage, I launched my company, Forethought. We're on a mission to enable everyone to be a genius at their job. We build AI-powered products to help customer support agents and other knowledge professionals find what they need at work. Our flagship product, Agatha Answers, gives agents suggested answers, ultimately reducing handle and resolution times by 20 to 30%. We've launched to amazing enterprise partners, including Pure Storage, the data solutions leader, and Masterclass, the online education company that enables anyone to learn from the best in the world. Now, this past year has been a whirlwind. We announced our 9 million Series A led by NEA, and we've grown our team from 5 employees to 20, and brought on amazing advisors like Chris Manning, one of the fathers of modern natural language understanding. We're announcing our partnership with Gusto, the leading HR, payroll, and benefits provider. And just this last month, we launched our second product, Agatha Predictions, that helps triage and route tickets to the right agents so that they don't have to, and they can get back to focusing on answers and delighting your customers. Forethought partners with world-leading customer-centric companies to help your support agents be rock stars at what they do and to help delight your customers. If your team is doing at least 1,000 tickets per week, definitely come talk to us and sign up for a custom demo at www.forethought.ai. Now, among all of the amazing things that have happened in the past year, for me, the best thing has been the people I've gotten the chance to work with. But I'll let you all be the judge of that. Here is a video of the Forethought team returning the TechCrunch Disrupt Cup back home. Thanks, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Editor-in-Chief Matthew Panzarino and Director of Startup Battlefield, Nisha Tambe.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here for the finals of our Startup Battlefield competition. This is a pretty exciting one. This is a great group of companies, really strong. Nisha's spent many weeks training them, getting them ready for the stage. They'll come out here, they'll get grilled by our panel of expert judges, and then we'll assign a winner. So right now what we're going to do is this little semi-ceremonial thing we do. We're going to introduce the companies to you and give you them in the reverse alphabetical order at which they will present. So the first company is Traptic.
Traptic is a company that has built a massive robot to pick strawberries to help solve the labor shortage.
The next company is StratiX.
StratiX is an app that lets everyday investors use quant tools for their stock portfolios.
Next, we have Render.
Render is the easiest cloud for developers to host all of their websites and their applications.
Next up is OrbitFab.
OrbitFab is building gas stations in space.
That sounds interesting. And then next is OmniViz.
OmniViz has created a rapid detection test for cholera in water.
Excellent. Thank you, Nisha.
Looking forward to seeing all these amazing companies compete today.
Thanks. We will be back out very soon with these companies, so stay tuned. This is always the most exciting part of the show. So thanks for being here.
Enjoy.
As companies transition to using microservices in their architectures, more APIs are created across the organization. With this increase, it can become more challenging for developers to find these internal APIs and reuse them when they're developing new software. That's where Rapid API for Teams can help. Rapid API for Teams enables development teams to publish their internal APIs into a private workspace. Developers can find any internal API, view its documentation, test it, and connect directly, or collaborate and share information about the API right in Rapid API. Team members can also subscribe to any public API available on the Rapid API Marketplace, and the entire team can see and use that subscription. This way, you only pay once for any API your team uses. Rapid API for Teams makes it easier to share and collaborate on APIs. Get started today on rapidapi.com/teams.
Our teams love building companies that create value and make a difference. As well as our investments in companies such as Tencent and Mail.ru, we're building meaningful global businesses in online classifieds, food delivery, and payments and fintech.
Bob and the team have great experience in operating and investing in large companies in India, be it fintech, be it commerce.
Because they are global and they understand consumer business, they have a very helpful and specific advice that they can give to us.
They think like entrepreneurs. They're a fantastic partner.
Our big vision at Movely is to make life better for 1 billion people, and I believe Prosus is the perfect partner to help us achieve our dreams.
Okay, I know that we are all very, very, very excited to watch the Battlefield finals, and I don't want to take too much time, but because this is a relatively long session that's about to go down on our stage, I just want to keep you guys up to date on what's going on in the other stages really quickly. So at 1:30 on the Extra Crunch stage, we're going to be sitting down with David Cancel, the founder and CEO at Drift. He's going to be talking about how to be a serial founder. So if you've already been super successful at all your startups and want to do another one, that's the place to be. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to talk to Chris Britt and Angela Strange about how to build a better banking startup. 2:40 is what's growing on the consumer internet with A16Z's Andrew Chen. And with that, we're going to get to the big times. You guys ready? They whispered. Come on, this is the part where you really got to show it. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Enjoy yourselves. See you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch senior writer and your Battlefield host, Anthony Ha.
Hello! It's time for the finals of the Startup Battlefield. Now, I'm curious, who here, raise your hand if you've seen the presentations of all 20 startups in this year's Battlefield. All right, we got a handful. You guys are good. For those of you who haven't, that's fine, because we're gonna have best is a weird, slippery word. But we're going to have 5 extremely good startups on stage. Again, we had 20 over the past 3 days, and our judges got to grill them. They evaluated them based on impact, either financial or social, and they helped us narrow it down to these 5 finalists. Now, the finalists are going to give another 6-minute presentation. Maybe if there were little rough spots in the past, they will have smoothed them out for this one. We'll see. And then the judges will get 9 minutes of Q&A, and then they're going to go backstage. We're going to choose finalists who will be announced on this stage later today. Those finalists will receive $100,000 equity-free, and they will take temporary possession of the Disrupt Cup. So, with all of that out of the way, let's bring out our judges. First, we have Mamoon Hamid, a general partner at Kleiner Perkins. Formerly, he was co-founder and general partner at the Social Capital Partnership. Next, we have Ashton Kutcher. He is a co-founder at Sound Ventures. He's also an actor, investor, entrepreneur, producer, and philanthropist. Don't feel bad, Mamoon. Next, we have Alfred Lin, a partner at Sequoia Capital. Prior to joining Sequoia, he served as the COO, CFO at Zappos.com, Vice President of Finance and Business Development at Tellme Networks, and Vice President of Finance at ClickExchange. Next, we have Matthew Panzarino, the editor-in-chief of TechCrunch.com, a pretty good website. He's been a retail jockey, founded a professional photography business, and a news blog covering the Apple ecosystem. Next, we have Marissa Mayer, co-founder of the technology studio Lumi Labs. She's also, of course, the former CEO and president at Yahoo. And last but not least, we have Anne Muraco, co-founding partner at Floodgate. She's well known in Silicon Valley as a pioneer. Oh, wait, did I get it backwards? Sorry.
You know what, Anthony? I forgive you.
I wrote them in the wrong order. Next, we have Anne Muraco, co-founding partner at Floodgate. She's well known in Silicon Valley as a pioneer in early investing in highly technical companies because of her background as a PhD in math modeling of cybersecurity at Stanford. So give it up for all of our awesome judges. Next, we are going to bring out our very first finalist. That finalist is Traptic. Presenting for Traptic are Lewis Anderson and Vin Fan.
Manual labor.
Thank you.
200 years ago, we picked wheat by hand. Every single stalk.
If I could get eyelashes put on.
A bunch of people out in the field
here again.
with hand tools doing things manually.
Lashes here. Do you guys mind helping me?
Then we invented combines. Machines harvest quickly, efficiently, and at enormous volume.
Thank you.
But they lack the delicacy and the precision necessary to harvest most crops. So, people still pick more than $200 billion worth of fruits and vegetables
I look like I don't have any expression.
by hand each year. So why is this a problem? Take strawberries. 20% of the strawberries grown in the US rot in the fields because there's nobody available to pick them.
Oh, you got mic'd? Yeah.
Labor is also super expensive. It costs $15,000 per acre, or about 25 cents per pound, just for manual labor for harvest.
Okay, take.
This labor is getting even more expensive and more scarce due to an aging workforce around the world, national political dynamics, and California labor law. Introducing Traptic. Traptic's giant farming robots pick strawberries. Our robots are saving the world's food production system by automating the work people don't want to do. Our robotic platform drives across the field, while our vision system detects the berries and figures out how to reach them. Then our patented gripper delicately extracts the produce from the plant. So what does this actually look like? Switch to camera feed a machine. The system's cameras take a snapshot of the scene. Our vision system detects the berries in that image, decides which to pick, figures out the position of that berry, and determines the structure of the plant and bed around it. Then it plans a path to grab it, and our software commands the robot arm to move the gripper to the berry. Our gripper then lifts the berry off the field and closes around it firmly but gently. We then command the robot arm to yank the gripper away from the plant, and because we have a firm grasp on the berry, the stem pops off. We finish by depositing the berry on the conveyor. Just in case you thought this was a lab experiment, let's play that video. Our system does all this in real time while hanging off the back of a tractor and moving continuously over real strawberry fields. It is robust to dust, dirt, rain, wind, vibrations, and the other aspects of the tough farm environment. And it operates all day, every day, for months and years on end. Our gripper is totally unique and patented. This gripper must extract berries from a crowded environment, hold them at a certain angle. Let's go back to slides. Hold them at a certain angle to help bend the stem, apply a great deal of force to break the stem of the berry, and do all this while being very delicate. We grab the berries with soft, food-safe silicone belts that we mold around stiffer materials. This gives the gripper mechanical compliance, allowing it to grab objects of varying size and shape without needing any information about the object's properties. We close the fingers with a defined amount of force, allowing us to grab objects of different sizes without crushing or dropping them. This lets the same gripper grab produce across a large range of size and shape without needing any information from software or any hardware changes. Built on a robust data set, Traptic's robot can find berries and determine ripeness with equivalent accuracy as people. And finally, it does all this locally. No internet, no offsite compute. Industry standard machines are not designed for delicate produce. Conversely, some startups target low-value activities like weeding, only worth $1,000 to $2,000 per acre, or they harvest fruits like apples, where they're only needed a few months a year. Traptic focuses on year-round strawberry harvest. We don't require any change in growing process, providing a smooth path for deployment. Our master plan: get $3 billion in revenue by picking strawberries, $20 billion in revenue by picking the other fruits and vegetables, then go after $200 billion in crop value by automating and improving remaining activities. Robots as a service. We pick strawberries, and growers will pay us 23 cents per pound. This is slightly less than the current spend. We provide all aspects of the service: machine, tractor, driver, etc. Traptic has developed testing partnerships over the last 3 years with the largest commercial growers, including Nature Ripe and Driscoll's, and has done daily testing over the past 6 months. Traptic will deploy commercially next year. VinFan, Brian Retopper, and I built big, fixed-wing autonomous airplanes for an AUVSI university project.
Wrap it up.
Then Vin and Brian went to UTC Aerospace Systems, and I went to Microsoft. After starting Traptic, we recruited from UC Berkeley, University of Michigan, SpaceX, GM, and Boeing. Sorry, Driscoll's. Our advisors are globally recognized industry pioneers: Serge Boulanger, Nathan Dorn, Peter Beal. The future of robotics is outdoors. Join Traptic and help save the world's food production system.
All right, judges, while you're sampling the wares, anyone have any questions?
Yeah, ready to start?
Thank you.
Can you talk a little bit about the capital outlay it's going to take you to deploy in a significant number of installations?
Absolutely, yeah. The economics of this is something that we've thought about in detail, and Because we're able to operate the machine year-round and 24 hours a day, the economics of this actually work out really well. So even after the cost to operate the service, we'll still be able to pay back the capital expense of the machine in around 7 months.
Can you walk me through that, though? Like, I don't know a lot about those types of machines, but looked really big. How much does it cost, actually, to build one of those?
We expect it'll cost us a little bit more than $400,000 to build one of our machines.
Okay, and then you're saying that, you know, how does that operate within, you know, for a farmer for them to pay 23 cents a pound, how long, you know, does it take for them to generate how much in terms of pounds of strawberries?
Yeah, so the
You're
way
saying
we
it's
think
year
about
round, right?
Of course, yeah. So the way we think about this, we think about it from two sides. So first, what the customer cares about, and the second is what we care about. So the customers care about the cost per pound of berries and the quality of the berries. So the cost is very straightforward because we're using the service model. So we just decide ahead of time what we're going to charge them, and we know that this is in line with what they expect. On the quality side, we recently had one of our customers do a detailed evaluation of the fruit we're picking, and they said our quality is equivalent to people. So we have that solved. The scale aspect you're asking about in terms of how much it's picking, that's something that affects our economics, so something that we care about a lot and we've thought deeply about. And with our production machines, at the size it will be, because it'll be a pretty large machine, because we'll be able to operate it 24 hours a day, and because we can get year-round usage, that's where the economics come in, and that's why we're confident we'll be able to pay back the that capital expense of the machine in around 7 months.
Does that include maintenance and downtime on the machine?
Absolutely, yes.
And what happens to the prior CapEx from these farmers?
In terms of the
Tractors,
farmers'
et cetera.
CapEx?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the farmers are already using, a typical commercial strawberry farm has several tractors. They're basically in use all the time. They're using them for tons of activities. So tilling the soil and spraying things on the plants and moving things around the farm. And when we add our service to a farm, they will continue to use their existing tractors for the normal existing activities, and we'll simply be one more activity on that farm. And this is part of the reason that we're providing the tractor and the machine and the driver, is because they don't really have any spare tractor capacity available. So we say, okay, we're going to come in, we're going to provide everything that we need, and they don't really need to do anything. It's a very simple transaction for them. We pick strawberries, and they pay us a cost per pound. It fits very nicely into their existing business.
Mm-hmm. How do you think about scaling this business? In robotics, it's generally relatively straightforward to get a demo working, and then you have a pretty big machine that you want to get smaller, to get to more farms, to manufacture it. How do you scale that in that dimension? And then the other dimension is, how do you get into the other sort of fruits and vegetables? Because your picker, your gripper technology is probably going to be very dependent on the thing that you're trying to pick.
So in terms of scaling the machine, what we've seen in agriculture is that machines are typically very large. So when we think of scaling our machine, we actually think of it getting a bit bigger, because this is what tends to work really well in ag. It's what the farmers expect. It's kind of what tends to work well. So we don't need to like downsize the machine or anything. In terms of scaling economically, the short payback period here is really important because it allows us to expand quickly with either equity financing or debt financing of the machines. The fact that we're not requiring any change in growing practice is really important because it means we can deploy at farms very quickly and with very little friction. We don't need them to like change anything about their field or anything like that. We can just show up, they can try the machine, and they will quickly see that it works well. And so that's why we're going to be able to scale very quickly within strawberries. And you asked about other crops. So strawberries are a $3 billion market for us, which is a great market to start in. That'll allow us to get to hundreds of millions of dollars in yearly revenue just in berries. Of course, the next two steps are going after the $20 billion for harvesting the rest of the fruits and vegetables, and then $200 billion by automating and improving other activities. And so the reason, or the way our technology allows that, is the gripper we've developed actually works really well for a lot of different fruits and vegetables. So we started with one of the hardest fruits that we could think of, which is strawberries. They're very challenging. And the gripper we developed for strawberries tends to work really well for other fruits and vegetables because it can handle lots of different shapes and sizes of objects. And so we've tried that. So basically, as we expand from strawberries to other fruits and vegetables, we'll be able to reuse like 80% of our gripper technology. We'll also be able to quickly retrain our vision system to operate on different fruits and vegetables. So we can reuse like 75% of our tech there. And then finally, we'll develop 2 new form factors of robotic platform. So I'll have one for the ground, one for vines, and then one for tree fruit. And so even that reuses some technology, but we'll basically end up with 3 form factors. And that will allow us to operate in all of these fields.
I like that you're working in a novel area and an application for robotics. I guess I'd like to understand, you started at one point during your pitch about talking about the fact that there's about 20% of strawberries that die on the plant. What does your comprehensiveness statistic look like? Because I can see that you can pick the fruit without damaging it, but I'm wondering, are there more berries or less berries left relative to human pickers?
So the way we think about that is that, and this is highly informed by conversations we've had with the commercial growers we're working with, is basically we will start out by harvesting half to 2/3 of the berries in a particular section of field. And they'll have people go through afterwards and pick the remaining berries. So basically, we'll be able to augment their existing workforce, which allows the growers to harvest more acres of strawberries with the same workforce. So it'll allow them to get those remaining berries out of the field and expand their operations.
And for your market sizing, are you using the current market that involves human labor as your market sizing, or are you accounting for the fact that by having automated labor, it's going to change the size of the market?
The $3 billion for strawberries is roughly what they're paying for human labor today.
Okay.
Can you just talk about your sales cycle with your growers and farmers?
Yeah, so we've been working closely with the largest commercial growers in the world for the past 3 years. So we're doing a whole bunch of testing in their fields with their tractors and their drivers and getting continuous feedback from them. And what we've seen is that when we begin interacting with a new grower, they typically want to talk to us for a few months and kind of maybe see a demo and then try it out after about that amount of time.
So a proof of concept and then followed by a sale?
That's what we expect, yes. We are pre-revenue, so yeah.
And when you say that it operates year-round, are you assuming that you're going to be operating within a greenhouse environment?
Answer quickly.
What was that?
Answer quickly.
That's all outdoors. So strawberries are harvested in California year-round. So in the Watsonville area, they harvest for about the warmer 6 months of the year, and then in SoCal, the colder 6 months of the year. So we can move between different commercial strawberry fields, all outdoors, which is basically how all strawberries are grown in the US. The tech would work indoors, but we're focused on outdoors because that's where they're being grown.
All right, give it up for Traptic. I'm gonna give them 1 second to reset the stage. Judges, how are the strawberries? Good? Solid? I tried them last time. They're a little messy.
These are from his farm.
Yeah, I think that's more you than the strawberries.
I just don't know how to eat them. Are we ready to bring out our next company, or do you need another? We are. Great.
Strawberries are good.
Let's bring out our next startup, StratiX. Presenting for StratiX are Ariel Wright and Tate Testa. Come on out.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ariel Wright. I'm a current senior studying computer science at Harvard University and a former quant in cryptocurrency at Goldman Sachs. And today I want to talk to you a bit about trading. Earlier this month, within days, Donald Trump tweeted about the negotiations with the trade war in China falling through. As a result, one man with one tweet single-handedly moved the S&P 500 down by 4% in just 2 days. That is an equivalent of $90 billion lost across our nation. However, firms like JP Morgan were not as impacted. Why? Because they have an index tracking Trump's tweets. But this isn't the only instance or case of this. Take, for instance, the Boeing plane crash, which occurred earlier this year. Dropping by 5%, this is approximately $10 billion in losses in our nation in just 24 hours. This can easily be prevented with simple algorithms. However, only 7% of our world can code, but 85% of our market is led by machines. Where does that leave everybody else? From the everyday trader on Robinhood, TD Ameritrade, to the average manager or analyst at a hedge fund who has just started a couple of weeks ago. Everyone in this space is being left behind, which is why we created StratiX. StratiX is democratizing algorithmic trading. We do this by providing easy-to-use quantitative tools for everyday non-coding investors. The process essentially is broken down into 3 phases: creating a strategy, backtesting your strategy, and then automation.
Let's move to demo.
I can show you a little bit about it. Can we move to demo, please? Thank you. So StratiX is actually brokerage agnostic, meaning you can bring your own broker. Today we'll just be using our stock simulator since we used Robinhood yesterday. Let's create a strategy. Today we'll be using Vivint. We decided to keep going with the sort of solar panel materials that we had yesterday. And we'll go for 10 shares. Notice here, the way that StratiX's interface centers around the idea of making it as easy to use as possible and relatable in plain English language. You can create bespoke rules within several categories to buy when and sell when for any type of strategy in stock. For instance, you can do things in Forex, Twitter, news, and combine them into bespoke materials that they can extrapolate from. Today, we decided that we wanted to buy with indicators mentioning positive things related to the democratic election, climate change, as well as clean energy ends up being mentioned in the news. And we decided that we wanted to sell when the news essentially mentions things related to geopolitical instability. So maybe Trump, trade war, and economy going down. Awesome. So from here, we then can backtest to be able to see our results. And unlike any other sort of tool in the space, StratiX allows users to backtest before they go forward with a strategy. And this backtesting is built essentially in-house and grounded in our proprietary scripting language that allows you to not only build materials off of dynamic things such as true and false, but also off of pure materials in our real world. Our language is Turing complete, essentially meaning that you can adopt and create expressions for almost anything. Awesome. So essentially our returns seem they were, can I have a look? Oh, 10. Oh, that's pretty good. Wow. Okay. And what was the price of the stock? Oh, only up 5%. So essentially the strategy not only was able to provide solid returns, but in many cases it obviously can beat than just holding a simple stock. We also have protection mechanisms for more so younger users to allow us to extrapolate further. Great. Let's move back to slides. Our plans essentially start from free all the way to day trader with other materials and tailored packages for larger accounts. Our market sits at about 52 billion for the everyday 100 million investors. And from there, it expands globally to approximately 500 million investors. One thing that's great about StratiX is that it's not only easy to use, but offers full autonomy, historical testing, and is brokerage agnostic, and is essentially the only one in our space. A bit of information about us. We've garnered 10,000 people on our wait list with 0 marketing spend and have a beta net promoter score of 7.5. Our team is made up of accomplished Harvard researchers, computer scientists, and have worked on accounts as large as $200 million. StratiX is here to democratize algorithmic trading. We invite all of the investors and traders of the world to come on our platform to reclaim your alpha. Thank you.
Okay, judges.
Wait, your news sources, how do you decide what news sources count as news and what doesn't count as news? And how does can the user actually see which news sources are being utilized?
Yeah, of course. So I can break this down into two parts. So number one, before we considered even creating this sort of bespoke mechanism surrounding news, we decided to take the most interesting and well-vetted news sources, such as your CNN, your CNBC, your Wall Street Journal, et cetera, et cetera. We created and curated the list, and then from there decided to include those within our sources.
Do you weight any source as a greater?
Yes.
We give each news source a quality score, and it's a 0 through 10 score, and it's based on, one, their impact, and two, the actual quality of their posts. So if the articles are like legit, or if they're like fake news sometimes, or if they're state-run, it usually brings their score further down. And then we also allow you to categorize it. So if it's left-wing media, TV news, cable news, much more granular news sources, if you would like.
I like that you're attacking a big market and that you're taking things that the institutions have had for a long time and democratizing them. I think that one of the things that strikes me is sentiment analysis is notoriously difficult. It's not, you can tell, for example, that a trade war is being talked about or that a particular company is being talked about, but you can't tell if it's positive or negative. So, for example, what have you done on sentiment analysis? And in particular, on the Trump example you threw out in the beginning, how would a person go about capturing that that's actually negative sentiment? Because he's also made tweets that have moved the market positively.
I can take this one. So essentially, we thought really long and hard about this concept as well. And we decided that we think that historical sentiment analysis is essentially terrible. And so we decided to come up with our own solution that centers around being able to use our economy of scale, or essentially our users, to be able to actually get accurate, forward-looking sentiment analysis, as historical is terrible, as I noted earlier. So with that, the way that sort of looks is being able to literally let users give their sentiment analysis on different articles and tweets. This is essentially something that's in alpha and users can check out, especially on the application. And the more that users contribute to this sort of model that we have, it's a federated learning model, not only does the better the model get to provide for the community, obviously the better the results get for the whole space.
But you're going to learn a model. You're not going to wait, for example, for a feedback loop, because I'm assuming that won't be fast enough.
By feedback loop, do you mean?
I mean, if you're waiting for the users to actually categorize whether this article is going to move things positively or negatively, it's going to be really slow
So if
to
you
respond in the trades.
If we have manually approving your strategy, right? So if you would like to, if you click the link, then it's a good link for you, right? We can use that info as well. And if you have to click the link to buy the stock, then.
For instance, I mentioned earlier about how before users can actually make a trade that's automated, they can instead choose to review it or have a manual trigger, if you will. We also use the data from that to be able to extrapolate for our models, essentially.
Why now?
Oh, that's easy. Essentially, with the sort of wave and push of not only the Robinhood, like they literally pushed $2 billion in trades per year. Schwab made trading free, TD Ameritrade made trading free, but people normally lose at about negative 7.4%. So what is that saying? And 85% of the market is made by bots, and they normally perform better. Being able to put tools that allow people to not only test and sort of automate into their hands should essentially help this large wave of people that have been sort of searching for a solution, as noted by like our wait list and other groups of people that have been approaching us with will essentially allow a more forward-looking future for better trading in general, right?
So I agree with you. There are some trends in your favor, but aren't you fighting a bunch of trends against your favor? So active management has been going down. The hedge fund industry has been shrinking. Most people are putting money in ETFs and indexing versus actively trading.
So I don't think that that data is accurate anymore, considering number one, bonds are worthless now. So being able to actually trust and put your materials and money in what many would consider a passive account is becoming a less of a norm, especially for people around our age group, where about 74% of them use like forward fintech solutions instead. Particularly, we've actually even had private wealth managers approach us because they only do passive, and they want to be able to provide a fintech solution for their active clients to be able to extrapolate further.
Also, if the market's volatile, which is a lot of what people are concerned of, that's actually good for us because there's more movement, more potential gains.
And how do you plan on acquiring customers?
So we have a few different pathways. Currently, we have sort of a community that follows us in places like Reddit and Discord. They've sort of guarded and championed us to be able to even get to where we are today. We also have different groups and communities within college campuses, as well as like large pools and groups of people that were kind of wave of Robin Hoods, if you will, and they pushed us for the sort of Robin Hood after tool. So being able to sort of harbor and push that community further by continuing to grow it, referrals, using the sort of similar growth model as Robinhood and partnering with our brokers to be able to expand it further, essentially is what we're looking for. In terms of the B2B side, they've been coming to us a lot. So we actually don't even have enough resources currently to even take on all of them. So we're having to be picky about even giving and taking on clients. And from there, we think that probably a mixture of referrals, as well as spending time perfecting product market fit for those clients will be enough.
What risks do you expose yourself to if you fail to execute on a strategy, maybe at the wrong time or at the wrong price? Are there any risks if you're automatically trading on behalf of your customers?
So currently in the eyes of the SEC, we're considered to be what many would consider like an Excel or like a software, if you will. You can extrapolate and throw an API into Bloomberg and literally call it the same thing if you could code, but you can't. So you use us instead, right? That is exactly where we sort of sit. Your broker is still the main one in charge. You are also still the main one in charge, and you're extrapolating and pushing forward automated rules. But in the eyes of the SEC, these rules are considered to be your responsibility.
But isn't there ambiguity? I had an IFTT set up for like my smart home, and every time I opened my garage door, my bathroom light would come on, right? Because I just did it wrong. Aren't there liabilities in the ambiguity of the news? Like if you as an entity read that news without the nuance of the bias of the article, and then it triggers a trade, you suddenly now are liable because your technology misread that headline. So isn't there liability in that?
If you use Microsoft Excel, you can actually use Microsoft Excel to make trades for you as well. And if you had data coming from another source feeding into your Microsoft Excel spreadsheet, and it made a trade you didn't agree with, would you sue Microsoft?
But it doesn't interpret the data, though.
That's right. You're interpreting.
Essentially, no. It uses a formal word to vec, where it literally picks out the ones that you literally noted, and then from there it does a mixture of key string or keyword matching, and then from there it extrapolates, which is how we sit in
Are
the
you
grade.
doing sentiment analysis or not then?
No.
Currently, no. Yeah.
Currently, no.
So it's just keywords.
Right.
It's not.
For now, we're doing core features in the app right now, and then the rest of it we plan to have with extensions.
And then also formally with partnering with PWMs, which will allow us to formally have advisor and broker-dealer materials. This will also allow us to offer further materials within the ML space.
All right, one more round of applause for StratiX. Let's bring out our third finalist. That's Render. Presenting for Render are Anurag Goel and Adrian Duyung.
Large public clouds like AWS are worth over $500 billion. But using them is like pulling teeth. Businesses are forced to spend billions of dollars in engineering salaries just to manage servers on AWS. I saw this firsthand at Stripe, where I was employee number 8, and I helped launch the company and grow it to a $5 billion valuation, but not without a massive DevOps team. After Stripe, I built a lot of my own apps to figure out what I wanted to do next. Building these apps was easy, but hosting them was agonizing. I had to spin up VMs, install dependencies, set up networking, SSL, load balancers, just a ton of things for every single app. It was tedious, it was error-prone, and it needed to stop. This is how Render was born. Render is a completely automated cloud provider. You can use it to host anything, from a simple static website to complex application clusters. And you can do it faster than on any other cloud and without managing servers at all. Render fits into your existing workflow. Simply push your code to Git. We automate everything from there. This includes building and deploying your code, securing and updating the underlying software, scaling your apps, and automatically load balancing between them, and finally alerting you to potential problems. I realize I'm making a bold claim, so let's see this in action. You may have heard of Mattermost. It's like Slack, but for companies who want to host chat themselves. Typically, Mattermost requires a whole team of DevOps engineers to set up and manage, but Render makes this effortless. All I need to do is to click the Deploy to Render button in this GitHub repo. It brings me to my Render dashboard, listing all the services it's going to deploy. I click Approve, and that's it. Render is now deploying my Mattermost cluster, which includes a database, object storage, a search engine, and multiple web servers. Render is also provisioning load balancers and SSL behind the scenes, and I don't have to lift a finger for any of it. Now, these services can take a few minutes to spin up, so we're going to switch to an existing Mattermost instance running on Render. It's up at rendermost.com, and you can all go there right now and sign up. It's ready to scale to thousands of users. Let's talk about what we just saw. Installing Mattermost on Render requires just minutes, but it takes days of setup and constant ongoing maintenance on AWS. And it isn't even possible to do this on something like Heroku. But Render makes it instant through 3 major innovations. 1, every Render service gets built-in private networking, service discovery, and load balancing. 2, Render is the first fully managed cloud to offer SSDs with automatic backups and one-click restores. And 3, Render lets you define all your services in just one file. You can update your infrastructure by simply pushing this file to Git. How cool is that? Now let's look at the competition. Clouds like AWS claim to be developer-friendly, but any developer will tell you just how frustrating they can be. On the other end, managed clouds like Heroku have stagnated under Salesforce and are missing essential features like SSDs and private networking. They're also much more expensive. Just 2 gigabytes of RAM costs $250 a month on Heroku versus $25 a month on Render. We truly give you the best of both worlds. Incredible ease of use combined with tremendous flexibility. And we're doing it in a market that is massive and growing quickly. Right now, we're focused on the platform as a service market, worth $20 billion. Longer term, we're looking at the entire cloud infrastructure as a service market, estimated at $100 billion just 3 years from now. But let's talk real numbers. Render's revenue has grown by over 50% month over month for the last 6 months straight. And this growth has been entirely organic. Our platform is now serving over 100 million HTTP requests every week. Leading open source projects like React, Vue, and Gatsby have all selected Render as an official hosting option. And we're also one of just 4 official cloud partners for GitLab. We have thousands of amazing users, including a leading presidential campaign that moved all their infrastructure over from GCP to Render recently. So, if you're a developer or founder who's frustrated with AWS or Heroku, and you're looking to save big on time and engineering costs, automate your cloud hosting today by signing up on render.com. Thank you.
Judges?
Can you describe as succinctly as possible the IP-protected components of your system?
There is a lot of work that we've done to build scalable, distributed, proxies and routers on top of underlying virtual machines. There's also a lot of work we do in terms of bundling application code automatically into containers, which is all IP protected as well. And finally, there's a bunch of behind the scenes work to make sure everything is up and running at all times. So even if our database goes down, for example, our user websites are still going to be functional.
What's your underlying infrastructure?
Right now, we're using both GCP and AWS. Longer term, we're most likely going to switch to our own bare metal clusters.
Can you talk a little bit about the trade-off between ease and performance? Because while it might be easy for it to overall be managed, one of the reasons a lot of teams choose to do this type of load balancing, parallelizing, all the different things that you might do in a public cloud for yourself, it helps you actually get a more performant application. So what kinds of trade-offs do you see people making as they move from, say, AWS to render in terms of speed of application and just how efficient and optimal the code is?
Sure. I don't think that there is a dichotomy between this in terms of how we've implemented it. So for example, when you talk about load balancing, we have built our own Layer 4 TCP load balancer that is as performant as any other load balancer on AWS or GCP. And our backend is written in one of the most highly scalable languages, like specifically Go. And we're making sure that the extra overhead that render adds is always less than 10 milliseconds or less than 5 milliseconds per request. And then behind the scenes, I mean, the load balancing itself doesn't really add any additional performance issues.
Yes, I understand that. I think that I guess what I'm really getting at is you can do all that without knowing what the underlying tasks are. Because sometimes the tasks themselves defines whether or not something can be done in parallel or whether or not it can be balanced a particular way.
Yeah, so we allow our users the flexibility to define whether they want to scale vertically or horizontally, and we make that really easy. So if you know that your application is going to take 4 gigabytes of RAM, then you can select that plan on render. And if you know that your application requires 3 instances that take 1 gigabytes of RAM each, then you can also do that on render.
Do you see yourself as a fourth cloud provider eventually? And if so, what sets of applications or what sets of developers are you targeting that will not be launching their applications on AWS, GCP, Azure?
We're targeting startups and individual developers and consulting agencies and companies that do not or cannot hire DevOps engineers. DevOps engineers are some of the most expensive engineers to hire today, and they're also just really hard to find. And what we're doing is taking that need away and making sure that we're automating everything that you would need a DevOps engineer or consultant for. And so if we do become sort of this fourth cloud provider that you're talking about, we're not really directly competing with AWS or GCP. We're actually running workloads on all of these clouds. So as an example, if someone wants to say, hey, I want to run this workload on both AWS and GCP, and I want them in 2 different regions, you'll be able to do that with a single click on render, whereas AWS is never going to allow that.
I'm trying to think of the trade-offs here between power and ease of use, and it seems like there's not, and you're a bit of everything for everyone. What's it not good for?
What it's not good for right now, it's not good for example, GPU-based workloads. So we don't support that right now. Deep learning is something that I think, so I've built and sold a company that actually ran deep GPU-based workloads, but it's something that we want to do in a much more measured way this time. So right now we're focused on...
but you could build that. It seems like that even that you can build with all the necessary infrastructure underlying from Amazon.
Sure, yeah, we can build it, but right now people don't have the ability to do that on render. Longer term, when you think about workloads that require a very specific kind of hardware, or maybe they require access to a VM in a way that I'm trying to come up with ways, but given containers where you can package all the applications up along with your dependencies, it's just not easy for me to think of applications that won't be able to work on render.
Write your obituary.
Say it again?
Your obituary.
Yeah.
If 2 years from now, your company failed.
Yeah.
Why did it fail? Like, what didn't go right, or what did you expect would happen that didn't?
I'd say it might fail if we lose one or more people on our team, like literally obituaries for them. But but I think that we'll fail if we lose sight of what developers want. And that is something that we have to be very careful about. And I used to work at Stripe and made sure that we were always working to please developers. Now, as we grow, if it's hard for me to scale out that culture, that's something I'm very conscious of, and making sure that, otherwise nothing differentiates us from AWS. They don't care about developers, we do, and we understand them much better than anyone else does. And then if we fail, I think it's going to be because we lost sight of that.
Platform as a service is something that people have talked about for over 10 years. Yeah. And I'm just wondering, what is it about the market today that makes Render uniquely possible?
Yeah. So I think the biggest two things that have made this possible are the rise of container orchestration, Kubernetes, and obviously application packaging like Docker. Now, these are the two technologies that have only now become really viable and have been deployed at scale. And there's a lot of ancillary infrastructure built around them to manage all of this at scale. So that's why Render is possible now. Whereas, back in 2010 when Heroku launched, they had to build all of this from scratch, and they still had this thing called Dynos, which is like a poor man's version of a Docker container.
Final questions? All right, give it up for Render. We have two more finalists to bring onto the stage. The next one is Orbit Fab. Presenting for Orbit Fab are Daniel Faber and Jeremy Scheel.
Cars are great for getting around. You can drive them an almost unlimited distance. That's because there's a global network for distributing fuel. If that didn't exist, and you had to tow the fuel around from the day that you bought your car, you'd be towing tanker trailers stretching about 100 yards. It is impossible to imagine throwing away a car when you use up the first tank of fuel. But that's exactly the paradigm that we live with in the space industry. Now, personally, I've had to deal with the consequences of this. A company that I founded in 2011 tried to buy Express AM4, a telecommunications satellite that cost $400 million to build and should have brought in $6 billion of revenue. But because of a glitch in the rocket, it couldn't move to its orbit. It didn't have enough fuel. Because we couldn't get fuel to that satellite, we had to throw it away to avoid it becoming hazardous junk. Now, this is not a unique situation. This happens all the time. These are some of the satellites that in the last decade have had to be thrown away. $100 billion worth of assets, almost 200 satellites. It's time to start recovering some of that lost revenue. My name is Daniel Faber, and I'm the CEO of Orbit Fab. We're building gas stations in space. I spent 20 years in the space industry, built a dozen satellites, several successful products. And I've been frustrated for too long by having a single tank of gas in my satellites. So we're solving this problem in a very simple way. We build these satellite gas tanks. We put them on any available rocket, which gives us the best deal across the industry. When they're in orbit, we manage the logistics and the orbital mechanics. We make the right fuel available to satellites where they need it. They come and get that fuel, and they realize capital expenditure savings over 50%. We take home gross margins over 90%. Now, this might sound obvious, but there's a reason why this hasn't happened yet. That's because there's no secure and safe way to transfer fuel in orbit. So we set about solving that problem first. Now, it's once been said, once you get to orbit, you're halfway to anywhere in the solar system. So we like to think that we've built the key to the solar system. This is the gas cap. This small fueling port for satellites allows for safe and reliable transfer of fuel. But it's not quite as simple as it might seem. In space, there's no gravity to help fuel drain. So surface tension and other effects really complicate how the fluids behave. We solved that problem. We solved several other problems as well. And for the first time this week on the TechCrunch stage, we're going to show how it works. My co-founder Jeremy here is holding the active side of this system. You can see that it has 4 fingers, which can close securely around the fueling port. Now, we looked at all the work that NASA had done working on fueling valves in space, and they assume that there are complex and expensive robots that can bring things together and align them carefully. But we see a future in which satellites are coming and going as part of a bustling economy. And therefore, they should be able to dock and undock without the need for complex and expensive robotic servicing assistance. So as you can see, the 4 fingers close around the fueling port, securely holding them together to transfer high-pressure propellants. When it's done, the satellite is released. It can go off into orbit and continue making revenue. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Back to the presentation. We've tested these fueling ports, and we built them specifically in this size and volume and low price so that they can be a drop-in replacement for the valves that are currently used to fill a satellite before it's launched. That means that we can get very rapid market adoption. Now, we've already tested a lot of our equipment. What you can see here are 2 test beds inside the International Space Station that we tested earlier this year. We transferred fuel between the 2. We tested the feed systems and the tanks. We actually used water in this case. We were able to hook it up to the International Space Station and supply the space station with water. As announced in TechCrunch, we became the first private company to resupply the space station with water. That equipment that you see launched full of water to the space station. After its mission, we got it back here on Earth. This is actually the exact hardware that was in orbit just a couple of months ago. Now, this is not a science experiment. We worked with 20 companies to standardize this fueling port. They were looking for a fueling port standard. We have 2 contracts signed to deliver the first 10 units. We have contracts with the Air Force. We're collaborating with IHI, the Japanese conglomerate. We have a partnership with Lockheed. The team that's building this, you've already met me. My last company that I founded was building small thrusters that moved satellites around in orbit. That was acquired last December. Jeremy, my co-founder, international business background. He's the co-chair of CONFERS, an industry association, which is standardizing satellite servicing operations. James Boltitude, a brilliant young engineer. He's in his mid-20s. He's built 5 payloads for the International Space Station, has 3 satellites on orbit. He built this hardware that we put on the International Space Station, man-rated to NASA's standards, in 4.5 months. Broke some speed records. So we're building the infrastructure layer that's needed for the future of the space industry to make sure satellites never need to be thrown away again. If your companies are building satellites, come and talk to us about the future.
Judges.
Can you talk about the unit economics of your business?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So the tankers that we launch, we work with the launch company, so we get a very good deal on that. But actually, it was working with customers and talking to them that we first had that aha moment, we have to do this. Some of our customers said they could realize more than $1 million of extra revenue for every kilogram of propellant that we could get them. Now, we think we can get propellant to orbit for as little as perhaps $1,000 per kilogram. So there are potentially 3 orders of magnitude arbitrage opportunity there. Now, that's when we decided there was probably a business in the middle.
I like that you're working on a really hard problem, and it seems like you've made concrete progress. I think, well, I can see how over the long run it can reduce waste. Do you have a way right now that you can retrofit existing satellites, or is it going to be a matter of launching all new satellites that have the proper receptors?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We're not designing our systems to be backward compatible, but there are now 30 companies that are working on satellite servicing, effectively tow trucks in space. And they've had to design their business models around this paradigm that refueling doesn't exist, which is like buying a tow truck, going and towing 3 cars, having to throw it away and buy a completely new tow truck. So they're our natural customers, and they have all the complex robotics and the ability to go and service satellites that weren't designed to be serviced or upgraded. So through them, we're able then to address the legacy systems. As we go forward, because we're equipping the whole industry with a fuel import standard, then we'll be able to go direct to customers.
I'm curious if this is such a pain point for companies that have launched satellites into space, why this hasn't been done before.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Because there hasn't been a standard fueling port, that problem hadn't been solved. Because the rendezvous and docking technologies hadn't been solved, they have been solved now, and that's why the timing is right here. But also because the industry is extremely conservative. So they've had business models that have worked very well before. They're now feeling that those business models are threatened by the new constellations that are going up, by the changes in the industry. So they're much more open to innovation and embracing this type of idea. So it's become more of a problem that's front of mind, and the perceptions in the industry have shifted to needing this kind of capability.
So like they're scared by SpaceX and Blue Origin?
Pardon?
They're scared by SpaceX and Blue Origin.
That is one of the effects that's going on in the industry, yeah. OneWeb also, mega constellations, those types of things. There are several trends that have pushed bigger companies to really think a lot more innovatively and be looking for solutions like this.
Are you still beholden to your launch partner? Could they jack up your prices at some point because you're doing well and they see that you're making good gross margins, so they extract that by saying, hey, we're going to charge you more?
Yeah, sure, we considered that, and we do see the potential of competition from launch companies, but it just in the way that, that United doesn't sell fuel to Delta and to the other companies. Swissport is that layer. Similarly, the companies that are making those fuels don't sell directly to the airlines. Swissport is that layer, that infrastructure for airline industry. We don't expect that there'll be competition from the launch vehicles because we can buy from any of the vehicles, and that then lets us benefit from the economies of scale on the supply side and similarly on the demand side.
Can you talk about the lifetime of a satellite today and how that coincides with the amount of fuel that's on that satellite? And
yeah, absolutely. So because they've had to design satellites with all the fuel that they've needed, they've put up satellites traditionally into the geostationary orbit, where most of the big communication satellites are, with 15 years worth of fuel. So that means that most of the satellite, when it launched, was fuel. Now, because of these new challenges to the business models, there's no flexibility if you launch with 15 years worth of fuel. If the market shifts, if the technology shifts, you get stuck. You're with an asset that's no longer as valuable as you thought. So they're searching for that flexibility, which is why they're looking now for these types of solutions. So the drive now is to make satellites that have shorter lifetimes, but then build them with the option to be able to extend that lifetime. And you can't do that unless you've got a supply of fuel.
I love the authenticity of the idea to you guys as founders. It sounds like, though, that this isn't a problem that has been a huge industry secret for a long time. So are there other competitive offerings out there or potential solutions that will emerge over time that you're worried about or that you've heard of?
Yeah, there definitely are thoughts that have gone into this for the last few decades. But all of those business models, they haven't had, to be honest, somebody who's had a depth of experience in both entrepreneurship and the space industry. So they don't have an MVP. One of the companies that is in this space is trying to raise a Series A of $500 million. We don't think businesses should be designed like that. So we're very much trying to get this off the ground with a small amount of capital. And we brought down the capital requirements from hundreds of millions or billions of dollars to only $20 million.
It seems that the assumed lockout is the coupling nature between the valve and the distribution device. Couldn't a competitor come in once you actually build a market and you have this, called the male or the female fitting? Couldn't they just come in and retrofit the other side of fitting in some way, shape, or form, and then basically take all of your long tail over time?
Yeah, that's a very good point. So the patents that we have around the fueling port and the agreements we have around its use and how it's deployed are one part of our defensive strategy. But also, once we have propellant in orbit and we've built out that inventory, that's another defensive, another part of the moat that we have. So there's several different layers that we have to being able to defend this business. It's not just reliant on that fueling port standard. However, once it's a de facto standard in the industry, it's very hard then for somebody to try and replicate all of that and build a completely new ecosystem with which they can then compete with us.
My next question is, space is very big. So where do you put a fueling station, or how do you actually just work with people that are launching things into an orbit that you're going to be operating in?
Yeah, really good question. So there are a few main orbits where people put satellites. The geostationary orbit is one of them, so we'll have a tanker very close to that. Also in low Earth orbit, there are different inclinations. So most of the Earth observation satellites are at 98 degrees inclination, and the communications constellations are at 90 or 70 degrees. The International Space Station is at 55 degrees, which means there's a lot of activity there. So those are the orbits that we're going to start with tankers in, and then we'll respond to demand as people want us to put tankers in different places. But those are really the main places we start.
You are moving around several $100 million satellites. Who's insuring this?
Yeah, very good question. At the moment, there's a robust industry around insuring satellites and assets. I mentioned before the 30 companies that are looking to stand up satellite servicing and building those tow trucks. They include Northrop Grumman, prime contractors, Maxar, all the way down to new startups. Those companies are having to confront those issues head on. And so we can ride a little bit behind those. But then Jeremy's also vice chair at Confers, helping to standardize those operations. And a lot of that work is with the insurance and financial industries to understand that risk, to understand how to mitigate it, both from a financial perspective, an insurance perspective, but also a technical perspective. So a lot of efforts are going on in that direction. We're in the middle of those conversations.
Final question? All right, one more round of applause for Orbit Fab. He's going to take back his gas cap.
Wait.
Give it away. All right, we have one more company presenting here at the Battlefield Finals. That company is OmniViz. Presenting for OmniViz are Dr. Catherine Clayton and Lin Chang. Come on out.
Cholera has no borders. As an engineering PhD student, I learned how in Haiti there was no cholera for 100 years until the 2010 earthquake. After the disaster, cholera spread through the country, causing outbreaks and deaths to this day. But Haiti's not alone. There are 5 million cases of cholera every year in 41 countries all around the world. And this causes over $3 billion in treatments, in lost productivity, and in human cost. Cholera also takes 7 days to detect in the water. From the time somebody goes out to the water source, gets the sample, brings it back, and the lab performs enrichment of the sample, TCBS streaking, lysogeny broth isolation, polymerase chain reaction, serology, and a secondary confirmation. This process is long, and it takes years of training to know how to do. But what's worse is that communities are left vulnerable to the water that they drink, that they bathe in, and that they cook with. So I took my PhD research and technology, and I started OmniViz, where we put the power of the lab in the palm of your hand. We detect for cholera in under 30 minutes in water anywhere in the world. We are revolutionizing disease detection. And we do this with an easy-to-use platform. We have a handheld hardware device, a disposable test kit, and a smartphone, and they work seamlessly together to detect cholera accurately and affordably. The hardware acts like the portable laboratory. And inside we have heating units to start DNA amplification, and we have a series of lenses that miniaturize a microscope to see down to the nanoparticle level. We also have the test kit, where inside we have reagents that are embedded to perform DNA amplification. And when the test kit and the hardware come together, what happens is we amplify the cholera toxin gene. And in amplification, DNA strands grow longer, making the solution more viscous in nature. And that viscosity change is exactly what we're measuring. We have 2 pending patents on this technology, and we are more sensitive than the status quo. We also have the smartphone that's able to track with the proprietary algorithms of viscosity and send alert notifications. Move to phone demo. If I'm a field worker, I take this entire system with me out to a water source. I fill my test kit with a water sample, and I launch the app, where I've put the test kit inside of a heating unit to initiate DNA amplification. So DNA amplification is occurring, and inside, the solution's becoming more viscous in nature. And this is happening over a 28-minute period. Next, I move the test kit to the imaging region to look at my sample. When I'm imaging, I take a video, and that's how we back out the viscosity change that's occurring. And we do an analysis with our proprietary algorithms. From that, we see if the water is clean or dirty, here being clean. And we look at the data to see where and when cholera has been detected. Move to the web page. We also have a web portal that this all sends to, so an NGO can see where cholera has been found and when. And they can gather this data and bring in healthcare supplies to the area in need. Back to presentation. When a solution's contaminated, it also looks like this, but I couldn't bring cholera to the TechCrunch stage today. Solutions that move really, really slow are viscous in nature and therefore contaminated, whereas clean solutions move very, very fast because there is no viscosity change. I inspired my PhD advisors to join me as founders of OmniViz, and our team brings expertise in biotechnology, consumer electronics, global health to come together. Rapid tests are very, very easy to use, but they are highly inaccurate, whereas cell culture is expensive to use, but highly accurate. We do a B2B sales, where our hardware is a single-time sale, and our disposable test kit creates our recurring revenue because it is single-time use. And to date, we have 5 letters of intent from some of the biggest players in cholera, like Doctors Without Borders. But we're not stopping there. Cholera is a $2 billion market for water detection and surveillance, but OmniViz means to see everything. And by changing the chemistry in our disposable test kit and using our IP, we can detect for many different pathogens in many different markets. We are mobilizing the lab. We ask today for NGOs, water quality experts, and research hospitals to visit omniviztech.com because we are rapidly detecting pathogens and we are saving lives. Thank you.
Judges.
How are you going to, what's your plan on selling to NGOs?
I'll hand that to Lynn.
As she mentioned earlier, we already have 5 letters of intent from the biggest players in the market. ICDDRB is the gold standard. They are the world's first and largest cholera hospital. And being partnered with them is having the best smelling scratchy sticker that we can have on our company. Because of them, we've also been partnered with Doctors Without Borders, which own 15% of the landscape. We're also working with Emerging Pathogens Institute in Haiti and have many more letters of intent that we will follow up with.
And typically, though, the time scale on being able to get paid from an NGO is quite long, right? So what's your path to actually getting your first check?
So the other end of things is we sell to water testing laboratories, and that's a direct sale. That's a direct exchange where we get that money on the front end. But yes, the RFPs, they will have a longer turnaround time, but the fact that we do have these sales from a water testing lab is helping keep us solid.
Feels like a really meaningful business that you're building, so I really appreciate that. Just sort of building on this last question, what are the unit economics? How much are they paying per test, and what does that mean for your costs?
So a small company such as Emerging Pathogens Institute, they're spending about $100,000 a year currently. So we already know that we're hitting below what their budgets already have. A medium-sized company like Doctors Without Borders have about $500,000 for a budget, and UNICEF spends $1 to $6 million per country per year.
I liked your tagline, the power of the lab in the palm of your hand. I think that makes it really clear. with tests, often you have to go through clinical trials. Where do you stand in terms of are those necessary for this area, and what kinds of trial accuracy have you already seen?
Right. So because this is water testing, we do not go through the FDA or CE mark approval process. But because we want to build trust in our communities, what we do is we work with ICDDRB, that largest cholera hospital in the world, because they hold the gold standard. So we test with them to get that stamp of approval on everything that we do with our product. Up to date, we have done hundreds and hundreds of tests, double-blinded studies on our tests to look at accuracy, sensitivity, and specificity. We're 94.4% accurate. We are 97.5% specific and 93.1% sensitive.
Are you testing just for cholera right now, or can you detect everything in the water and say this water is clean? Because that's a much bigger problem. Because probably about 800 million people do not have access to clean water.
Right, exactly. So what we first do is we're doing cholera because that is one that has particular symptoms with it, and it's very chlorine resistant, and it's a market that hasn't been tapped. But we are looking at many other water diseases. In the laboratory space, we've already looked at E. coli, the hemorrhagic kind, which is the O157H7 strain. And we've also looked at typhoid, two really, really big water pathogens. So we want to have that specific result because that also changes the specific treatment of water in particular cases, like cholera being chlorine resistant. But we are growing definitely within that region and then going into human health after.
How did you size the market to 2 billion?
We looked through a bunch of UNICEF documents, as well as the Dove Project, et cetera, and we've done a lot of primary market research. We've gone out to the field, gone to Haiti, gone to Kenya, gone to Bangladesh, talked to well over 200 people face to face to start sizing this market and sizing the need.
But is that 2 billion in displacement of existing services that are being provided for water testing, or is it growing market based on the ability to distribute this broadly?
The market itself is the $2 billion that's currently being used for water detection and surveillance of cholera alone.
Is there a dominant player in that market today?
Right now, it'd be that laboratory testing, that 7-day turnaround time, and a lot of countries only have maybe 2 water testing facilities. So that means that there are a lot of people that are not even getting served, where a water NGO could serve those people because they can go out into the field. Our mechanism, it takes 47 minutes of training time, beginning to end, and we have done this study very thoroughly in Bangladesh.
So of that 2 billion, how much is actually services as opposed to actual hardware and equipment?
So the surveillance portion is the smaller portion, and the actual testing probably takes up about 80% of that cost. So that, yeah, the disposables and the tests.
I gotta imagine distribution is relatively difficult for this product. Like even if you get it to the NGO then getting it to the site actually using it, and then getting the replaceable tests over time into that market are really difficult. How are you overcoming that?
Yeah, sure. So what we do is that's why our partners are so important to us. Doctors Without Borders has a distribution network. They are the experts in that. They know how to get that out to the field. What we do is we respond to those RFPs. We're the one that gives them the 1 million test kits or the 1,000 hardware devices. They go through their distribution channels to get it to the right player, the right field worker, the right scientist, the right doctor. And so that is where our partners and our customers are incredibly important.
You talked about porting the IP to blood, so that this change in viscosity that you measure.
Mm-hmm.
How difficult is that?
So far, we've done HIV and malaria in blood and seen great low levels of detection and not seeing issues. There will be more sample processing in the chip itself, but we know if we need to look at the white blood cell side, if we need to look at the plasma side, if we need to look at the red blood cell side. But we have a paper coming out in the next few months on doing blood testing in the system with malaria.
Exciting.
Other questions?
And do you have units currently deployed?
We're actually wrapping up our last pilot study in Bangladesh at the end of this month.
And how is utilization on the existing units that are out?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What does utilization look like? Like how frequently are these being used? Like how many tests per unit are you rolling through the site?
So the tests themselves are disposable, so they're a one-time use. Depending on the size of our partner, we're expecting like a small partner will do, low-end thousands of tests a month, and then it scales up. And that really changes depending on how large the country is and the complexity of getting to those locations.
Final question? All right, give it up for OmniViz. And that concludes the finals of the Startup Battlefield. The judges are going to follow me backstage. They're going to choose a winner. Before they go, though, let's hear it one more time for our awesome judges.
Ooh. What technology do you think will help us best deal with natural disasters? Go to the IBM booth number BF1 to pick your favorite from the Call for Code finalists. Over 5,000 people have already voted.
Why did you come to this workshop? To learn. But quickly I realized I started unlearning some things which I've been doing very incorrectly in the past and which didn't really give me the results that they're supposed to get.
I want to be where we ask questions like why? And the big question I ask is what if? You know, it's a different way of thinking at Stanford than it is at any other university in the world.
I realized I was getting stale, so I said, you know what, it's time for me to move on and look for greater things and have more impact.
At Lockheed Martin, we're on a mission. Your mission. When millions of people are counting on you, you can count on us. To build the impossible, to invent the inconceivable, and solve every problem with speed and reliability. Every mission is an expedition of the greatest importance, both to you and to us.
Traditional hearing aids sit behind the ear. Eargos actually sit in the ear. I'm actually wearing them right now. Eargo sells directly to consumer. So as opposed to selling via clinics, Eargo advertises and is basically presented digitally or online. There's not a distribution in the middle of it, meaning that we can actually offer products at a lower price and also have a much more seamless experience from product to wearing to rehabilitating your hearing and so on. So traditionally, you would need to book an appointment, wait a couple of weeks, you would get in, you would have your hearing assessed, and then you would sort of get into the whole counseling account. What kind of solutions exist? How do you get it? You don't need a prescription per se. You'd be presented with a range of options and a strong recommendation from the professional, and then offered to buy it. The challenge in America is that it's an investment. There's no reimbursement for hearing aids. The average price point in the market is around $4,700 for a pair. That's the traditional process. There's a perfect solution out here for you, where you can actually improve your hearing. You don't have to go through the hassles of setting appointments, being tested. You can actually transact online. You will get your hearing aids, and you can literally try it on. Typically 2 to 3 days after receipt of the product for an onboarding or welcome call to make sure that we can address all the questions. Am I putting it in the right way? How do I change my programs? Any kind of issue that might arise, we want to make sure we tackle them head on up front. Our very first product, Eargo Plus, Eargo Max, and now also Eargo Neo, are all FDA approved.
So the Eargo Plus hearing aid and Eargo Max hearing aid look like this. And you see what I was talking about earlier in terms of the genesis of the design, which is really this flexi fiber tip, right? Which is a medical grade silicone. And you can see that the miniaturization is really about taking the electronics and essentially shrink wrapping it with a small plastic shell. And most importantly, when inserted in your ear, it essentially completely disappears. Neo product, which is our latest product offering, you'll note a few design changes. So a lot cleaner look in terms of the charger design. The charger pockets, taking feedback from our end users. Right, we redesigned these pockets so it's virtually impossible to get them in incorrectly. And then finally, the hearing aid itself has gone through quite a few changes. What you'll notice immediately is a much more organic, smaller form factor. So we've moved the microphone to the back of the hearing aid, and then we have stainless steel contacts that are flush with the surface, in contrast to the first generation, where the gold contacts are recessed a little bit, right? So, and the design intent here was really threefold: improving retention in the ear canal, improving comfort, and improving the acoustical performance, right? So by moving to a palm design rather than the FlexiFiber design, we were able to achieve all three of those in one design. So you get a little bit more gain in the overall system, so we can fit more people with this device, and it in fact is more comfortable and better retention.
We offer products anywhere from $1,650 to $2,750. So it's still an investment. It's lower than the price of the market, but it gives people that opportunity to really try hearing. What we really wanted to do is, you can almost call it democratize hearing. How do we make it accessible and get away from the medical environment, saying this is something about improving you and you taking action.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back TechCrunch Managing Editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
What's up, squad? Yeah, thank you. There's like 6 or 7 people clapping. Progress. Appreciate it. Okay, I know you guys are anxious to hear who the winner of the Battlefield Finals is, but our judges are busy deliberating, and we are about to hear from some of the most exciting names in smartphones. So with that, I'd like to welcome our next guest. Please welcome to the stage from OnePlus, the co-founder, Carl Pei, and your moderator, Brian Heater. Warm welcome, please.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So I wanted to start off by giving a little bit of kind of broader industry context. So 2019 is on track to be the 3rd straight year of global smartphone decline, as I'm sure you're well aware. However, in stark contrast to that, between the years of, these are the latest numbers that I've seen, I'm sure yours are far more up to date, but between 2017 and 2018, OnePlus experienced a 209% growth. What are you doing right that other people aren't?
I think we're just really focused on the product. We have a product that our consumers love, and actually we don't really look at market share numbers. Our PR team told me to tell everybody that we've grown 152% year on year, Q2 to Q2, but it's not something that we really look at because it's not something that we can really control for. We really believe in putting all our effort into creating the best possible product. And if the product is good enough, I think it's just a matter of time for growth to happen.
So it sounds like what you're getting at is that you're kind of competing against yourself in that respect. I mean, the point is to continue to grow year over year. However, I assume you must be pretty in tune with what is happening in the industry. You must see the fact that people generally are buying fewer smartphones than they were a year or two ago, and trying to figure out how to contrast that.
Well, to be honest, we haven't had many conversations internally about this. It's mainly been very, very inward-looking, and in a way, there's not really much we can do about market dynamics. The world is changing, and if you can't really do anything about it, then why would you spend time thinking about it?
Sure, but how do you convince consumers, again, that aren't buying smartphones at the rates that they once were, that perhaps that they need to continue to upgrade their devices every 1 or 2 years, or that they need to actually go out and spend money on a new device?
I think at this point, although we're number 5 in the world now in terms of the premium flagship market, we're still quite a small player, and that's why we're able to sustain our growth.
Okay, so you feel like there's been a pretty a controlled burn in the way that the company is growing? I mean, are you conscious of that? Is there a downside in growing too quickly?
We always believe in sustainable growth, and we always believe that, or we always try and be profitable. We got to survive. I think the hardware industry is a little bit different from software. When you have a software product with network effects, you kind of can justify overspending to get more users to kind of build that network effect. But in hardware, if you overspend, you're not guaranteed to be around. So if you look at the hardware landscape, most hardware companies have disappeared, not because of the fact that their competitors are really strong, but rather because they've kind of overinvested in their inventory and they broke their cash flow.
So how many OnePlus 7s did you sell?
It's in the millions.
In the millions? And how does that compare to the 6 or the 6T, for example?
So every new product iteration we have, we sell a little bit more than before. And if we think we have a demand of, say, 100 units, we would rather make 90 units, just to be totally sure that we can sell everything we create without needing to overly discount and thus losing money. So for us, slow and sustainable growth is much more important than maximizing every opportunity that we have.
Did the math in that change at all when you moved from a phone a year to 2 phones a year?
Not really, but it's a lesson we kind of learned, because I don't know how many of you guys still remember us from the early days. We're turning 6. In our first couple of years, you could only buy us if you were invited. So invite-only system, and it was kind of not intended to be, but it became like a growth hack. I think all in all, we did close to $1 billion in revenue just through an online peer-to-peer kind of a model. So we really got ahead of ourselves in terms of our pride, and we thought we were really, really smart, and which caused us to almost fail in our second year. So ever since then, we reverted back to this slow and steady growth model.
What is it what happens? Why did that cause you to almost fail in the following year?
Well, we stopped focusing on the product. I still remember in 2015, because we got so much good press in 2014, and we didn't want to let the press down. So I remember once when we were ordering units, like how much are we going to produce? We're basing it on, okay, what would be a good story to tell in terms of growth compared to the previous year? It wasn't based at all on what the consumers felt about the product or how the market looked like. So that's how kind of arrogant we became in 2015.
So you felt that the OnePlus 2 wasn't necessarily up to the standards that it should have been based on that?
2015 is the only year in which we haven't made money.
Okay, so I guess the numbers ultimately speak for themselves. Early on, the community was the thing for you guys. I mean, that's how you were able to grow as quickly as you were. And it seems crazy to talk about when we're talking about these large-scale hardware devices, but it really was. It was word of mouth, and it was the fact that you were a small new company and you were able to talk to people directly. It's granted it's only been 6 years, but do you feel that you've lost a little bit of touch with the community?
Today, our products are built together with our community. So in the very beginning, it was an invite system, people sharing the product with each other. But as we grew, we started a 3-pronged software strategy. So we have a closed beta program, we have an open beta program, and a mass production build. And we have a very small group of core users who are always giving us feedback on the closed beta program, so that when consumers who are enrolled in the larger open beta program see it, it's already vetted. And then when mass market consumers see it, it's already been through 2 layers of this kind of testing. So this program has stopped us from releasing things that could have gone not that great.
Like what, for example?
We had this, we wanted to infuse more humanity into the product because the smartphone is very cold.
What does that mean?
We wanted to do something fun with the boot screen animation, and luckily our community stopped that.
I gotta ask, what was it? What was it that was just so wrong with the boot screen that?
The intention was good, but basically it was somebody drawing our logo by hand, and you could see somebody's hand, and it just felt really off,
Yeah, like Uncanny Valley.
Yeah, So we killed it.
So you think that in spite of growing at the rate that you've grown, that you've been able to maintain that the relationship with the community that you'd like?
We definitely still have the relationship. However, I feel like the relationship hasn't evolved. It's still what it was 2 years ago. So going forward, and if you look at the overall smartphone market, we're not going to have the resources to do marketing on TV compared to the larger players. So we need to keep innovating the way in which we engage with the consumer. And that, I feel, has been a little bit stagnant over the past 2 years, where we've been more focused on, business and operations. We started working with carriers. We launched with T-Mobile here in the US, which is why we've kind of grown really quickly here.
Why not launch with a smartphone or with a carrier initially? I mean, obviously, when we're talking about the U.S. market, like that's kind of the only way to have like a really large success here is to work directly with the carriers.
We wanted to try out our e-commerce idea, and that got us to a certain level of growth. And to be very honest, in year one, we were nobodies. So if we were to approach the carriers, we wouldn't get a response. And it was actually, we were joking about this. We were like, hey, one day when we're big enough, we're going to launch with T-Mobile. They're the Un-carrier, we're the challenger brand, and it happened.
That's interesting. So you felt like T-Mobile was somehow kind of a kindred spirit with what you were trying to do?
Yeah, a lot of their messaging and how they were approaching the market was similar to our ideas. We saw problems with the status quo, and we wanted to do better.
So was partnering though with the T-Mobile, was that also part of the kind of control burn? Again, they're right now, I mean, granted, if the merger goes through, they'll be much larger, but they're a pretty distant third when it comes to AT&T and Verizon. So they're kind of the right size for where you need to be right now?
Yeah, it's been a very good partnership. We really align on the values. When we launched the 6T now almost a year ago, we had a big event at the Times Square T-Mobile store, and the media were writing about the line. It was longer than anything they'd seen in the past couple of years.
Has the U.S. market been particularly difficult to crack? I hear it from a lot of people on the outside that there's something about this market that is just much more difficult than others.
I think it's a matter of patience, because U.S. is a developed market. So if you look at India, for instance, now 5.5 years in, we are number one in terms of market share in the premium market. So we're bigger than whatever other brand you can think of in that space. And that's because I think Indian consumers are very young, and a lot of people are switching from a feature phone to a smartphone for the first time. And you have e-commerce coming out of nowhere, and VCs investing a lot of money to win Indian e-commerce. So you get all these factors creating big change in the market. Whereas here, the carriers are very strong. 90% of phones are sold via carriers. And people have already this ingrained habit of, I don't really buy a phone when there's a new phone. I buy a new phone when my contract ends. So I think as long as you have a good product, you offer your customers good service, sooner or later people are going to get it. In some markets, faster than others.
I'm not sure if you necessarily would agree with the presence, but from where I sit, pricing is a really important part of OnePlus's success. Part of the reason why people are buying fewer smartphones generally is because routinely they're priced at over $1,000. You're able to keep these at $600-700 for these pretty premium devices. Is that price point, is that a huge key to your success? Is that something that you're really taking into account when you develop a device?
Yeah, our original idea, one of the problems we saw in the market was that phones were just too expensive. And they weren't too expensive because the components were too expensive. It was because the business model wasn't really set up in consumers' favor. There were too many in-betweens. That's why when we started, we wanted to create this really awesome product and then sell through e-commerce so consumers could get a more reasonable price. And now that we've started working with carriers, some people are asking us, hey, are you still being true to that original idea? And the answer is yes, because carriers, most carriers in the world, they don't really make money on selling hardware. Their business model lies in selling their subscription and their plans. So we can still bring our product at a reasonable price to consumers. Now, on the other hand, if you work with brick and mortar stores, that's a different story. And that's why we haven't really expanded over there.
Are you able to compete with other Chinese companies when it comes to pricing? The Huawei or Xiaomi, I mean, they're able to produce very good handsets at really low prices.
I think the smartphone industry is so mature now. that everybody has the same access to the same stuff, but it's all a matter of what your focus is. Our focus has always been in creating a premium experience, so we've never created a product, say below $400 or below $350. So it's a market that we chose not to engage in because our expertise lies in creating really good user experience and getting all the details right. So just one quick example, this is the OnePlus 7T, where we just announced this last week, and it's going on sale on the 18th of October at T-Mobile. You can't really see it, but there's this ring outside of the camera. It's got this curvature that you can see from the side, and we created a man-made diamond drill in order to just create this surface curvature that we needed. And it's typically something that's kind of reminds you of how jewelry is made. So we put a lot of emphasis in the smallest of details, both when it comes to the hardware and the software. So price is not our main concern, but if we wanted to, we could make a cheap product. It's just not our strategy.
It always seemed, from my standpoint, that part of your ability to keep the pricing in check was oftentimes not necessarily being the first to introduce a new feature to the product. You know, we would see them come out on other devices. You would wait a year, and because of that, you were able to keep the price pretty low. But it does seem like that philosophy has perhaps shifted in the last couple of years. You know, you were one of the first to market with a in-display fingerprint reader. You've been pushing on 5G pretty heavily. Is that a change in the way the company is approaching features?
It was never about cost saving. Like, we didn't want to be the first to implement some technologies because the user experience just wasn't there. Like, why be first just for the sake of being first? And for us, it's much more important to be better. 5G for us is a little bit of a different story because if you're a consumer, there's no real killer app for 5G yet. And the same thing happened when 4G came out. It took 2 or 3 years before app developers found new ways of leveraging more bandwidth and more speed. So we're going to see the same thing happen in 5G. The reason why 5G is so important to us is because of our users. We're probably the smartphone brand with the most tech enthusiastic users. If you walk around the software development departments here in Silicon Valley, you'll see a very high internal market share. So we know that these people are going to invent the applications for 5G. And we just wanted to be first to be able to empower them. So earlier this year, we rolled out the first commercial 5G device in the UK, for instance. We just wanted to be first to empower our community to build on top of this.
So you would agree then in 2019 that owning a 5G handset doesn't make sense for the vast majority of consumers?
Unless you have a very long upgrade cycle and you want to be future-proof.
So, but you're able to produce this, you know, granted, it's not your, you know, mainstream flagship, but you're able to produce this device that's really just targeted at the developer community?
We want it to be first because this segment of the market is so important to us.
How important is it just to be first from the standpoint of like being able to like plant your flag and saying, hey, we were the first to market with this feature?
That was never a discussion point.
So why TVs and why now?
TV?
TV, yeah. You just launched a TV.
We just launched a new TV. Our first foray into a new category after almost 6 years. We launched this last week in India. For now, it's an India-specific product because if you look at the market, a lot of people still have these old-school CRT TVs, and they're leapfrogging. So they're not going to buy a flat-screen TV. They're going to leapfrog immediately into a smart TV. And because we made smartphones for so long, and we have I would say we have some good observations when it comes to user experience. So we wanted to leverage that experience we have from smartphones and create a better TV. And now that we have both product categories, we can figure out ways in which these two categories can interact better. So just a quick example, for those who use like smart TVs, it's really hard to use the keyboard. It's like really, if you have a small remote control, you got to go up, down, left, right to enter the letters individually. Mm-hmm. So for us, you can use our phone to just use the phone keyboard to enter whatever you want really quickly.
But that's an even longer upgrade cycle for most users, right? I mean, you're talking about 2, maybe 3 years for, granted it's elongated, but 2, maybe 3 years for a smartphone. People aren't upgrading their TVs very often.
Yeah, now we're at a phase, inflection point in the Indian market where people are jumping to the smart TV.
So you're able to be a part of that first wave, but are you able to sustain that? Once all of those people have bought those smart TVs, are we waiting another like 5 years for all of them to upgrade again?
It's a big market.
Okay.
There's a lot of people in
There's
India.
a few, yeah. It's 1.3 billion?
I'm not sure of the exact number.
So you're doing the TV manufacturing in India, is that right?
TV is manufactured in Taiwan. We have an ODM over there.
Okay, but you've begun manufacturing handsets in India.
Yeah, I think now almost 2 years ago, the Indian government introduced new tariffs for imported phones. So a lot of people are manufacturing locally now.
Okay, so tariffs are, I mean, obviously, like tariffs are, for clear reasons, are a hot button topic right now. How much are these international tariffs having an impact on where you are manufacturing your devices?
Just make the most rational business case and decide from there.
Does it make sense, though, for most of these to kind of to manufacture in the local market? I mean, obviously there's a lot to be said for being able to create jobs in the same market that you're selling these products.
I think for us it made sense to manufacture in India because we're already quite big in India. I don't think there's another market we would do that for just yet.
So earlier this week, Samsung announced that they were pulling out of the Chinese market for manufacturing. They're going to continue to sell there. Obviously, they're not a huge presence in that market. They're doing the majority of their manufacturing in India and Vietnam right now. Sony, I think, made a similar jump as well. Are you expecting to maintain the manufacturing of the devices in China going forward?
Yeah, we don't have any plans of changing where we manufacture. It's currently in China and India.
Okay, so I actually also wanted to ask you a question about the changing approach the company has had to dealing with crises. There were a few early on, a lot of very kind of different ones you've accrued over the years. The most recent one being there was a large security breach with the site early last year. I think it was about 40,000 people. Can you talk a little bit about how your approach has changed to dealing with these wide-scale crises?
I wouldn't say that our approach has changed. I just think we might have grown up over the last couple of years. When there's a problem, address it and keep the communication lines open. Tell people what you're doing about it, and once you've solved it, see if you need to compensate your consumers.
Is there an example in the past, as we're winding down now on time, of a instance where you didn't handle it the way perhaps you should have?
I don't know. Do you remember Smash the Past?
I do.
Yeah.
You want to explain that in 40 seconds and
okay, I'll try.
How you correct it?
So we only had 1,000 phones, and we only wanted to seed out 100 phones. We needed to find people who were really excited about our brand, so we had this program where you signed up to smash your current smartphone on video on YouTube to be able to be one of the first 100 to buy our phone. 140,000 people signed up, much more than we expected, and the media wrote a lot of articles, both positive and negative, about that.
So you would have done that differently?
It was another stage in our maturity.
Okay. All right, Carl, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we are going to be joined by yet another smartphone maker CEO in his very first interview as CEO. So please welcome to the stage from HTC, Yves Metzler and Brian Heater, your moderator. He's right back on stage.
I think you only get the Jordan fist bump the first time out. Yves, thank you so much for joining us. A lot has changed since we first decided to have HTC on stage. You accepted the position, what has it been, a few weeks now, about a month, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, that's my day 14.
This is week 2 right now. So I want to actually start by giving a little bit of context for the company. So in Q2 of this year, HTC posted its 5th consecutive quarterly loss. Last July, there were some pretty large layoffs at the company. I think it was about a quarter of the staff. So my first and I think most important question for you is, Why would anyone want to take this job?
That's a good question. No, first of all, I know HTC for many years. I've been executive at Orange, and you may remember that Orange was one of the first partner of HTC when we started the SPV. It was not branded HTC, it was SPV. And we moved with HTC during 15 years now altogether. So I know this company pretty well. And we have to acknowledge that this company has a very, very strong brand. Still a little bit, to be refreshed, but still very vivid and very valid in Asia, in Europe, in the US. So it's really a global brand, and it's not so unusual to have such a global brand. And there is another one, which is Vive, according to that. Second thing, this culture of innovation is very strong as HTC. In the past few years, you saw the first blockchain phone, you saw virtual reality being led by HTC. The team is from a technology perspective, very, very strong. You may have realized that we have been launching in the market the 5G Hub, which has been adopted by more than 10 big carriers across the globe.
So you started, I think one of your most recent products is the 5G hotspot.
No, I mean, the latest one is a Cosmos. You use a new headset, which has been released yesterday.
In the mobile space.
Yeah, in the mobile phone, in the mobile space, yes, it is a 5G. And again, you mentioned regarding the P&L, which is significantly negative. But if you look at the balance sheet of the company, it's a very strong asset. We have zero debt. We have a lot of assets aside of the brand, aside of the IP, aside of the building. We have 1 billion cash. So yes, it is a challenge, but we have a lot of strengths. And I personally do believe that there is a lot to be done to refresh the company and to make the company being a leading company in the next few months and few years again. I strongly believe that there is here a fantastic challenge, and we will get there. You will see, we will get there.
So again, there's a big difference between the next few years and the next few months. You feel like there's enough in the works right now that there's going to start to be a turnaround in the next few months?
I mean, if we have a credo at HTC, this credo is 5G plus XR. Why do we have this credo? Because the 5G will change a lot of things in the industry. The 5G is not only 4G plus 1G. The 5G means that the latency of the network will become very, very short, or much, much shorter. But also something which is very important underneath, and that people are not used to speak about, is IPv6 standard, where all the connected objects will have their own IP address, so that we may be able to address all those objects individually. And what does it mean fundamentally? Today, if you have a smartphone or if you have something, whatever connected object on the 4G, the network is driving the object. I mean, the object is a slave. I mean, the device is a slave of the network.
But it sounds like, again, you're approaching this from somebody who's spent a lot of time in telecom, which makes sense. But what is the benefit to a company that we've traditionally thought of as producing handsets? Are you talking about creating like 5G infrastructure? What role specifically is HTC going to play in 5G going forward?
If you believe in XR, augmented, or whatever is the X, if you believe in XR, it's obvious that it will never work if you don't have, high boundaries, low latency. And customers, what they want is an end-to-end experience. And providers, specifically in the B2B environment, they don't have this knowledge of end-to-end experience. So if you only provide a piece of it, I think you miss parts of what customer will request. And if you listen your customers, then you see that they are struggling from the access point up to the content to have a very smooth experience. And this is requesting a lot of technology behind. And that's what HTC can provide, because we have this background of network and carrier technology up to the Vive port, which is our content platform. So, and there are not so many companies, to my knowledge, it's the only one, who can really be in a position to provide this type of end-to-end solution. So for a B2C perspective, it made not make so many sense. But if you talk about B2C, hospital, university, security, or this type of thing, it makes a lot of sense to have an integrated solution.
So let's break that down then a little bit. It makes sense from the standpoint of a hotspot. It makes sense from a standpoint of an HTC device with 5G or Vive, as you mentioned before. But where does HTC come in when we're talking about dealing with like a hospital, for example?
If you talk about an hospital, for instance, where you may have nurse to be trained, or when you have doctor to do their job in a chirurgy, for instance, you need to make sure that you have. If with the 5G is also coming the edge, and if you look at how far we are from a carrier perspective at providing edge solution, we are pretty far. Where we at HTC, having the entire value chain, we can provide some edge solution to the B2B companies, which are much cheaper and much easy to install compared to what they have now, which is almost nothing in terms of edge computing.
So how much it sounds like you're talking mostly about the enterprise side of the Vive business, which I think is something that is becoming more and more interesting to you. What do you see the breakdown being going forward? Obviously, the Cosmos launched, yesterday here in the States at least, so clearly you're very interested in the consumer side as well. Going forward, how much of HTC's business in VR is going to be consumer versus enterprise?
First, I think we should not oppose B2C and B2B, because B2B is, at the end of the day, B2B2C. So they are kind of complementary. Now, if we look at all the forecasts in terms of data consumption, in the next 6 years, the volume of data that will be consumed by everyone, B2B and B2C, will be 10 times more than the one we have today. So it's a big, big, big increase. But what's more fundamental is the way this increase will take place. Today, 70 to 80% of the consumption of data in 5G is B2C, mostly video streaming consumption. If you look at 6 to 5 years from now, it will be reverse, which means that 80% will be B2B and not B2C anymore. So, and if our customers are asking us to help them to build this type of B2B experience, we are listening to our customers. This is part of our DNA, and we have to follow what our customers are requesting. And the growth in terms of volume of data, which means that in terms of business, is toward B2B.
So to re-ask the question in a more pragmatic way then, do you think you can continue to compete with a Facebook in the consumer space for VR?
I don't believe that HTC is here to compete with Facebook. Facebook, HTC, Valve, Microsoft, some Chinese brand, we are here to create a new world. And we have an incredible opportunity and responsibility to create the virtual world. I think there will not be only one company. There will not be only one God of this world. Each of us will be part of this new world creation. And what is fascinating is how together, all together, at competing or co-working or co-competing together, we'll be able to build this world. So I think the space is huge, the space is very large, and all together we'll be able to build something. And for sure, Facebook will have its own character or specificity, and HTC will continue to have and to pursue around its own journey. From time to time, we will recover, we'll overlap. That's normal life, and it's good to have this type of overlapping. But I think on the long term, we will not compete, and we'll together participate of creating this new world opportunity.
So the world of VR, of XR is going to be large, but right now the number of headsets that are actually sold is pretty small right now. Is it increasing at a rapid enough rate that you think that that XR is going to be HTC's primary business in the coming years?
Again, it's not only the headset, it's a service, and it's part of the infrastructure.
Sure, but all of the different levels of XR, software, hardware, all of those things, whatever the Vive portion of HTC is that going to overtake mobile?
On long-term basis, yes. If I look at 5 years, yes, for sure.
So you feel like 5 years is probably the point with which those two lines cross for you?
I wish before.
Sure, of course.
But reasonably speaking, it will be 4 to 5 years.
That's when you sit down with the board and the investors and have all these very difficult conversations on your first day. That's the realistic timeline that you're giving for that change.
We will do all our best to make it shorter. But the customer adoption is key. It's not only a question of technology, how people are adopting new technology. And we all know that it is absolutely critical. At the end of the day, we have human beings in front of us. And those human beings, they are dealing with something totally new, totally unusual, which is not in our human DNA, which is the virtual world. And the virtual world was not existing 5 years ago. And suddenly you want 8 billion people to embrace the virtual world, knowing that most of them are still not embraced the digital world. So there is a ramping curve aside of the technology, which is a psychological, something which is inside of the human being. And we have to respect, human being being obliged to learn and to feel more comfortable. And today we have to acknowledge that the vast majority of people are not comfortable with virtual reality. That means that we are not doing a good job. And we have to listen our customer even more to provide them a better experience which fits with what they are willing to embrace in this virtual world.
So I think it's a fair assessment to say that it's going to take some sort of learning and contextualization to get more consumers to understand what VR is and why it should play a role in their life. But obviously, we're at a point of saturation right now where people don't need smartphones explained to them. Everyone, probably assume in this audience right now, has a smartphone. So about 8 years ago, I think HTC was somewhere in the neighborhood of about 11% of global smartphone sales. When you come in as a fresh face, as an outsider and are able to reflect upon that, where now it's at a point where it's sort of, in that other column when we see those global numbers, what went wrong? Why did the numbers drop so precipitously over the years?
I mean, HTC has stopped innovating in the hardware of a smartphone, and people like Apple, like Samsung, and most recently like Huawei, they have done an incredible job at investing in the hardware. So and we didn't. We simply didn't. Because we have been focusing on investing in innovation on the virtual reality. So I remember when I was young, somebody told me to be right at the wrong time is to be wrong at the right time is to be right. I think we have been right at the wrong time. So, and now we have to try to catch up. Yes, we make a timing mistake. It is very difficult to anticipate the time and to have the time filling.
Yeah.
And HTC made a mistake in terms of timing, and it's a difficult mistake, and we are paying for that. But we have still so many assets in terms of innovation, in terms of team, in terms of balance sheet, that I do believe that I'm sure that we are recovering of this timing mistake. Yes.
So you feel that the company diverted too much of its assets towards XR versus staying on the mobile space and innovating there?
I think the company has been switching too early. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because obviously there was a market, and you just sort of you let your foot off the pedal, as it were, in that category. So how do you right that ship when it comes to these devices? I mean, how do you change that? How do you start to innovate in that way? And are you going to be able to, in this 5-year time frame or any time frame, recapture any of that market share that you've lost?
I mean, in terms of smartphone, I think we have to acknowledge that HTC has to improve, and we will continue to work on the smartphone. We are working on the smartphone, and obviously, I think that there are some low-hanging fruits that we can grab, which will allow us to do better.
So what's a good example of a current low-hanging fruit that you can use to start to increase again?
I mean, if we look at our price positioning in terms of smartphone, we do not have the volume anymore to make smartphones. So we have to acknowledge the reality as it is. So if we want to catch up, we need to partner with some people in order to, to grab the volume and to, to restart. So I think that's what we have to assess, that's what we have to discuss internally, and eventually, to put in place. So now regarding the second part of our business, which is where we want to go, which is 5G and XR. I think in 5G we are pretty good. I think we are, if you look at, we are the only 5G company, including Samsung, who can really argue that they are in almost all countries who have started the 5G. We are in Australia, we are in Switzerland, we are in France, we are in the UK, we are here in the US with Sprint. I will say we are in China with China Mobile. In every country, we as long as started the 5G, we are here. So on the 5G, we are right on spot. We are a leading company. Regarding virtual reality, we start the Cosmos. Obviously, this is, to my view, the best, phone. I mean, the best headset experience that you can find. So we are really leading this part. And being better, improving better, we will create even more traction toward customers, and hopefully they will continue to join the VR world and helping us to build this world all together.
So I don't want to leave mobile phones entirely, because obviously it's like a huge part of the company's business. What does that short-term play look like? How much of it is OEMing for other companies in different markets? How much of it is licensing out the brand and letting somebody slap, an HTC brand on these devices? Is that what you do to start getting yourself back in that game?
I mean, there are today a lot of thought, a lot of discussion.
Yeah.
We do not have finalized them all. We will come back to you at the right time, hopefully very soon. We know our weaknesses, and we try to solve them through different options. Some of them you just mentioned, and we'll move forward, and hopefully we'll be able to satisfy our customers. And I hope that a few months from now on, we'll be able to provide good surprise to our customers, and and then we may change the game. Yes.
Is there a market that makes a particular sense right now? We just spoke to Carl at OnePlus about India. Obviously, it's a huge market. There's a lot of opportunity. Is there a particular segment that you're going after right now with mobile devices?
I mean, everybody knows about the trade war between China and USA. Everybody knows the impact of this trade war in Europe. So at HTC, we are not looking at low-end devices. We are looking at countries which has higher GDP. So the market is changing. The competition is changing. We all know, and we all face, the situation where Huawei market share is going down, and that customers are disappointed not being able to have, the latest Huawei phone anymore. So how to give our customers or people, in Europe, the opportunity to come back to what they wish in terms of best-in-class hardware, in terms of best-in-class photography. This is a question that HTC will try to solve in the next few months.
So when you're having these conversations, these, again, very difficult conversations with the board, and you're giving them a timeline, we discussed the timeline with which XR and mobile crosses. What timeline are you giving them for profitability? When can we expect HTC to return to profitability?
I mean, first of all, those discussions are board discussions. So I will provide different strategic options to the board, very soon, and the board will have to decide and to make some choice. And then
do you have, what is your gut feeling? What are you telling them? When do you feel like that ship is going to be righted?
As I'm telling you, I truly believe that this is linked to the way carrier will deploy the 5G. And you know that 2020 will be the starting point of the 5G. And usually it takes 2 years to deploy a network. So 2023, we will have in developed countries a significant coverage. Starting from here, you will see a ramp up. That's why I believe that 2025, for sure, probably even earlier, will be the turning point for sure. If possible, earlier. But we are dependent of the carrier network deployment speed.
Okay, we'll meet back here in 2023. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Yves, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you both. It's blowing my mind. He's saying 2020 so many times. Like, does it ever just like hit you? That's about to be 20. It's kind of weird, right? Because you're like, you guys are not easy to talk to. It's okay, we're almost done. Okay, with that, we're gonna welcome our next guest who is on the road to IPO. Please welcome the CEO and co-founder of Postmates, Bastian Lemon, and your moderator, Kate Clark.
Well, welcome back.
Thank you.
It's been a while.
Yeah, 9 years, 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, so this week I learned that you were actually a Battlefield company here at TechCrunch
Yep.
just a short 8 years ago in 2011.
It was a famous start.
How was that pitch?
Horrible.
Why?
Yeah, I had a presentation, a demo. We had a demo planned. And I remember talking the night before to the team here at TechCrunch that I insisted to do a live demo of the product. And, everybody was like, dude, that's not a good idea. This will not work. There's too many people, the Wi-Fi. And I'm like, you know what? Steve Jobs does live demos, so I will.
If he can do it, you can do it, right?
Why not? And of course, it completely went wrong. Like, the app crashed. We couldn't get it to load. The idea was that you would see a Postmate arriving, and he would have this, I believe it was this giant box of cookies from a place in the city. And there was a ramp that we installed on the stage. But for some reason, the ramp had been moved to the other side. So
Oh, no.
it all fell apart, and I think I was very close to crying. We won? No.
Yes,
No.
it sounds like you didn't win,
Yeah.
but things worked out pretty well for you guys.
Right. But I'm happy to announce the winner of the Battlefield competition today. The winner is...
He's joking.
Oh, no.
So it's been a very important year for Postmates. A lot has happened. Most recently, you guys raised a $225 million round, valuing the business at $2.4 billion. But more importantly, you submitted a confidential IPO filing in February. So we expected to see this S1 filing in September. It is now October. Where is the filing?
I'm asking myself the same question every day. As soon as we'll find it, I'll let you know.
You lost it somewhere in the office?
We lost it. No, look, the reality is that we will IPO when we believe we find the right time for the business and the right time in the markets. And if you look at the markets right now, I believe they're a little choppy. They're a little choppy when it comes to growth companies specifically. There seems to be an appreciation of value stock in the market right now. But, we're hopeful that we find a great window to get out there.
So do you think it'll be 2019?
I think it depends more on the macro than it depends on our readiness.
And then as far as the recent fundraise, I'm just curious, was that sort of an effort to kind of downsize IPO expectations because the markets, as you said, haven't been quite as friendly toward these big unicorn companies as we kind of expected going into 2019?
No, the exact opposite. It was very opportunistic round. I think we have made great progress as a business, and as it sometimes happens, you're doing some testing the water presentations, and there's interest, and it sounded like a good idea to just take a little bit more money in.
Okay, so profitability, we got to talk about that. Reports say that Postmates posted about $400 million in revenue in 2018, but the company's not profitable yet. Do you have a sense of when Postmates will be a profitable company?
Internally, we do. And
you can't tell us.
But I can't tell you, but I think it is, people will be surprised to hear that we internally believe that profitability is a managed outcome. I'll give you an example for that. In 2018, September 2018, we were almost profitable as a company, but we weren't growing as fast as some of our competitors. So rather than continuing that path of profitability, we decided to raise some more money, and we did a great round with Tiger and BlackRock, around $400 million, and we invested that this year. But we invested that on very healthy unit economics. And, so we believe profitability is a managed outcome.
Okay, and just a little more on the IPO conversation. As we said, Wall Street has not been friendly to companies like Uber and Lyft, and you've meanwhile been gearing up for an IPO all year. But I'm just curious, what has your reaction been watching this happen? What do you think of all of it?
Damn.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you obviously, the Uber IPO was supposed to be a great event, right? A lot of people were excited about it. I believe that the people that worked at Uber, and I'm talking about the employees, not necessarily the founders or the exec team, I think they would have deserved a great performing company, right? Because I think we sometimes forget that, there's a founder and there's a CEO, but there's hundreds of thousands of people that work every day, right? So I don't think, despite some Dermot Schadenfreude from the press, that maybe the IPO didn't go as well as planned. I think it's important to understand that for us here in the Valley and for growth companies, having equity in a business, that's a huge part of our ecosystem, and it works if done right very well because it helps spread the wealth to a lot of people that take a risk early on in the startup. So I was not excited that it didn't went well, and obviously the markets were a bit more reserved than something like WeWork happens, where you have something really unprecedented, right? You have companies publicly debating their valuations, that they need to slash them multiple times. So, I'm pretty sure that neither Adam or Dara need my advice on how to run their companies, but if they had done it a little differently, maybe, it would have been better for the markets.
So it seems like Postmates has chosen the route of an IPO, but again, reports have said in the past that Postmates has been approached by both Uber and DoorDash, which are competitors in the space that are larger than Postmates. Can you confirm those reports?
Well, look, I don't think it does any good to speculate on M&A. I think you have 4 well-funded players here in the US in this space. I think everyone is well aware of the strength and the weaknesses of each other. And, at some point down the line, if we take Europe, for example, you will see consolidation in the market. So people have conversations all the time, but I wouldn't read too much into it.
So while we're on the subject of DoorDash, they have raised double the amount of capital that Postmates has raised. I think it's nearly $2 billion actually in funding that they've accumulated in not a very long time, maybe 5-6 years. A lot of that money has come from SoftBank. At any point, did SoftBank approach Postmates and offer them any sort of deal?
I don't want to comment on specifics, but if you are a high growth company such as Postmates or DoorDash, I'm sure you, at some point in your life cycle, speak to all the players.
And why does DoorDash need $2 billion if Postmates has raised significantly less?
Right. You need to ask Tony. Maybe he needs a jet. I don't know. No.
What is your take on SoftBank and its role that it's played, obviously significantly funding one of your greatest competitors? So
I think it's a double-edged sword, right? I believe there was a time when the idea of a vehicle like SoftBank, and specifically the Vision Fund, was a very exciting thing. And to a certain extent, I also believe an important instrument at the time, because you had companies that stayed private for that much longer with that much greater need and amounts of capital than we ever had before. So it was a blessing and a curse, because what we know now, obviously hindsight is a little 20/20. Nothing really comes without strings attached. And sometimes if you have valuations that are set by one large investor at maybe a rate that is somewhat unrealistic, you either need to recover from that for a length period of time. I mean, Uber now needs to perform very well and show great progress. I have no doubt that they can do it in the public markets. And if you're still private and you want to get out on a high valuation, you now have to convince the last money in that the valuation that has been set by this extremely successful growth vehicle is actually a realistic valuation and not something that is just built on leverage. So I think that's how I would describe it.
Now, you mentioned hindsight. If we were to go back 8 years, you're launching here at Disrupt. Would you have entered the food delivery space if you know what you know now about it, which is that it is an extremely competitive business to be in?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because there is always pros and cons, right? It is one of the most competitive consumer spaces that I can think of. We have great competition that we fight with. On the flip side, I'm very thankful that I was able to be part of that with the company that I founded. I believe that so many ideas never make it past the initial stage, and that's good if it's just a quick learning and you pivot and you figure something else out. But I believe it's an incredible feeling for a founder, and I think we're here with entrepreneurs. At least that was the original idea of Disrupt when we presented that. You find this product market fit, and then you have to figure out so many things, and you have to recruit and hire, and you have to talk people, and you can send an email to a VC that you only know from hearsay, and they have 20 minutes for you, and it's pretty great to see a company grow, despite the fact, obviously, if I could choose, I would like Postmates to have 85% market share, and and there be no competition.
All right, well, why don't we talk about robotics a little bit? So Postmates has put in a lot of money and effort and time into developing their own autonomous delivery robotics within the company. So essentially just these little robots that are going to be completing last mile deliveries, right? Yeah, Serve, exactly. So could you tell us, I guess, for starters, how much money have you invested in autonomous delivery efforts?
It is not as much as you would think. So rather than sharing a dollar amount, I can draw some comparisons here. When we thought about the idea that we could leverage autonomous vehicles to do certain types of deliveries, we started talking to some of the teams out there, small teams, 4, 5, 10 people. There used to be around 8 or 9 players at the time. And we just wanted to learn. We wanted to get a sense of if they would join a company like Postmates. And we had some reasons why we believe it is good to bring it in-house. And number one reason was that we had this conviction that if we have millions of deliveries and data points, and we can be our own first customer, that gives you a slight edge versus a company who doesn't have the information, the deliveries, and need to find a customer. So we try to recruit some of the companies out there, but it turned out that the valuations were around $100 million at the time. Now, keep in mind that was shortly after a lot of large players entered the autonomy space, and GM and Cruise deals happened. So I think a lot of founders thought wow, I mean, I can also get sold for $500 or $1 billion. So in total, we invested a very insignificant amount compared to $100 million into the business, and we now have it for 2 years. We have dozens and dozens of these serves. We're lucky enough to have licenses in a couple of cities, so we're testing them. And I believe that they're the closest thing to an iMac that exists right now on the robot delivery segment, and we're very proud of it.
So you spent less money building in-house than you would if you had potentially just acquired or teamed up with an existing.
Oh yeah, we did some very smart hires. Mostly Lee Kashani, who runs the team for us. He has a computer visions background, University in Vancouver, and he has done a remarkable job pulling the rest of the people in. And we're a little ruthless of stealing them from places that we know that did great work, from Waymo, from Uber, from Google, from Apple, I wanted to say. It worked out for us.
So could you just explain, I guess, how this is going to work, these little robots? Because I think in my research, it sounded like they were still going to be put in cars with Postmates delivery people and then brought out of the cars, and then they complete their deliveries. Can you explain just, I guess, the logistics and how we can expect as people on the street to see these things?
Yeah. So cars are no longer needed. They can drive out of a depot. But what is correct is that for the foreseeable future, I would say maybe for the next 1.5, 2 years, they will be, to a lesser and lesser degree, still be teleoperated. And here's the interesting thing about that. If you want to have an autonomous vehicle, an autonomous car with passengers in it, and you want to have cost savings, a driver in that car doesn't help you get any closer to that goal. You make the vehicle smarter and you hope for full autonomy at some point. A delivery vehicle such as Serve that can be teleoperated, maybe even on a ratio of 1 operator to 10 serves, can very, very quickly, without being fully autonomous, do deliveries at an extremely lucrative and attractive cost base for us as a company.
Right.
So Serve does not need to be fully autonomous for us to make sense.
So these will make deliveries more efficient. Will they ultimately cut jobs, though, of real human beings that Postmates employs?
All evil computers will cut jobs, and AI will take over mankind. So,
Do you how many jobs do you expect you will have to cut? Once these are kind of unmanned and doing their own thing, actually operating.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right way to look at it. So they will augment the current fleet, obviously, and I believe that by the time that they could do most of the deliveries, we will hopefully have done a good enough job to free up the resources and the capacities of what the Postmates of today can do to have them do other things. So I don't think, very, very rarely do you think just workforces shrink dramatically overnight versus there being a big movement that is attached to it. But I'm serious about the AI, though. We should stay away from it.
So Postmates has recently was granted a permit to operate these for short term in San Francisco. So you are testing these in San Francisco. Where else do you plan on testing the Serve robots? And when do you expect that all the piloting will be over? And what's your best guess as to when we'll actually be able to be receiving orders through these Serves?
So we already do it in LA.
Okay.
We're very keen to test them in markets like New York for 2 reasons. The first one is that in New York, a large portion of our deliveries, they get terminated at the doorman. So obviously we don't have that here in San Francisco in most cases, but the doorman will take the food and will send it up to the customer who ordered it. And that's a great use case because you actually don't even have to interact with Serve. The doorman in that case will have to. And then we're interested to operate it in cities where we can test a hub and spoke approach for Serve. And I'll give you an example. We have great merchants here in San Francisco, but the city is also doing a good job at keeping cars out of parts of the city. There's a great Super Duper on Market Street. It's not easy to access it with a car, for example. So Serve could work as a component in a hub and spoke world where the merchant would interact, load it with goods. Serve would drive a few blocks up Market Street, where then Postmates could take the goods and could distribute them. Maybe that sounds like a little bit too futuristic for prepared food, but we just announced a partnership with Walgreens, for example. For any of the other categories, I think that's a very interesting thing. So cities that fit these 2 criteria are interesting to us.
So Serve has gone through a number of iterations over the years. At some point, I'm not sure when, but you guys made it look kind of human-like. You added eyes. You made it so people, I'm assuming, kind of empathize with it when they see it, instead of kicking it over and leaving it there. What's the thinking behind that?
Well, the eyes are actually really important, and we have Ken Kusienda. He is a great Apple engineer. He wrote a great book about Apple's design principles. We have him working on some of the interactions, because when you put something out in the real world, I think interaction design is something that gets overlooked quickly. We wanted Serve to be something that people are curious about. It has about the height of like a person who's around 8 years old, which is in our peripheral vision is like where we look, so it's not too low on the ground. It doesn't look like a rodent. It has what we call like a socially aware navigation. That means it operates very smoothly. It doesn't accelerate fast. It doesn't stop. So it's not very janky. It's just like goes with the flow. And the impressions and the face, we just thought is a great way to start. It can indicate where it wants to go. It'll look at you, and we're now working on it. It will blink a bit and we'll look around. This all sounds like toys, and a lot of the inspiration actually comes from toys. There's a company, I think they're not around anymore, but there were an amazing company called Anki that did great little robots that had these impressions as toys for kids. And obviously you see it in movies of Pixar. And so we just wanted to create something that gives you a great feeling when you interact with it.
So you had said at some point that these robots actually in the future might be able to patrol neighborhoods or even write parking tickets.
Oh, yeah.
So what is your long-term vision for Postmates Serve?
well, I drive in the city. So the parking ticket thing, I think it was a stupid idea. I want to apologize. But they could do that very efficiently. But then again, we have these beautiful interceptors, which is actually what they're called in San Francisco. And they're just so funny to look at. So maybe we leave it to them. But the idea is that really what we want to create is a platform that we hopefully can open source and that allows everyone to participate and build stuff upon. So my dream for Surf and the platform would be have it as an open source platform. Imagine you're a developer and you can just have your robot and it runs on the platform and you can contribute to it. And hopefully we do a lot of good things with it, not just delivering you pizza.
So we're out of time, but how about you blink twice if you're going to IPO in 2019?
The lights are so bright. I've had a great time with you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. After you.
Road. Hit it. There we go.
What technology do you think will help us best deal with natural disasters? Go to the IBM booth number BF1 to pick your favorite from the Call for Code finalists. Over 5,000 people have already voted.
Okay. All right, we're getting towards the end, obviously, and I know that you're all very, very excited to figure out who won the battlefield. But now's my time to talk to you a little bit about everything that goes into putting together Disrupt. I get a lot of thank yous, and I don't do almost anything. I just kind of stand up here and make stupid jokes and let you guys laugh at me. But there are people who work round the clock all year to make sure that this happens, and I just was hoping I could tell you a little bit about them, and then maybe we could clap for them at the end if you guys are cool with that. So number one I have to thank is Richard Smith. He's kind of like the right brain to my left brain and deals with a lot of shit for me. Joey and Ned handling the business, thank you. Emma and her events team and everything that they do to put this whole building together. Nisha, I know our Battlefield companies know who Nisha is, yes. She spends a lot of time helping them train and prep and get ready for everything. David, Emily, Janelle, and the whole 511 production team, all of these amazing, all of it, the AV and everything, our speakers and judges who took a lot of time out of their very busy schedules to come and teach us all something. I hope everyone here learned something from them because I know that I did. The editorial team at TechCrunch who works very, very hard to cover the whole event and moderate the event and run around like crazy people. And last but not least, you guys. You fucking showed up, and we really appreciate it. So this is my goodbye. It's been my pleasure and privilege to be your host. Thank you so much again for coming to Disrupt. We hope you come back. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to my boss, Ned Desmond. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Chief Operating Officer, Ned Desmond.
Hello, everyone. We're going to get to the prize in just a couple minutes, but before then, we have a couple of things to take care of. If you were here at the beginning of the show, I announced the Custom Disruptor Awards. So we have two companies that sponsored Custom Disruptor Awards with some really sweet prizes, and I'm going to bring them on stage to announce who won those prizes. So first up is Magna, Josh Berg, the Director of Innovation Ventures, and Han, one of the account executives at Magna. Please welcome them to the stage.
Hi, TechCrunch. My name is Josh Berg. I'm the Director of Innovation Ventures at Magna. So at Magna Innovation Ventures, we look to partner with and invest in startup companies around the globe that are looking to disrupt the future of the automobile and the future of the automotive industry. You know, any one of us can walk outside and look around, and we intuitively understand that mobility is ripe for disruption. But what you may not realize, and if you're a startup playing in this space, you probably have come to learn very quickly, it's just that the automotive industry is really difficult. It's just a tough place to break into. It's hard to sell into. There's a complex web of regulations around safety, security, privacy, and also there's immense engineering and manufacturing challenges. And that's where Magna comes to play. We're one of the world's largest tier 1 automotive suppliers. And what that means is that we design, engineer, and manufacture automotive components in 28 countries with 347 global manufacturing facilities. We really understand automotive. In fact, in many cases, we build vehicles end-to-end for some of the world's largest automakers. So if you're a technology company looking to disrupt the future of mobility, come talk to Magna. We can help auto-qualify your concept, and we can go to market together and disrupt this space. And so speaking of disruption, I'd like to announce this year's winner of the Future Mobility Disruptor Award. And the winner is KDS, King's Distributed Systems. I'm so excited about this company. Yeah, absolutely, clap. What they've done is they've built a distributed compute protocol. And really what that is it's essentially a platform that allows us to unlock the underutilized compute capacity of devices that we use every day. Things like our cell phones or our laptops, but also with the proliferation of smart sensors and connected vehicles on our roads, there's an immense opportunity here, and that's why we chose KDS. We're really excited about the company, and by virtue of winning this award, they also get a $10,000 check from Magna Innovation Ventures and the opportunity to collaborate with us at our global headquarters with our R&D engineers. So thanks, TechCrunch, and congrats.
Great. Thanks, Josh. And please welcome to the stage ProfitCo's James Toland.
Thank you very much. Profit.co is a OKR platform based in Fremont, California. We believe, the industry-leading OKR platform in that for the first time we are using templates to create your key results based on best practices from the leading logos over the decades. If you've used OKRs before and failed, come talk to us. We feel your pain. We know what that's like. We created this platform because of the frustrations that we have found in the industry with the wrestling with the complexities of OKRs, and it really is just a simple idea that with the right tool can directly affect your bottom line. And just about anything else that pains you in this fast-moving world. We ran a competition, business plan competition. We asked young founders to submit their business plans using objectives and key results, speaking directly to, of course, the alignments with their KPIs and benchmarks. And we got a lot of great submissions. It was not easy. Han and I, this is Han, by the way. Let's give it up for Han. Han and I, we just met Ashton Kutcher, by the way, back there, so we're a little misty. It was very difficult. It was very difficult. So without further ado, I will announce that Carlos Castañedas from Y Spot is this year's winner. There he is right there. Carlos, you can't come up, but we will meet you backstage. And we'll have some paperwork to sign and all that. Congratulations. Thanks very much. Hope you guys had a great Disrupt this year. We'll see you next year.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Han. Right, so this show has been fabulous, and the big reason that it has been is the sponsors who support it. I'd like to read them all out, their names, and we can all feel the glow of the things they made possible at this show while I do that, and then at the end we can give them a big round of applause. So at the platinum level, I'd like to thank AWS, and at the gold level, Bumble, Dell for Entrepreneurs, Gemini Man, IBM Developer, Kotra, Lenovo, DCG, Lenovo Technologies, Magna, NetApp, Sequoia Capital, Taiwan Tech Arena, TomTom, United Airlines, Verizon 5G, and Verizon Ventures. At the silver level, we have Brex and Hub Brussels, InterSystems, Jetro, Coca, Microsoft for Startups, MIT Enterprise Forum, Rapid AI, Starkey, Taiwan Startup Stadium, and TopTal. And at the bronze level, Agora, America's Seed Fund at the National Science Foundation, Boeing Horizon X, Deloitte, Ginkgo, Humana, Institute for Information Industry, Invest in Canada, Kinship Labs, Lockheed, Plaid, ProfitCo, Prosus, Snap, Spot IM, Spot Hero, Startup Terrace, Think3. And at the basic level, 2Checkout, All in Mobile, AMB Software, Astana Hub, Bay Area Redwood, Canvassy, Chooch AI, Codeahead, Code and Pepper, CodeQuest, Codet, Confiance, DevSkiller, D-Hosting, Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada, Envoy, FileStack, HackerOne, Hottailers, IC Solutions, IdeaMotive, ITFS, JustWorks, Levitate Technologies, Luke4 App, Otter AI, Perkins Coie, Piper, Chemia, Room, StackTrek, Startup House Dev, Stanford University, Sweetgreen, Talentful, TeamSoft, Tradeof, Universal Electronics, United Kingdom, Uruguay 21, Uvify, Viberate, Zededa, and Zonda. And finally, our marketing partners, AdSemble, Carta, F50, Girls in Tech, Notel, Latino Startup Alliance, Lightout, Pledge 1%, Skydeck, Sock Club, Startup Coil, Higher Tech Ladies, Techstars, and Women of Wearables. And a couple of other quick thanks to DevPost, which always does such a fabulous job on the hackathon. Let's have a big hand for all of those sponsors. Thank you. Now, please, let's welcome the editor-in-chief of TechCrunch, Matthew Panzarino, and the director of our Battlefield program, Nisha Tambe, for the final act of this show. Thank you.
Thank you, Ned, for the amazing sponsor reads. It's a hard job. Well, you know, it's been a wonderful show. This period of the show is always interesting for us because it's been such a run-up. The adrenaline's still flowing, but we know it's about to be over. So we thank you all for being here for this particular period. We're always happy to see a full house for the announcement of the Battlefield winner. How'd you feel about the batch this year?
It was incredible, from wildfire predictive models to volunteer apps to giant robots to satellite rocket launchers. It's been an incredibly diverse and very interesting Battlefield.
Well, good job. I mean, I always ask you to talk about how good the batch was, but you put it together, so I'm sure that feels awkward. So give her a hand.
It is really a privilege to be able to find these diamonds in the rough and polish them up, because all of these founders have put a tremendous amount of work into building their companies, and we are thrilled to be able to launch them. So let's give a big round of applause to all of the founders you saw on stage.
All right, so without further ado, we're here to announce the winner and runner-up of the Startup Battlefield, for branding purposes, the TechCrunch Disrupt Startup Battlefield 2019. So the runner-up is Omniviz.
Come on up, Omniviz.
Come on down. Congratulations. Congratulations. Got a bottle of champagne for you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Wonderful job. All right, all right. Let's get a quick picture. Thank you. Okay, and are you ready? You want to do the honors?
Will do. So the TechCrunch Startup Battlefield winner for 2019 is Render. Give him a round of applause.
Render.
Come on up, Render.
Congratulations. Thank you all very much. We'll see you again next year. That's a wrap.
If I can have all the Battlefield teams come on up to the stage for a group photo. All the Battlefield teams come on up to the stage.
Tech Crunch Disrupt. 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 Tech Crunch Disrupt.